It's the goddamn Masters. Let's go. Got ourselves a full Modelo. For those of you. So this is the research stream. It's not the usual back nine bets. I am going to take my time. We're going to be doing this for 4, maybe 5 hours. But we're going to have fun. It's the Masters. I got my Masters hat on. I got my Willie P t-shirt on. My golf polo from back in the day when I was a baller. 2012 Byron. 180 pounds, not 250 pounds. America was good to me, folks. America was good. And probably because we got these things. So, it's the Masters. Usually I show you some tips and tricks when it comes to the alcoholic beverage consumptions. I did a shotgun at the Waste Management at Phoenix Open. The Masters is a week to have fun. So what you want to do, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have a twist off that doesn't want to come off, as you can see there, all you want to do is you grab it like this, you put your thumb just around the gold piece over there, and you make a little lever. You pop the lid of your beer right underneath there, and boom. Just like that, you have yourself a beer. So, 2 Masters week, Modelo. May our tickets be green, aka shout out Tour Junkies. May our viewing experience be amazing. May we enjoy every single second, regardless of the outcome. This is the week where you want to just enjoy golf. If you lose every freaking dollar, you've bet too much. But I also encourage you to bet just a little bit more than you are comfortable with. This week only. I encourage responsible gambling. I encourage bankroll management. I encourage, folks, I want you to be the best, as efficient of a gambler as you possibly could be. But this is the Masters week. This is the Masters week. You enjoy this week however you want. If it's winning money, if it's losing money, if it's drinking more beers than your wife wants you to drink, if it's drinking as many beers as your wife wants you to drink. Cheers. Let's have ourselves an amazing next 9 days. Enjoy the researching. Enjoy the shows. Enjoy the content. Enjoy the Azaleas. Enjoy Jim Nance. Enjoy Trevor Immerman speaking the beautiful world of golf to us. Live be damned. PGA Tour be damned. It's the goddamn Masters. Let's go. What happens if we win every bet, my boy, Drew? Well, then we're putting in a golf simulator in that movie theater of yours downstairs too. It's going to be a good week because it means Brooks Koepka's done some good stuff. Spoiler alert, but hey. All right, so Modelo's, I've had a few already tonight, but we're going to have a good week. I just swallowed some tinfoil. So if I die on this research stream, I die on this research stream. My man, you know the deal. You know the deal, PJ Punter. You know the deal. Okay, so we're going to set up some banners here quickly. It's the research stream. It's not Hacking at Hollywood. It's been a while since I've done a Sunday night research stream. So full disclosure, I'm an accountant, and accounting week is brutal for me. It's quarter end. I have been swamped. So we're gonna put this together. If you're watching this on replay, I'm gonna have timestamps after this live show. We're gonna go through every single golfer playing in this week. We're gonna figure out how to bet them, because I'm gonna do an article about that anyway. We're gonna determine how we want to go about betting each dude, whether it's freaking hole-in-ones, whether it's top 40s, whether it's to make the cut, miss the cut, top 20 after round one, aka Freddie Couples. He'll definitely be top 20 after round one, betting-wise. Maybe not in the leaderboard, but you know what I'm saying. So we're going to dive into these guys. It's the Masters. We don't have too many dudes to deal with. A limited field. I think only 50 make the cut. We're going to dive into Spence's Sinful Seven, the 7 deadly sins of Augusta. We're going to figure out exactly some trends. We're going to figure out some rules for our outrights. We're going to determine exactly what's going on. Full disclosure, I have a Cam Smith 29-1. I have a Will Zalatoris 49-1. Those are our bets. We also have a Brooks Koepka to win Live Miami and the Masters at like 140-1, at 250-1, and 340-1. So if Brooks wins this week and next week, this is the last show I'm going to be doing. I'm going to go sail off into the sunset and retire. If Brooks wins Live Miami and the Masters. The Miami Masters is what we're calling it. So that's the situation there. Luke in the house saying, cheers, let's go, dude. I'm assuming you know how to open a beer with another beer, but if you don't, you figured that out. Criminal in the house. How's it, Byron from South Africa? My man, Criminal. Are you living in South Africa, or are you a South African native living somewhere else like me? I have a very big bet on Theegala already. We'll get into him. I don't know if he's going to win it this week, but we're going to kind of figure it out. And Nick Taylor. And, you got all the Nicks in a nick of time, eh? Clint, geez, the chat is Friday nights are the nights to do this stuff. You only get to watch so many Masters in your life. Savor it up. Drink it up, baby. Let's go, Clint. A man of the people. You in Perth? So are you a Safa or are you an Aussie? So you just one of those. You're one of those, aren't you? You're one of the many Safas living in the Aussies there. I feel you, brother. So it makes sense that you're up. I was like, what's this guy doing at like 4 o'clock in the morning watching the show? The guy's a freaking menace. But hey, all right. So let me finish up my banner. We're going to have a fun night. I've had a few beers and the seal is broken. So maybe once every hour, we're going to have to leave to do a quick little maintenance break. But hey, got to water the greens when you got to water the greens. You know what I'm saying? So the goddamn Masters is on the situation. Yeah. Boom. All right. So if you are a first-time viewer, if you don't pay attention to what I get up to on this channel, welcome. My name is Byron, the Model Maniac on X. I do the majority of my stuff for rotoballer.com. So use code MANIAC for 10% off at Rotoballer. We are going to have every single thing you could wish for from a Rotoballer perspective, okay? We're going to have Spencer's model. My model will be made available tomorrow. We will have my showdown model Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, all ready for you to take advantage of this Masters as best you can. That's a premium product. We have a bunch of free shit out there for you to use code MANIAC if you're in the mood for free stuff. If you're in the mood for the premium stuff, the free stuff, code MANIAC is going to get you 100% off the free stuff. Code MANIAC is going to get you 10% off all our Rotoballer premium stuff. The Discord's being revamped literally as we speak. So the Discord's getting better and better by the second because our main man is in there ramping that thing up. The Discord's going to the moon. We are going to be just having ourselves a week. So that's what's cooking over here. I'm going to pull up the model. We have got all sorts of stuff. We've got trends. We've got the model itself. The first few minutes of the show is going to be a bit of me fadaddling. I need to make sure I've tidied up a few things here and there. But before we even do that, I'm going to pull up rotoballer.com. And I'm going to pull up Spencer's free article, The 7 Deadly Sins at Augusta. It has hit the last 6 times, and it's got 7 rules, which we're going to be applying to this stream. So we're going to see what's going on and take it from there. And we're going to kind of scroll through Spencer's article and see what the sins are, kind of make those rules up in the back of our head as we go along and see what cooks. I'm going to say several things throughout the show. If you're in the mood to have a few beers, because it is Friday night after all. If I say, see what cooks, if I say, sign me the hell up, and if I say, we'll come up with another rule, but 1 drink each for see what cooks and sign me the hell up. So, sign me the hell up, baby. Let's go. It's the Masters. We're having some fun. Let's look at Spencer's model. Not his model, his article. His model is out there. I tweeted it out. It's available to you. You can use mine. You can use Spencer's. We have it all for you over at rotoballer.com. So I'm gonna zoom in here. The first of the 7 deadly sins. Sin number 1, folks, free at rotoballer.com by my main man, Spencer Aguiar. Sin number 1, envy. A feeling of discontented or resentful longing aroused by someone else's possessions, qualities, or luck. AKA what I have of people that bet Akshay Bhatia. It is Friday night. He's 5 shots clear of anybody in the Valero. He's likely coming back to the pack. If he isn't, the week is all but over. But sin number 1 at Augusta. How many people does sin number 1 affect? Well, we'll wait and see. Golfers over the age of 45. Okay. Age is a fickle bitch, and there's just no staying out of its way. Hell, we have all been envious of those younger than us at one time or another. We've seen that narrative play out repeatedly at Augusta, and it's very important to mention how old these guys are at Augusta. You got to be young because you know what? The young guys hit it 1,000,000 miles. So the first bunch of dudes that are going to be pretty much out of the freaking equation, yeah. Zach Johnson. And Spencer mentioned you. Don't shoot the messenger. Tiger Woods is in the mix. He's 48. Zach Johnson's 48. Shout out to Zach Johnson, one of the worst Ryder Cup captains of our era. Mike Weir, 53. Phil Mickelson. I don't know if you'd count Phil Mickelson out. He's one of the few that you may not. But we can chat about that. Jose Maria Olazabal, Vijay Singh, and Fred Couples. These guys likely won't win. I think the last 6 years, Spencer's Deadly Sins has narrowed it down pretty nicely. We have our own little thing for the drink every time Caitlin Clark shoots a 3. I heard they went 1 for 9 right before I went live on the show. I'm in Iowa. The girls are firing against UConn. I don't know. Clint, what's the score right now? I think we were losing by 5 the last time I checked, and we only made 1 for 9. So make sure you can shoot those 3s, and the old dogs at Augusta cannot. So sin number 1, envy of age. If you're not younger than 45, you ain't winning the Masters. It's crazy because Nicholas landed at 46, 2 months, and that's pretty much it. Players from this year's pool were 45 or older. Bam. We are not. Clark is 0 for 6, Luke. God, she's going to figure her stuff out, buddy. She'll figure her stuff out. She will figure her stuff out. All right. Sin number 2 is lust, a powerful desire or hunger for something. We've all got that lust. Who the sin affects? Golfers who won't be making at least their 3rd appearance at Augusta. So lust. If you are horny to play Augusta Country Club, Augusta Golf Club, just like 99.9% of us, you've got lust. You've got golf lust. You've got Masters lust. And you need to not have lust. You need to be playing like Tiger, avoiding sex. The guy's not even playing. He's playing golf with balls that are full of swimmers. Or maybe he's not having, we'll leave that to be desired. But you know what I'm saying? The guy's going to be walking around there with nuts full of hormones and enthusiasm. So lust, you've got to have played this golf course. Who the sin affects? Golfers who won't be making at least their 3rd appearance. I think only Jordan Spieth and Danny Willett break this rule over the last little while. If old age was detrimental quality in capturing the green jacket, youthful or inexperienced stature falls victim to the same outcome. Sometimes we want things before we are fully ready to appreciate. Gotta appreciate things that mature, right? So these are the guys that haven't played here at least twice, not making their 3rd start. By the way, Sahith Theegala, not making his 3rd start. Cameron Young is. So these guys are eliminated. These on the left-hand side are all debut appearances, all winners on the PGA Tour last year. We will be playing in their 1st or other qualifying criteria to make the tournament. We've also got a few guys that have played here once at least. So these are the dudes that it almost immediately eliminates you. We've only had two guys to ever win this tournament in their 2nd start, and they are by the names of, like one of them is Jordan Spieth, and the other is Danny Willett. Danny Willett had a top 6, I believe, in one of his previous major starts. So we will be mentioning that going forward in our research stream. Sin number 3, sloth, a habitual disinclination to exertion. Who this affects are golfers outside of the top 50 in driving distance in the field. So you want, because Augusta has changed its way, you need to understand that once upon a time, the likes of Trevor Immelman, the likes of Zach Johnson, especially if you think about Zach Johnson, the way Augusta worked itself out, and the reason why I think Luke Kerdine puts out a wonderful YouTube video about how lefties have had incredible success. I think Phil Mickelson spoke about this in an interview where he mentions the nuances about Augusta and how they favor a lefty, because with the way the golf ball is like changing the way golfers play, it's very difficult for golfers of the modern era to hit these power draws with control. It's very difficult to hit a draw nowadays with the new golf balls and things like that. It's designed to hit a flat, knuckly fade. You want to get that spin in the 2,500 range and hit that fade. Around Augusta, there's a multitude of holes that require a draw. That's why lefties, they can hit that power fade. They can hit that power fade on demand, and it works wonderfully for them. The draw aspect, not so hot nowadays as the ball and the golf clubs have developed. But what has happened is Augusta has changed their tee boxes to the tune so that golfers are hitting these balls towards, they don't even have to shape shots around the trees anymore. They're just hitting them to the corner and hitting monstrously long irons from there. So that's why distance is paramount, not necessarily off the tee, but you have to have the yardage and the spin that can be generated from irons to land irons softly from extreme yardages. So that's a very, very important situation. Sin number 3 is distance, and we've got a multitude of dudes sitting over here that don't make the cut. Now, there's a few live dudes in here that we're going to have to kind of bear in mind. Obviously, Cameron Smith, we've seen what this guy can do around Augusta. We know that Danny Willett doesn't cut it, but he's won here before. Charles Schwartzel, 63 in distance, tough times. But you get the point. We've got guys that have Patrick Reed, not necessarily the greatest in distance, but he's got a skill set that can definitely help. So because these guys are on this list doesn't mean that they're not going to play well this week. They likely aren't going to win. So maybe that's a good way to kind of steer you away from that outright market. But we want guys that can do what these things need in order to win this golf tournament. These are guys that won't be doing it. So this is out of rotoball.com. It's a free article written by Spencer Aguiar. It's amazing. The fourth rule is wrath, a strong, vengeful anger or indignation. Who the sin affects are golfers ranked outside the top 50 compared to the field around the green. You have to be inside the top 50 around the green in order to take care of business. And I spoke to Spencer about this, and he has made it clear to me that Brooks got eliminated because we've been playing on live for the last 2 years. We've got, what? Is he going to put scrambling in his model? That's the tricky part. So Brooks, we've got him an outright on him there. We'll see what he can get up to. We can chat about Willie Z. We can chat about Cameron Young. See how that all goes. Those are some interesting names. But these are guys that, on live or on the PGA Tour have struggled. So fun little fact there. You got to be sure that you are tidy as balls around the green, and it's essential. Sin number 5 is gluttony, an overindulgence or habitual greed. The sin affects golfers ranked outside the top 50 compared to the field in 3-putting. So those are golfers that, the putt, you got to be able to avoid. The greens are big. They slopey, they tiered, they fragmented. You got to make sure you can stay in the mix with 3-putts. Hideki, obviously Tony Finau, and Justin Thomas is one of the worst 3-putters. He's got very bad 3-putting avoidance, despite being such a good short game specialist, tends to fall outside that range. So by now, we've already cut down the field significantly. So obviously, there's only a few guys. Hideki sitting here at 51st. By the way, this shirt, in the small thing, it looks a lot different, but it's got all the different angles are making me weird. Anyway, just thought I'd put that out there. Back to your regular paid programming. Make sure you can 3-putt. Lag those suckers up there. Let's party. Sin number 6, pride, a consciousness of one's own dignity. The sin affects those outside the top 50 compared to the field in par 5 or better percentages, and aggression. So Spencer does this thing with aggression. It means going for these par 5s. These are golfers that typically provide themselves with eagle opportunities that can really catch like 2 strokes up on the field off one good long iron shot into the greens or one good putt after hitting the green in sub-regulation, if that's ever a word you've ever heard of. By the way, the chat has slowed down significantly. I don't know if it's got to do with the fact that I am boring you or if the fact that you're just listening intently, but I need you guys to keep me motivated this week. We're going through the article. I understand it's a little, whatever, but we got to make sure we understand what we're getting into this week. So make sure you can take care of business on the par 5s. And these are golfers that can't take care of business in that department. And then the final sin is sin number 7, greed. These are golfers, an intense and selfish desire for something, especially wealth or power. Golfers that are affected by this final sin, number 7, someone who hasn't posted a top 30 result at the venue during one of the last 3 attempts. So if you haven't played well yet within the last 1,000 days, you fucked. Simple as that. If you haven't played well around you in the last 1,000 days, you are fucked. Jason Day hasn't finished inside the top 30. Adam Scott, Max Homa has not finished inside the top 30. And then we've got a little beautiful little thing over here that says, who is left standing? And Spencer mentions here, I shall purge them of their evils, and I shall not remember their sins again. I am going to leave you with a little teaser for you to go and find who those guys are that are left behind in the 7 deadly sins. I'm sorry to do that to you, but hey, we are trying to get people over at rotorball.com to read our goddamn articles. So go take a peek at Spencer's 7 deadly sins. I retweeted it today on my X. It is out there on rotorball.com. It is a free article. It's got everything you could ever wish for. Go and take a look and see who the 9 guys are that met all 7 of those criteria to win the 2024 goddamn Masters. Boom. All right. So that was a little fun trip down what we're expecting this week. I feel like those are very essential criteria in order to make sure that we've got these guys doing their thing. Criminal listening intently, that's good. Good to hear that. So, cheers. Modelo time. Let's have a quick little sippy. If you are listening, I would love to hear your favorite beers, your favorite beverages, your favorite wines. If you don't do the drinking thing, hit me up with whatever your favorite beverage is. If you like milkshakes, I'm a big boy. I love a milkshake every now and then. So I'm kind of curious to what you guys like sipping on when you're in the mood. All right. So now it's time to kind of just fiddle with the model. Like I said, we are running a touch behind with regards to our preparation for this. So the model is like half built. So you're going to have to hang with me for a second while we kind of take care of business. Silver oak. What is that? Is that a bourbon? I feel like that's a bourbon of some sort or a whiskey. So we've got our model. Let's pull this up over here. Here she is. That's the last 100 rounds. Here's our actual model that we want. That's got so we've got the Valero on deck right now. So you're going to have to deal with me. So if you are a replayer of this, you're going to have to kind of take care of business and see how it goes. Okay, a little wine, a vino. I like you to Philip. Deep Depelf, Philip. How the heck? I do terrible at reading handles and things like that. But anyway, we have ourselves some stuff. So we're gonna tidy up the model. I've got TPC San Antonio in here. That's not what we want. But we've got the actual Pensieve over here. I'm a big Harry Potter fan, by the way. So the Pensieve, this is called the Pensieve. You can't see it behind. Yeah, I'll show you quickly. We're going to go behind the scenes. This is the research stream. We're taking our time. The banner. So if you can see here, the Pensieve and Vault 687. That's where Dumbledore keeps his shit, by the way. So we kind of love a little bit of Harry Potter, yeah, and that's always going to be found in the model going forward. So I probably should change the summary to some sort of, give me some ideas for what I can name the summary tab, which is basically the main master tab. What would you call Harry Potter theme? I need a name for the summary tab. We need to look up a Neal Shipley to make sure that we have a data golf number for him, because let's just start the stream with Neal Shipley. Let's put this in here, and we're going to kind of research Neal Shipley right off the bat. So here's the Masters. Let's go to the summary and plug Neal Shipley in here. Boom. It completely messes. This is the fun part, is building these models. So you kind of see how the model gets built behind the scenes. So we got Scottie, we got Jon Rahm, we got Rory, Brooksy, the whole gang. I am so freaking excited for this, folks. You have no idea. Jose Maria Zabel is our last guy. Got a casual. How many guys are in this field this week? That is the question. We have got 87 dudes. Whether or not all of them play, whether all of them finish, we might a few of them might die before then. Who the hell knows? But we've got some old guys in the house here. I'm a grown man. Classic milk and vanilla ice cream. Ooh, I love that. A good vanilla milkshake is amazing. Jinx, Jedi, buddy. Mrs. Maniac's upstairs busy yelling at the. She's not even yelling at the TV. I can tell how Iowa's doing. I can actually put it up right now. You know what? I'm not going to I'm going to get the chat interactive. How is Iowa? I need a score update. I need a score update while we are doing the model here, getting it figured out. The summary tab is in here. We've got. Who the hell was the guy we researching? We got some random stranger that we're going to be researching while we're setting up the model. The timestamps are taken care of. We've got our hour situation going on over here. And it was Neal, wasn't it? A guy by the name of Neal. Where is he? Neal Shipley. Let's chat about Neal Shipley 27 minutes into the show. Neal Shipley, if you pull up Data Golf situation, he's an amateur, so he must be the amateur that won the AM. We can pull up Neal Shipley's situation here. This is his Data Golf profile. So he's been gaining strokes in 2023 and 2024. That's good to see. We've obviously got nothing from that. Look at his strokes gained, though. Looks like he's finding himself some form recently. That's good to see. These are all these rookies. So what is Neal? Who is and what is a Neal Shipley? Because this is important. This is the Masters research show. We got to make sure we know he's an Ohio State Buckeye. Masters amateurs. He has an article about him. I probably should have looked this up prior. Nick Dunlap, obviously Neal Shipley, blah blah blah. Shipley lost playing against Dunlap, and then seeing Dunlap go on to turn professional gave Shipley added confidence in his own game. Okay. Shipley fell to Dunlap in the 36-hole final match. Interesting. So how did Shipley get into this tournament? Shipley's finished fourth in the Elite Amateur Golf Series. So what is his deal? How did he get in? I have no idea. Okay. That took a quick Kalen didn't make a 3-point goal in the first half of the what? Kalen Clark didn't make a single three in the she needs to figure her stuff. I still don't know what the score is, Jinx Jedi. I'm assuming without her making any threes, we're in trouble. So you're probably down at multiple points. Anyway, all right. Let's get the hell out of Neal Shipley's situation and let's build this model real quick and get to freaking researching this shit. I'm going to give myself 15 minutes to do this thing, and then we're going to go. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is make sure that over 7,200, we want to make sure that we're going to pull in some data for guys that hit their drives 1,000,000 miles on courses that are long. So I'm going to make sure the Masters field is filtered on my situation here where I grab a bunch of stuff, and we're going to change some 7,200 yards and over 7,400 yards. The Masters is a golf course that is of exorbitant length. Exorbitant length, folks. All right. So the last 36 hole rounds, we're going to do that. And then we're going to change it to strokes gained off the tee and change the average. And then we're going to go and plug this in. And then we've got one of the big important things taken care of for us here. There we go. Looks like it's pulling in some random stuff. Sounds like Caitlin made a bucket upstairs. That's good to see. Okay. Looks like we got some random good drives gained going on now, which we don't want. Gotta love it when a site shows brings you new stuff before the Masters, and then you're stuck with like, where are these random columns that I always need? I need favorites, I need salary, I need rounds. The model isn't got it. We got two columns that need the model. Okay. Okie dokie. So while we're doing this, I want to mention that it's ultra important to have good course history. Like, this is going to be the most important thing we're going to do. I'm just doing this to make a model so that we have some of that. But ultimately, you want to make sure that you have guys that have played well in majors and guys that have played well at Augusta. It's got one of the highest. It has not one of. It has just. Let's go right into the mix here. Data golf. We're going to go course history. Course history, course fit, course history. So this is pretty much explaining exactly which venue provides you with the most predictiveness based off of past success. And TPC San Antonio is like right in the middle of the pack. Pretty decent, actually. If we go to Augusta National Golf Club, take a look at that. That's all you need to know. Take a look at this giant green bar right over here. 34-31 Yukon, and she only made her first three. They're in trouble. If she's going to get hot, she's going to figure her shit out. She is going to. So, Augusta National Golf Club, the most important golf club, golf course, golf venue, tournament, whatever you want to call it, regarding strokes gained. Like, it's in a world of its own. You have to. It's such a unique venue. I cannot stress this enough. You're going to hear this on a multitude of shows, but I'm just showing you this so you can see it's literally almost double the next best, like Bay Hill, where Scottie Scheffler has diced and sliced people apart. You've got to make sure you're in control of your game. You've got to know how to handle this golf course. That's why experience is going to be paramount. So Augusta is like in a world of its own. Like, course history is critically important. So let's go to course history for our Masters thing. Figure out our settings. Looking at our settings for the Bolero, we've got it at 10%. I'm going to ramp this son of a gun up to 25%, which means our stats are only going to count for 60% this week. It's not what we typically do, but this is the Masters. Is Cam Young going to win the Masters this year or Sahith? Dude, you know what's the craziest thing is Cam Young hasn't won a tournament yet. Sahith has obviously won one. Finished second multiple times. But it's going to be important for that to happen. And I'm going to pull up a quick little thing that I did on Twitter. Let's take a look here. Okay. So, one more thing before we go. I really want to stress, and I cannot stress this enough. Another great article, by the way, is the Steve Bamford article. Not Steve. Steve Bamford's amazing in general, but Dave Tyndall does a fantastic job. This article was one of my favorite reads as well. It does a great job of like looking at the trends over the last 10 years. Go check it out. Give Tyndall a follow. I quoted it with this chart. Okay, so this chart right here, and it's got directly to do with whether or not Cam Young or Sahith is going to win this thing. So I took a look at the last 10 years. The last 10 years of golfers to win a major. And their best finish in a major before they won. There are only 2 instances where there was not a top 10 involved. So this cannot be stressed enough. This is going to be so freaking important for us. If you don't have a top 10, and I'm actually just going to make it a top 5, but if you take a look at the top 10 situation, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of the 39 winners of the past 39 majors. 35 of the last 39 have finished top 5 or better in a major prior to their win. To me, this, I know we just went through the 7 deadly sins with Spencer, gives us a good feel for what's going on. There's a bit of live guys that are kind of floating through the cracks here and there. This is, to me, the most important. Major experience at Augusta in particular, and the Open even more so. The Open has got a ridiculous track record of major finishes predating their win. If you take a look here, the Open's last 9 starts, they never played in 2020. The last 9 starts, the averaging finishing position of the winners, their best major finish is 1.6. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 major winners, and then obviously 5 second place finishes prior to the win. Incredible stuff. The 35th in 2020 was Collin Morikawa. He was a superstar, showed up out of nowhere, won that. I think that was it the Open? No, it was the PGA Championship. Obviously, in the PGA Championship column. And then we've got the US Open, the US PGA. The US, we are confused. We've got the Masters, the PGA Championship, which Collin won in 2020. And then Wyndham Clark won the US Open in 2023, with his best finish in a major being 75th. But Wyndham was a weird one. Whether or not that continues into the year, we shall see. But this I cannot stress enough how important this is. And I'm going to make a quick screenshot of this so we can make sure I don't know where, I should have this thing saved somewhere, but we're going to save it right now. And just reference this, because you have to have played well in majors. You absolutely have to have played well in majors in order to do this. So I'm going to make sure I have this nearby. And as a result of that, I have a completely, totally different random situation here where I just have a set of sheets where we have a little bit of major track records since 2017. Every major since 2017 in the mix. I think we're missing 1 or 2 early in 17. Once we get to 2018, we are in business. We've got, if they are a major winner in this column over here, we've got how, if they finished, that's like irrelevant, but I've got that's irrelevant over there. We can filter all the way in here. Position, yellow and pink, one of my favorite color combinations, is first. Obviously, green is second, and then top 5 is yellow. So if you've got a top 5, you're going to see some yellow. If you finish second, which, by the way, the second place finishes are about as important as first. If you take a look at this bad boy. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Let's see. Why is this? How do I move this? How do I make it bigger? This. Look at these. Look at these. A sixth of, like, basically a top 5. If you've got a top 5 in your last few majors, you're gonna play well at the Masters. You can play well at the Masters. The PGA also pretty close, but there's a bit of like outliers with a 9th and 7th. The US Open got a little bit of 6ths and 5ths and 3rds and 4ths, and then the Open second. So bear that in mind when you're doing this stuff. We got this right in this column here, and don't stress. We're going to have some stuff like filled out for us once we party in this situation here. Okay, so that is that. Kind of just hitting you with layer after layer of what we need. Morikawa and Wyndham Clark are not going. I'm going to just tell you right now, they're not going to win. I don't think I think the only person to ever win this in their debut was the guy that played it first. Obviously, I think that's the case. The first Masters was won by the guy. I think I will have to double check, but I will be very honest with you and say that. Well, not honest with you. I'll just be frank and say that the likelihood of a first timer winning at Augusta is incredibly unlikely. The nuances are just overwhelmingly nuanced. You got to know what's going on around this golf course in actual Masters conditions. I mean, you can play this course as much as you can get in there, but hey, Cameron Young came second in the Open. Dude, Cameron Young has done. That's the thing. That's why I wanted to show you this. That's why I pulled that up. Is Cam Young? We can pull up this is how we're going to be doing this thing. We're going to just basically be hanging out in this part of the model, seeing how these guys have done. Look at Cam Young's major track record, just having played only 2 US Opens prior to 2022. And then we get pretty much every single, and you know what? I'm going to change the color coding here quickly just to make it look sexy for you guys and myself, because I am a big believer in making things look appealing. And this is, after all, the research stream. So I can fiddle with as much stuff as I want. The first little bit's going to be bad. For the guys watching kind of live, I'm so sorry. The PGA Championship, what color is that going to be? It's going to be blue and yellow. Let's make it just blue and white. Okay, let's make the Open Championship. Oh fuck, we got a whole new sheet. I've lost like 8 pounds in the last little while, but my fingers are still fat, it seems. So I'm also still very fat. But hey, okay. So the PGA Championship, let's do the Open. Get that. The US Open, we'll make a red. How about we make that red and white? And then we'll make the Open navy. Okay, and then the Open. And then we can see exactly, you don't even have to read. You can just see which one it is. All right. Navy. I guess we made the other one blue. Let's make it yellow. Well, I guess we can make it navy and yellow. That looks good. Okay. Let's go. So we got this going on here. So this is what we're dealing with. We've got every single major situation going on. Cam Young. Let's pull up his stuff just because we started speaking about him. And let's do Cam Young off the bat. I'm going to put him in the thingy. We're jumping all over the place. The ADD has kicked in super hard. Yes, Cam Young. Doesn't even have his own stuff, but hey, okay. So Cam Young, 43 minutes in. And then we'll go back to the model and kind of figure it out. So we got a whole bunch of comments going on too. I'm kind of getting behind. When Cam Smith won. Live stream with the Gangrene Guru. I love that. Gangrene Guru for PGA. Are you trying to tell me that Phil is winning? I'm not. I'm saying there's a chance, but I mean, unlikely. Cam Young, third at PGA Championship, second at the Open. Exactly, criminal. We'll get into him. But the thing is, bud, I've been looking, man. And we'll tidy up the model here shortly. But just take a look at this. So it's his third Masters. We've got multiple Youngs. What's going on here? Okay. Cameron Young. We have got a third at the PGA, like you said, a second at the Open. We had a very impressive outing in 2023 when he never had his best stuff, but still finished top 10 in 2 of the majors in 2023. 7th at Augusta and 8th at the Open Championship. Caitlin's yelling stuff upstairs. My wife, Caitlin, probably at Caitlin. I need an Iowa update. But as Spencer mentions, you got to have finished inside the top 30. You have to have good distance. You know what? I'm going to actually make a quick thing of Spencer's stuff just to make sure we don't have to keep remembering it. It was age. Cam's old, but he doesn't have it. History, top 30, distance, around the green. What other stuff? Lust, you have to have played here before. We've got that already figured out. It was age. It was appearances. It was distance off the tee. It was around the green play, as we mentioned. It was three-putting. Okay. It was pride, which is par 5 scoring. I think that's it. We've got around the green. We've got top 30. We've got history. And then we've got greed, those that have finished in top 30. Okay, perfect. So these are our very important metrics. And then we've got 8th, and probably most important for us, is finished top 5 in a major. You have to have finished top 5 in a major for us to do it. 45, 40. Wow. The girls are hanging, huh? They're hanging. I'm proud of them. Spieth won his first Masters with a win at the Valspar just before. Yes. And I think in Dave Tyndale's message, in his article, he mentions about guys having won early in the year. Brooks won his. That's why we're going with Brooks, because he won. I mean, he didn't win the Masters, but he won that live event prior and then did pretty well. Jon Rahm, the year before he won the Masters, I think he'd won like 5 times or 3 times around the world. At least I think he won the Century, blah, blah, blah. You know, like we can look into all that stuff. So there's lots of shit going on. But Cam Young, at Augusta, he missed his first cut. Look at this. Missed his first cut, 7th in his second one. It makes tons of sense. What does Cam Young do? And I guess we can kind of, as we go along, figure out. But Cam Young's distance off the tee is, I mean, look at this. The guy's averaging a casual 308 yards. And in 2023, this 288 was in the rain. So that absolutely did him in dirty. He did not handle the rain well at all. I think as hard as he hits the golf ball, with as much power as he has, rain is not his thing. So he missed out big time. I mean, look at, he lost 1.5 strokes in the rain. Guy still finished 7th. So if he played to the tune that he could in these Masters and majors, I mean, look at this green barrage of amazingness. The guy freaking missed the cut, and all that jazz. So I don't know. It's crazy to see what he's been up to, but he's played so well in these majors. 3rd at the PGA, 2nd at the Open Championship, 7th at Augusta, 8th at the Open Championship last year. He's been a major dominator. I don't know. I think he needs to win, man. I don't know if I can bet a guy that has not won on the PGA Tour that will win the Masters. But at the same time, I think his best chance to win a tournament is at a major. He's shown his best propensity to do that. And I think if you take a look at Cam Young in his most recent situation, let's get back to the Vulture. Yes. Hit that like button, folks. I would really, really appreciate that. All right. We're taking a hot minute to really get through everything, yeah, but we're going to get there. For those of you watching live, I appreciate you. For those not, jump to the timestamps. That's going to really help you out a lot. All righty. So we won 2024 as our most recent situation. And then we are going to be fine from there. Okay. This Texas Children's Open miscut guys did not do well, did they? Okay. First little not responding situation. That's okay. We've got a bunch of tabs open. I'm going to empty a few out here. Empty the holster. Get our stuff looking good, and then we're really gonna get into this. Yeah, I still do have one or two things to tidy up with the model, but hey, we're doing a Cam Young quick little deep dive. I'm gonna make this black and green because that's the brand that we do over here. Back 9 bits, beautiful, and let's go. Young, Cameron. Carson Young's causing us some database dilemmas, but hey. All right, so smash that like button, folks. We appreciate Zach Jeffers being over here. Are we betting Hunky Tony? No, we are not. No, we are not. What's he been up to the last little while? I mean, the guy is coming in hot off another second place finish. Another second place finish. Not one of his first few recent. I mean, it's his only second of the year. We've got an 8th at the Waste Management Phoenix Open and a 4th at the Cognizant. Both of them were pretty much non-existent to kind of ever contend, but played nicely outside of the Valspar. Obviously contended there. I mean, if he just never two-putted the final green, I think he would have put a bit more pressure on Peter Malnati, but that just goes to show. So Cam Young's got some stuff going on. The ball striking from him, it's so good, man. I mean, look at this. It's like it's his two. That's the thing. Look at these like subtotals here for his 2024 season. He's losing strokes, short game. Like that's why he never cut Spencer's sinful 7 is because they're around the green game shit. The ball striking, he's averaging 1.1 per round, which is incredible. Obviously, off the tee, it's going to be amazing. So if you take a look at that, I mean, if you take a look at the reason why he does so well in these majors is because of off the tee. The guy's averaging 1.3 strokes off the tee in these majors. These big boy tournaments, that's where Cam Young thrives. So let's do this. We'll start off the show. I'm going to pull up Bet365 on the side here, because that's where I'll be placing most of my bets. I think they have the full Masters betting board available to us, which is freaking exciting. The Master, we got top finishes, we got top 5s and top 10s. So I will be betting Cam Young for a top 10 again, despite the fact that he's been struggling entering the week. I mean, the second place is amazing. That's good to know. But overall, been struggling a little bit. For a top 10, he's plus 350. For a top 10, he's plus 350. We can clear this. And then we're going to tidy up the model. Hopefully we can do that in 7 minutes. And then we're going to get into the top of the board. But until then, we're going to put in Cam Young. And we're going to take a look at what his best market is. Top 10s. Good. So we like that a lot. So plus 350. Give us Cam. Let's do it. Let's absolutely do it. I think it makes tons of sense. He's likely going to finish inside the top 10. I mean, if you take a look at what his major track record is, top 10, top 32, miscut, top 10, miscut, top 10. And then that's pretty much it. You get to the Masters as his first appearance there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of his last 7. 4 of his last 7 majors have been top 10s. And we're getting him at plus 350 for a top 10. So Cam Young, top 10, plus 350, wherever you can. I don't know if other books have these markets out and available, but Bet365, top 10, Cam Young, pays ties in full. That could be a potential a top 13, top 12. Get the same exact payback. That's what you're looking for from Cam Young. I'm going to pull up DraftKings real quick, make sure that the Masters situation doesn't have odds out there either for these places. Oh, they've got them too. And they've got finishes in the Masters. Hold the hell up, yeah, people. Hold the hell up here. What are we doing with this situation? Hello, top finishes, including ties on DraftKings. That's good to see. That means we are getting our entire money back, regardless of how these guys do. Good stuff. So, Cam Young, all the way down here, plus 350 for a top 10. The exact same odds. He is plus 150 for a top 20. I wouldn't even bet him top 20 because I don't know if he even has a top 20. That's not a top 10. So Cam Young, top 10. Let's do that. I need to find a place to type this stuff up. It's typically over here. Sounds like Caitlin's losing her mind upstairs. Iowa, tough scenes. All right. Here we go. Top 10. Plus 350. Easy. Bet him to win major after winning PGA event, if ever happens. Okay. All right. There we go. Let's get the rest of the model figured out. Plug in a few things here, and then we're going to really get into the meat and potatoes an hour into the show. 51-51 into the fourth. Okay, let's go. Yes. Okay, great starting bet. I know we've taken a hot minute. I'm sorry. I've been running a touch behind when it comes to this week's prep, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I appreciate you all. Let's have a quick sip of some nice ice-cold Modelo's or whatever your favorite milkshakes are and get you in here. So we've got the Masters dating back all the way to 2019. That's good. We'll put that in the pensieve over here. There we go. We can clear out the rest of this nonsense. And then, okay, don't need any of that. We also need the DraftKings amounts in here. So I'm going to pull that in quickly, and then we're going to go. And then we're going to do some model settings and then get into the rest of the board. I love that they brought I love that everyone's got the sports books are making each other better. Competitive monopoly. It's not what Liv is like. It's the opposite of Liv. Liv is breaking the market, whereas, you know, all these different sports books are making it better for us, whereas Liv is not. Okie dokie. Let's draft a team, get a quick little CSV in the model, and then we are going to be Patrick Cantlay, questionable. Why has he got a questionable tag on his situation? Okie dokie. Here we go. Average points. Look at Scottie Scheffler. Oh, incredible. Incredible. So I do this thing every now and then. I do like points per dollar. It's a pretty simple situation. It just like shows you right away who some options are to look at. Obviously, Xander and Joaquin playing great stuff in their DFS situations. Cameron Young, great DFS scorer for his price, because this is points per dollar based off of their price tag. Shane Lowry, Sam Burns, but we've obviously got a few glaring issues with Sam Burns entering the week. Okay, so that's there. Oh, we need some bent. I believe this is. Let's take a look at the surface, and then we need some key stats, some key metrics, and then we are going to be partying. The surface for this situation, and it's not the Valero, it is the Masters. We don't get that. Okay, I'm going to go back out here. I think it's bent, but I might be wrong. I want to double check. So I don't want to talk shit about the Masters. Putting surfaces. I also really appreciate that the Masters is the following week after quarter end. 87 players. I think last year was 91. Bent grass, greens. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pull in some bent grass putting quick, and then we're going to be right in the mix here. Yeah, I'll show you. This is where I grab my stuff. It is what it is. Okay. So we're going to go look for some Fantasy National. Greens, bent. Bang. And we'll do the last 36 rounds, do the average, grab it like this. Okay. 87 guys. There we go. Pop it in there. And we go to our model, go to putting specific, and then we plug these guys in. Do we have the whole? We don't have their names. We just have them. And of course, we've got missing columns. So I'm going to put this on the side quickly. Caitlin's clapping. That's good. Fave and salary. We got all of this stuff. Rounds. And then we got gap. Okay. None of this matters this week. The model isn't in there yet. And we've got to get rid of everyone underneath Jose Maria Olazabal. I believe he's our benchmark because Matthias Schwab or Schmidt. Schmidt is not making in. Okay. And then, folks, we're gonna be here. We are so close. I really appreciate your patience. It's been one of those weeks where I've just been procrastinating like crazy. Okay. Oh, that's what we need. I've got the wrong shit in here. I need putting so I can get the feet. Okay. Because putting from 5 to 15 feet is one of the most reliable putting metrics you can find. It eliminates those big bombs that you get every now and then. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you want from these guys on the putting front. And that's actually got the model in there. Perfect. So I can paste this whole situation. No. All right. And if you have any like model questions about random stuff, let me know. I can help you out with that kind of crap. How you want to set your settings, all that jazz. I am here for you. Okie dokie. Let's get this out of here. Cool. Cool. Jake Peralta. Let's party, baby. Okie dokie. What else do we have? Scoring. Yeah, we've got all that in there. Whatever. I guess we can probably put the scoring in. So the last little while, all courses, all that putting, we want scoring. The best birdie makers, best bogey avoiders, all of that stuff. Very important. For recent form, do the average. Grab this. Plug this in here. So we've done what? Cameron Young. He's the only guy we've spoken about an hour into the show. I appreciate you guys. I'm so sorry. This is the situation we're dealing with, though. Okay. Double avoided. Okay. All right. We should be good to go now. I need to grab one or two more things, and then we are going to be right in business, yeah. We went and looked up Neal Shipley's stuff and then completely forgot to like make sure he's actually a real human and have an actual data golf number. He does have a data golf number, believe it or not. 3002-955-9539. If you're looking to contact Neal Shipley on his data golf hotline. All right, so this is our situation there. What did we say? We got the scoring. We need to transfer this to one or two more things. And then we got one more thing, and then we are all the way in. Got to make sure that we have what? Something specific. Check all these guys. All these dudes with 0.285 aren't in the top 150 in strokes gained over the last year. Since the year started, that's what their problem is. We need to make sure we have our key stats figured out. All right. And then we're going to be partying, yeah. Got any good sweat lineups for the weekend I compete? I know, dude. I bombed as well. I don't have any Akshay. Sure. Let's take a quick peek. Okay. This is... If we're looking to build just a completely random, out of nowhere DFS lineup, let's do a quick showdown situation. No, a shot like I'm not gonna. I need to look at the model. I need to see who's playing. There's weather involved. I'm not gonna get this distracted. Okay, and then get this. You can distract me every now and then, but I'm not gonna get this distracted. We're gonna pull in the Masters from last year from the key stats, and then we're gonna have everything we need in the world. And then we're going to do this thing. I feel like I've been leading you guys on forever. Here we go. Okay. But anyway, this is the Valero stats. This is not the Masters. For your information, we are pulling that up right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know, dude. I'll look it up real quick for you. Don't play Bhatia. He's kind of stalling up, and Brennan Todd at the top. I'll leave them alone. Rory's going to have a weird round at some point. What the hell's Webb Simpson gaining 4 strokes putting today? Good for him. Badley's going to go backwards. Connors could have a good round every now and then. 67-57 Iowa? What? Goddamn. Is Caitlin going nuts? Victor Perez, Criminal, and Hideki. Just listen to Criminal. He knows what's going on. Hideki is all the way down here in no man's 34th. This guy's bound, absolutely bound to go vaulting up. And look at this dude. Around the greens, this guy's been ridiculous. He's like always so good. Anyway, this is the Masters research stream. Get the hell out of my head, yeah, shot like. Okay. Gave you a quick few guys there. We need 2023 Masters up and running. Here it is. Don't update. I need key stats. Hopefully this was the week I changed some stuff, so I don't have to type in a million different things. Quick sip of Modelo. All right. You can also take a look at last year's Masters model while we're doing it. Where the hell are all the key stats on this thing? Woo! We're all over the place, yeah. Sounds like Caitlin just made another banger. Key stats, folks. Where the hell are they in this model? How many? 2000. Oh, we got to do it. Fuck. Okay, all good. We'll do it quickly. And then we're going to go. So here's 2022. Paste those in there. And then don't mind me while... I like Brooks' shot like a lot. Too much. but mainly because he's 20-1. Like the fact that Scheffler is like a 6th or a 7th of the odds of Brooks Koepka in a major, it's just too difficult to pass up on. I feel like a Brooks Koepka top 5 at the current odds when he's like 20-1. I haven't bet him to win the tournament. I'll bet him at 20-1 again if he doesn't win Live Miami, because I've got multiple parlays of him winning last week and this week. But first, we got to do a quick little situation, yeah? So what I typically do is I'll go and pull up Data Golf. I'll go pull up the Masters. And then I will look at, on Data Golf, look at the course history, and then I'm going to plug it into the model. There's certain calculations that will pull in this information based off of driving accuracy and things like that for rough proximity versus fairway proximity. It's very important because guys are better out the rough than they are out the fairway. It's just weird. Scottie Scheffler, incredible from the fairway, not the best from the rough, that kind of stuff. Let's do this. We are so freaking close. Strokes gained off the tee at Augusta, incredibly important, mainly because of distance and accuracy, I guess. But Jon Rahm was accurate as balls and very, very long. John, 4.17 for accuracy, but more important than distance, which is very interesting. Strokes gained approach, always important as well at 0.6. Strokes gained around the green, 4.32. Very, very important last year. And then putting, slightly less. Don't have to be the greatest putter, just don't make a million 3-putts. 2023. And then the ranges, 5% from 5. Those are the par 5s that you can't reach. Same situation there with that one, 4.9 from 100 to 125. Hardly any wedges. 125 to 150, only 1.6. And then we start getting above. 21.4 from 150 to 175. That's well above tour average by about 2%. Then you get to 175 to 200. That's 18.8, which is looking like that's going to be about a percent above tour average. As you can see, we're getting to like this range. 150 and out, long iron proximities. Very, very important. If you're looking for from 200 to 225, 9.9%. And then you're looking from 225 to 250. Remember, 4 par 5s this week. Very important to dominate those. That's what one of Spencer's things was. Par 5 scoring, par 5 aggression. And then we're going to take a quick peek at the scoring averages and all that jazz. Last year played 1 stroke over par for the field. It's 4,746 yards according to Data Golf, which is pretty lengthy, folks. Average driving distance, 292. Average driving accuracy, not necessarily... I mean, these fairways are wide as balls. So you just got to make sure you can mash driver, keep it in the right spot so you can hit the shots you need to, and then go from there. That's basically it. As you can see, like it's a pretty simple formula at Augusta. In 2022, it played even more difficult. 1.95 strokes over par, 7.447. It actually got a casual, 17 yards longer, 292.6 yards driving distance, 71.5 driving accuracy, all that stuff. Okay. Almost there, 2021. Hideki Matsuyama's year. I'm assuming the around the green was very high that year. No, not necessarily. Hideki's short game has got ridiculously good lately, though, by the way, which is giving me some serious FOMO for him because he's chipping in from just about everywhere. But at the same time, he's pathetic at getting inside the top 10. So I need to trust myself in not feeling the Hideki FOMO-ness. Missed fairway penalty. So if you miss the fairway, it's slightly above tour average, but missing the fairway is kind of difficult. There's only a few holes that are really, really important that you got to make sure you hit them. The rest of them are pretty easy. There's some massive wide fairways to hit. DJ we don't have any data from then. And then we don't have any data, I don't think, from 2019. So, okay. Boom. Okay. Here we go. So let's see what the model kicked out. Get rid of a few model overrides, and then we're going to dive into this shit. Yeah, I do agree, man. It's so important to have good form entering the week, and that's what scares me about Hideki, is he's starting to catch that form. Who knows what he gets up to around the Valero, but at the same time, he's like just completely struggling with his health right now. 68, 64, 2.5. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Okay. So our first, I will tell you, criminal, I've already bet Hideki Matsuyama at 46-1 to win the US Open, because he has got some of the most incredible around the green. I mean, on approach at the US Open, he's been incredible. Shocker. Scottie Scheffler and Xander, first and second. Jon Rahm, 25th, because we don't have tons. This is the fun part. Look at all these live guys all the way down here. Brutal. We'll just go with the DFS rank and kind of go from there. So we've got Cam Young 43 minutes ago. Let's talk about Scottie Scheffler. How do we handle this guy? We can't bet him because unless you're looking to be completely degenerate and only bet Scottie Scheffler, that's the only way you can go about it. Let's pull up. I can't believe DraftKings has got ties paid in full. That's amazing. Okay. So Scottie Scheffler, a casual, hour and 16 minutes into the stream. I appreciate every single one of you. He, obviously, one of the world's best golfers. Obviously, playing amazing golf, having won back-to-back tournaments, the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and the Players. We know all of that. Scottie Scheffler has he has finished second in a million freaking majors. He's obviously won the Masters, which is kind of crazy to think he hasn't actually won a major outside of the Masters yet. So he was one of the few guys. PGA Championship debut, finishes fourth. Then this is where it gets fun. Kind of looking at his 2022 stuff onwards. Got the Masters win, missed the cut at the PGA Championship playing with Jon Rahm. Finished second at the US Open, 21st at the Open Championship. Scalded into the bunker lip. It bounced out the bunker's face and went to like 2 feet for a tap in to make the cut. If that's a normal bunker and a really bad bounce, or not a bad bounce, not a lucky bounce, he misses the cut at the Open Championship, from what I can remember. Then I think that was the most recent one, which is still a 2023. Like, he's not a fan of the Open Championship, is he? Finished 8th there, so he may never win. Who knows if he ever wins that thing? Who knows? 10th at the Masters last year, despite losing what? A casual 4.5. You're finishing 10th at the Masters, and you lost 4.6 strokes putting. Dude, yeah. Look at his major track record, yeah. Scottie Scheffler in the majors with, I guess we can put in a subtotal, yeah. No, you're fine, dude. But just if you take 2022 only, which is only when we have strokes gained data from, I guess we've got a few missing spots. But just from 2022 to 2023, Scottie Scheffler is averaging a stroke off the tee. He is averaging a casual 1.5 strokes on approach. So he's averaging 2.5 strokes ball striking per round. 10 strokes ball striking per major. 10 strokes ball striking per major. So Scottie Scheffler, if we go to the model and pull him up here, you're going to see Scottie Scheffler show up when it comes to gaining dollars in the top 5 market. We don't want any of this. Okay. Let's take a look here. Scottie Scheffler's finished inside the top 5. Why don't I have this? Oh, this is the 2023 Masters. Interesting. I guess this isn't a terrible situation. Where do we rank all these guys? Jon Rahm was third in the model. Interesting. Okay, that's last year's, though. We want this year's, which is even better. Here's this year's model. Oh, boy. Here we go. Okay, so we don't have tee times. We can hide that. Yeah. Okay. A minute and what, 13, I think we were in here chatting about Scottie probably ages ago. What we really like about Scottie Scheffler is his top 5 ability. I'm going to just hide a few things here quickly. Okay. So, yeah, if you've bet Scottie Scheffler for top 5, you would have won yourself $793 over the last 12 months. If you've bet Scottie Scheffler for a top 10, you would have won $1,004. Top 20, $1,150. I think he's finished inside the top 20 in pretty much every single tournament he's played in the last 19 events, 89% clip. So there's all of that going on with Scottie Scheffler. Betting him top 5 at the Masters, to me, is the way to go. He's plus 450 on DraftKings to win it. He's plus 105 for a top 5. I would be shocked if Scottie Scheffler never finished inside the top 5 at the Masters the way he's playing right now. The only time he hasn't finished inside the top 10 in 2020 since 2022 was the PGA Championship after his Masters win and then Open Championships. So Scottie hasn't necessarily showed the best form in the Open Championships. This is where the putting issue started in 2022. We saw him miss 1 million putts in that final round, and then it's gone south since. But even at minus 200, I would probably bet Scottie Scheffler. Like, literally, minus 200 is not the worst thing in the world. I want to encourage people to not necessarily be scared of betting these kind of bets. Minus 200 implies a probability of 67%. Scottie Scheffler finishes inside the top 10, 79%. What is going on here? This is giving us top 20 numbers. We want top 10, which is still going to give us a 12% edge. Not as big as a Cam Young edge, but 12% edge on a top 10 bet for Scottie Scheffler at minus 200. If you're looking to kind of just lay less cash, half the investment there, you can go plus 105 for a top 5, which is scary to think about, but there's still, I believe, that's the bet. That's the bet right there. A monstrous edge, 30% edge. It implies that he's only finishing inside the top 5, 49% of the time. I'm lying to you guys. 14% edge, which is still bigger than the top 10. So he finishes inside the top 5, 63% of the time. Big time edge there. So Scottie Scheffler plus 105, book it. Scottie Scheffler. I mean, that's, if you're looking to get exposure to Scottie outside of the outright market, plus 105, top 5, boom. That's the way to go. I mean, you're getting a 14% edge. And then if you even just take a look at 1, 2, 3 of he's done it basically. If you remove the Open Championship, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 of the last 7 non-Open championships, Scottie Scheffler's finished inside the top 5. It's been a very, 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 very impressive kind of major performance from Scottie Scheffler. He's just been incredible. So book yourself some Scottie Scheffler love, plus 105. Let's go. We are rolling. We are rocking and rolling. The time was probably what? 75 minutes. I'm going to have to go back and double check that. Let's talk about Jon Rahm. He's not going to be a top 40 bet. He's likely going to be a top 10 bet as well. I think we're going to have to take a look because he's not going to be in the database yet either. for recent form. So we're going to have to pull up Jon Rahm, see what he's done on. I think he's been playing. I mean, this is the thing. I'm going to have to do so much deep diving on these live guys. Oh, yeah, sure. So Jon Rahm, since going to live, hasn't finished worse than 8th, which there's 54 guys or whatever. Not terrible, but hasn't won a tournament in the 4 that he's played. Interesting stuff. I don't know if Jon Rahm particularly enjoys the environment live presents. I'm not sure he's a fan of that. So this upside rank is obviously going to be including a lot more recent form. I think we're going to have to go and change some rankings on some guys as we go down the board here, kind of manually override, which will be fun to do. But Jon Rahm is second on the slate. We don't have any ownership. Let's just get all this stuff out the way. I guess we can do average. Points and stuff there still for you guys. But we're not going to have 2024 stats for you for some of these dudes. But you know what? Information is power. Okay, so yeah, Rahm, I definitely think so. Rahm hates live, but he loves money more. I think that's the situation. That's basically it. I think this is the first tournament he finally gets to play without a bunch of techno music going on in the background. We'll wait and see what Jon Rahm can get up to. But what has Jon Rahm got up to in the majors over the last little while? Obviously won the Masters. Obviously won the US Open in 2021. This guy's got multiple finishes inside the top 10. A second place at the Open. That was a bit of a backdoor situation there. Outside of that, I think the majority of his, if I remember Royal St. George's, that was also kind of a backdoor charge. I guess not necessarily. Which one was it? There was an Open where he kind of came running up the leaderboard like from a million miles away. Maybe it was one of them. It doesn't matter. But Jon Rahm plays well in majors. We know this. One of the things that Dave Tyndall said about Rahm is the fact that a very few winners of the Masters the year before finish inside the top 10. Never mind even back-to-back. So you can pretty much eliminate Jon Rahm from winning this thing. I don't know if he's going to go do it back-to-back. There's a lot of random shit that you got to do as a Masters champion with the dinners and all that crap. There's obligations for media and all that jazz. Also, he's coming from live, man. I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to see because we've seen so many of these guys' games go off the boil the moment they go to live. So we'll see. We will see. Jon Rahm, top 10. His recent major track record since 2022 hasn't been the greatest. Outside of the win at the Masters and the Open Championship second, we don't have anything better than a 10th. Then we've got a bit of an Open Championship. Like this was better back earlier. That run from 2020 to 2021 was much better for him. Like incredibly better. We got just his worst finish was a 23rd. So that was very, very good from him in that. Jesus Christ, he was doing his thing. What has been his issue? It's the driver. I bet you if we go to this like good stretch here, we're going to see this look at this. Look at this off the tee dominance here. It's incredible. Just green for days. So we'll do this and see what was his situation. He's gaining the same amount off the tee and Scottie in that range. Then we go to 2022, the same situation as Scottie. And he's gaining more than Scottie, barely, but still more. That's good to see off the tee. The putting comes and goes for Jon Rahm in these majors. Hot and cold, not nearly as consistent as you would like. How's he putted at the Masters? Not necessarily greatest. I think he 4-putted the first hole like Ernie Els. Shout out to Ernie, who will never, ever play in the Masters because of just never played well there. So what's Jon Rahm done on the greens here, despite having won? Jon Rahm has gained 0.3 strokes in his 12 rounds of recorded strokes gain data at the Masters. His short game at the Masters has been pretty good too. We'll have to wait and see what he can get up to. Jon Rahm is plus 275 for a top 5. I think I'm just out on him. I have got zero good vibes about him right now. I feel like his game is not like, I don't know. I don't know what to make of Jon Rahm's situation right now. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's just an is what it is situation. He's 12-1 to win the tournament. Can't go to there because back-to-back hardly ever happens. I think Jon Rahm is just a wait-and-see situation, folks. Just a wait-and-see situation. A wait-and-see situation with Rahm. Snip, snap. This is somebody else's note. Let's change it. Did Iowa win, Luke? Jon Rahm. Wait and see. Wait and see. I am also very curious to see what his ownership comes in at 11-2. I feel like Scottie is going to be very popular, and Rory and Brooks at 10-2 as well. Remember, Brooks was like freaking 7K last year entering. Iowa won. Let's go, baby. Woo! Cheers, cheers. Boom. Clarkie and the girls. Oh, it did? It got scary at the end. Good. Hey, you know what? So be it. All right, beer number 1 down. No, it's not. Almost there.
That was easy.
Let's go. Okay, Modelo number 1 down. Let's crack our next one. Where are our Modelos? Oh, we got them on the table, yeah. Boom. All right, so back to hour and a half in. We've done Jon Rahm and Scottie Scheffler, but I appreciate you guys. Timestamp jumpers, you know what to do. Boom. Modelo number 2 opened with Modelo number 3. Make sure we get no tinfoil in the mix here. All right, well, Iowa took down the W. Wasn't pretty? Oh, boy. Okay, folks. So Jon Rahm, wait and see situation. Ooh. Never a horrible call when you're playing Iowa, Jinx. Never a horrible call. All right. Back to business here. So Jon Rahm, if we were to bet Jon Rahm, I guess if I'm going to write an article about how to bet someone, I'd probably bet him to win. But why would I do that? Because, what's up, BK? Yeah. No chance to win. I don't even know if I'd bet him to finish inside the top 5. I don't know if I would bet him to finish inside the top. Dave Tyndall says it's unlikely he finished inside the top 10, especially coming from Liv. It's a very interesting situation. So maybe like a fade. I think the way to go with Rahm is we're going to like fade him as the bet. So whatever that option presents ourselves with, we're going to go to. So let's chat about Rory. We're a casual 93 in. Don't bet, but don't. Oh, yes. You know what, criminal? My man, I agree. You know what? We're going to actually change this. But, you know, for the sake of an article to speak about betting every single bet on the board, you gotta hit me with a bet there. Maybe a top 20. I can see Jon Rahm finishing top 20. What would his top 20 market be? -1, not laying 190 on Jon Rahm to finish inside the top 20. I would probably, Criminal says leave, but miscut the chance. I mean, who the heck knows? Anyway, we'll leave him alone, see what happens. Chat about Rory. Okay. 94. Rory McIlroy is 11-1 to win the tournament on DraftKings. He is plus 250 for a top 5 and plus 120 for a top 10. I'm already thinking Rory McIlroy is an auto lock for a top 5 at plus 250. I think he somehow finds himself backdooring himself right into the mix again. I might even look at him for a top 10 at plus 120. Let's take a look. I know a miscut would be crazy for Jon Rahm, but I think you'd probably get it like plus 500. I mean, what? There's 87 guys and 50 and ties make the cut. So like he barely has to beat a bunch of old fossils. So that would be like a ridiculous number. I don't know. Maybe in a matchup, you bet against Jon Rahm in a matchup somehow. I don't know. I don't know who he's likely. Maybe a Rory versus Rahm bet or whoever he gets paired up against. Maybe, I don't know. Whoever he gets paired up against, I'd bet him against that. Rahm. Don't know what to do with him. Rory McIlroy, top 5 plus 250. Let's take a look. So Rory, over the last little while, hasn't necessarily done much. His only profitable market has been his top 10, which is not good. Like, what are we doing there? Top 20 market has cost you an arm and a leg. $731 you would have lost. It's probably one of the worst guys in the field. Outside of Tony Finau and Jordan Spieth. Rory McIlroy betting him top 20 is the next worst. So we are going to finish up Rory, and then I got to take a quick pee break. But I would bet Rory top 10. It seems that's the way to go. You're going to get plus money on Rory McIlroy for a top 10 at plus 120 at DraftKings, which seems fair. I feel like around Augusta, that's totally fine. Take a look at Rory's track record in the majors over the last little while. I can tell you now, without even looking at his recent form, his best finish is a T19, and it hasn't been good. The guy's searching for something right now, but the ball striking has been insane in these majors. It's been incredible. Like, if we just leave alone Augusta, and this is the thing, man. This is the thing about Rory, is how much is this Masters in his head? So this 2022 Masters, he finished second. How many top 10s do we have in majors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 top 10s in his last 10. Am I making up numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 top 10s. 8 top 10s in his last 10 starts. That's incredible. 7 top 10s in his last 8. I mean, that's the bet, obviously, especially off the tee. This dude, let's look at the Masters. Like, I think it's just unfair. He's gaining the same as Rahm as Scheffler at the Masters. What his biggest letdown at the Masters has been is everything else. Everything else. Isn't it crazy he gained 5.7 strokes to finish second? Like, that's what everyone's glomming on about. But it's never been there. The irons are shaky. The putting is shaky. He's lost strokes putting in the last 3 Masters. He's missed 2 of the cuts. So I feel like he could very easily miss the cut. The thing is with him, he's playing average enough that it's not going to necessarily go that way. And I feel like the expectations entering the week are lower than they've ever been because he's been playing like shit relative to Rory standards, with a T19 being the best. But I don't know if he's ever going to win this tournament. Despite having a 2nd, a 5th, and a 7th since 2017, the moment he hit that snap hook into the guy's backyard in the cabins there on hole number 10, Rory McIlroy's chances of ever winning the Masters likely plummeted by an exponential amount that no one has ever seen as a Masters potential candidate. Like, his percentage of ever winning the Masters was likely one of the highest of someone that hadn't until he did that. And then winning the other 3 majors was as big a curse as possible. Like, had he not won any of those other 3, this wouldn't be the only major eluding him for the Grand Slam. I feel like if this was a fresh slate of, if you entered the year 2024 without a major win, going into the Masters would be an ideal situation for Rory. But who has won the Grand Slam? What? Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, PGA Grand Slam. The Grand Slam in golf. Is there a list? Here it is. And these are some names, folks. Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, and Gene Sarazen of the modern era. Bobby Jones back in the day when things were black and white. And Jack, obviously, too. Same with Ben Hogan and Gary and Gene. So, like, pretty much Tiger, the only guy of the modern era for the Slam. So look at these names. Gary, Ben, Tiger, Jack, Bobby. This is the set of names that Rory McIlroy is trying to join by winning the Masters. To me, this is a situation that is just far too much pressure. The weight on your shoulders entering a week like this, incredibly, incredibly heavy. So the top 10, probably the way to go. There's a potential, you could potentially hedge it with a miscut on Rory. I mean, he's missed literally 2 of the last 3 with a second place finish in the middle there, gaining 1 million strokes around the green. So that's Rory McIlroy for you. I don't know. I don't think he's going to win it. I don't think his form entering the week is good enough. Tiger is Nadal because of injuries. I'm a big Novak fan, Jinx, by the way. Big Novak fan. And you know what, dude? I'll get to some Tiger Woods after the break here, but we can chat. We're gonna chat about him at some point. But yeah, Rory, top 10. That's the bet. Top 10. I think that's the way to go. Potentially hedge with miscut. Missed 2 of the last 3. Too much pressure. Joining Bobby, Jack, Tiger, Gene, Gary. I think that's the thing for him. Too much pressure for Rory, man. I don't know if he's ever going to win this goddamn tournament. I think you can also just bet the top 10 on Rory and leave him alone in DFS. I think he's going to be ultra popular. I think the narrative is going to drive ownership like crazy. I think the price tag being $1,300 less than Scottie going to help. But you know what? The fact that he's $600 more than Brooks is going to be very interesting. Luke, thanks, brother. I appreciate you, man. I know it's a little late on the East Coast there, but hey, it's only 10:49 here in Iowa time. But yeah, that's Rory McIlroy. I am going to evacuate the dance floor for a second. I'm going to leave you with the model. I can do I'll just leave one of my favorite things to do in this model, which, by the way, if you use code MANIAC, you can get yourself 10% off at Rotoballer Premium and get this model to yourself. And you can take a look at this stuff behind the scenes. But for now, I'm going to leave you with, I'll leave you with the best earners in the betting market on the PGA Tour. Obviously, you don't have any live stuff involved here, but these are the guys that have made the most money across all the different markets, betting on them to win $100 per event in every single tournament they've played for top 5s, top 10s, top 20s, and to win the tournament. So this is the situation. As you can see, over the last 12 months, Scottie Scheffler would have won you $2,821 in that space, despite losing money in the outright market. If you're just betting Scottie Scheffler in the placement market, you have turned yourself into royalty. But till then, I'm going to be back in 2 seconds. Hang tight, take a look at the model, sign up to rotoballer.com in the meantime using code MANIAC, and I will see you guys in 2 seconds. Take a quick piss break here, 2 hours into the show. All right, we're back. We're back, baby. I will win. P-break done. Isn't Rory unbettable until he shows us something? Well, Jinx, he's, like we mentioned, top 10. Definitely bettable in the top 10 market. I'd say those odds are very fair based off of his major track record is really good. So I would definitely lean into that a little bit more. I would 100%. We're going to be betting him top 10. Like, that's just how we're going. Like, that's the market. And then hedge it with a miscut, because if he doesn't finish top 10, he's going to miss the cut. If he makes the cut, he's likely finishing inside the top 10. That's just what he's shown us. Like, when he makes the cut, he does it. So plus 110 at Bet365, plus 120 at DraftKings. Oh, I'm looking at, including ties. I'm looking at the right stuff, plus 110 as well. Okay. So what do they do for his top 20, for his top 10 market? It's only 10 points extra. All right. So I'll just do a quick little situation here. If we're looking at a market like this, for those of you that haven't ever listened to the show, potentially a large chunk of you, what I have as a rule of thumb for a top 10, top 20, top 30 bet, I did a bunch of research. I found that the most profitable way to bet these bets when it comes to finishing with ties paid in full and ties not paid in full, aka better odds. So you got your top 10 over here for Rory, plus 120. But if he finishes 9th with another dude, that would be 10th. So he finishes 9th with 3 other people. He's going to have a dead heat situation where his odds are split by 2/3. Or he loses a third of his odds. If you go to ties paid in full, so he's plus 120 for a top 10 with dead heats involved in the mix. If you go to ties paid in full with the top finish, he is plus 110 for a top 10, which loses only 10 points. My rule of thumb is you take the first two numbers of the odds and you times them by 3 to give yourself a certain amount of points to determine whether or not the threshold is met. And by that, I mean you take the 120 to 1 number. Sorry, let me just rephrase that. Top 10 plus 120, 12 times 3, 36. Boom. So you add 36 to plus 120, or take that away. Excuse me. You take that away from plus 120 and you get yourself to minus 36 minus 116. That's what the odds need to be for the top. I'm having a brain fart right now. Let's start from the top rope here. This is my jam. I know this shit. Okay, top 10. We're going to go to the finishers paid in ties in full. So if he finishes 10th with 3 million other people, you still get your money back in this department. Times this number by 3. So plus 110. So 11 times 3 equals 33. You add that to this. So 33 plus 10 equals 43. So plus 143. If you go to ties paid without full, Rory's plus 120. We know this already. So it doesn't meet the threshold. You'd have to do plus 150 for a top 10 from Rory to bet him without ties paid in full. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry for taking forever to get to that endpoint, but that's the situation. You bet the first 2 numbers of the ties paid in full odds to determine if the dead heat odds are worth betting. You want to do it by an average of 30 points per 100. So plus 200, you'd need 60 points. So if the odds ties paid in full was 200 for a top 10, yeah, we can do the top 5. Plus 250, Rory's top 5, ties paid in full, plus 210. 21 times 3, 63. So 21, 210 plus 63, 273. If you go to your tournament lines, Top 5 is plus 250. Plus 273 is still way too, it's like 23 points better. So we can't quite get there. We would need plus 280 in order to get to Rory for a top 5 without ties paid in full. So that's a fun little factor there. I'm going to make a little timestamp of that absolute disaster trying to explain that. But hey, we did our best. We did our best. Granted, I came back from a piss and it is what it is. Okie dokie. So that was at about 119 minutes. We had a complete disaster of a situation there. Dead heat explanation was a mess. But hey, it is what it is. Life goes on. It's just a podcast. So we're in the Masters. We've got the filter thingy on. Yeah, let's get back into business, buy the DFS rank, and go from there. We've had some fun. Let's chat about Brooksy. Let's see what his situation is. Why is this all upside down? Why is Scottie Scheffler? What's the DFS? We've got the model's freaking out on us, folks. Why is Scottie 5th in the? I typed over it. All right, we're back in business now. We are back in business. Brooks. Let's chat about Brooks. 153. Let's do it. 153. 113. Let's just do 114. So as you can see, the model doesn't necessarily like him that much. That's fine. We're going to do a manual override. First, we're going to start with his major situation now and take a look at Brooks Koepka. Brooksy is incredible. Absolutely incredible in his majors. So we're going to take away this Masters, make sure we got all of them, and take a look at this. Look at these colors. He had this little. So now this is the question. This is the question. We had the span from 2021 where he played. Interestingly enough, he just does his best stuff in the PGA and the US Open. It's kind of crazy how good he is in those two tournaments, despite where they are. But his major track record, I'm just showing you like the colors here, and it's just the majority of it is colored, which means it's top 5s through the freaking board. We've got all these major wins, which are PGA Championships, US Opens. We don't necessarily have the Masters doing his best work for Brooksy, but we've got 2 second-place finishes. In 2019, he finished second at the Masters. I think he was injured or something when he missed the cut more recently. But in 2020, he had a 7th. In 2022, I think he had an injury. That was right before he went to live, right? Obviously did that because he was hurt. Played a bunch of shit golf in 2022. Missed 2 major cuts and finished 55th in the 2 bad boys that he's typically thrived in. So he struggled in those 2 departments, but still had a few good rounds here and there in either of them. I think he had 2 rounds where he gained over 10 strokes total. In one of them, he had a good round there each. But going into 2023, he showed up out of nowhere. He won a live tournament, blah, 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 and then came second at the Masters. Geez, he played well early on. Gained 6.5 strokes on approach, gained a little bit off the tee. Didn't quite do as much damage as we expect from the boys, but he played nicely. Putted nicely, chipped nicely, did all that stuff. If you take a look at what he's got up to in the last little while, his major strokes gained around the green, he's gaining a 3rd on around the green. That's totally fine. The approach play has been incredible in general, gaining a stroke in that department. And then if you take away the Open Championship, it's even better. You know, the guy's great. So you're getting that from Brooks. You got 2 second-place finishes at Augusta. He's 20-1. What is he doing 20-1? Why is Brooks 20-1? If you told me that we're going to walk off the PGA Championship green when he just won his 5th major of his career, and you're going to say in a few months' time, you're going to give me Brooks Koepka to finish first at the Masters at 20-1, I think there's 21-1s out there. There's 21-1s out there on Brooks. Like, What are we doing? 18 over here. I believe FanDuel is 20, and I believe Fanatics is even better. So, like, if you're looking for Brooks Koepka action, jump. What on earth? Do we have any live stuff from him right now after round 1? Live Miami. Where is he? Oh, I have not looked at a single live leaderboard until right now, and Brooks is sitting -3 in T8, a casual 2 spots behind Asterix Gooch, aka Taylor, Sergio Garcia, Peter Uihlein, Matthew Wolff, and Scott Vincent. I had to think about that name. That's incredible. So Brooksy playing good golf. They've got Jon Rahm to win this tournament at 13.5%. Brooks at 5.5. It's not a major. I understand that. He's playing better. I mean, that -3 is just good to see. So that's good. We got Brooks Koepka at the Masters. If you're looking for that kind of action, it's all the way down to 17 literally after the -3. I cashed out a freaking 20. So if he doesn't win this thing, we're in trouble. They are reacting to these markets very quickly. But if you can find yourself a Brooks Koepka 20-1 and never got in on that parlay situation, jump on that. Find your 21-1s, find your 20-1s if you can out there. Grab a Brooks Koepka. I think that's the way to bet him to win this tournament or to finish top 5. Brooks to finish top 5 at the Masters, tied, paid in full, is 3,333, baby. You're going to get 333 as a plus money bet there for a top 5. Brooks has done the top 5 at the Masters once. 7th, miscut. He's not necessarily been the greatest. He's got a bit of inconsistency here. Got 2 seconds, though, an 11th and a 7th, along with 2 miscuts. So he's got a lot of random shit going on, but very, very good at the Masters. Playing good golf. I think that's the way to go with Brooksy. Let's see what he can get up to. Boom, boom, boom. Drink your drink, because we said let's see what he can get up to. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm actually going to take a quick peek at the rest of the market just in case he doesn't win this goddamn thing, because I'm getting kind of scared now. He's playing too good. Playing too good. So the 19 that odds checker has here is on FanDuel. So it's moved drastically. So yeah, Brooksy's odds have moved quite a lot. I can't believe I cashed out the 20. I don't know what I was thinking. Why? Hopefully he wins, because that parlay is going to take care of business. But Brooks Koepka, I would bet him at 18-1, 19-1, wherever you can find that number. Right now, he is... Where is the odds board for this week? Right in front of me. 18-1 right now at DraftKings. So you've got that going for you if you're in the mood for a Brooks Koepka situation. All right. I feel like we haven't done enough with that, though. What about Brooks? It's not even like a statistical thing, though, with him. It's a tangible... It's an intangible asset that he has to his game, where he completely changes gears in the Masters and in the majors. Like, if you take a look at his profile, you can just see the differences in colors. It's incredible what Brooks gets up to. You can literally see where the majors are when he's playing in them, because it's just too good. The finishes are like ridiculously better than what he gets up to in these crappy little tournaments, which makes no sense why he went to live. So in his last 25 starts, they've all been live starts, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to 2023. Also live starts, 2022, some live starts, blah, blah, blah. Where are the majors? He went to live before that and played really badly. So if you go to 2021, we're going to have to go so far back, but won the Waste Management, which is like the tournament he's the only other tournament on the PGA Tour he's ever won on, and then just finished a million places inside the top 5 in all the other majors. So this is what he does. He's so good in them. Like, there's zero shit working for him entering the week, and then all of a sudden just fires it up. Like, we've got a multitude of miscuts entering all of that stuff, and then finishes T2. Miscut at the Palmetto, T4 at the US Open. It's just incredible. His ability to fire up in the majors is second to none. Legitimately second to none. We've got a million reasons to believe Brooks Koepka is going to play well this week, despite the -3 that he is at right now over on Live in Tyrrell. If you take a look at the counts here of golfers that have like top finishes, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Okay, it's not really picking it up right now, but you can just see in this column here, first, second, fourth, second, fourth, second, first, second, first. Like, it's just, it's too good. The major track record from Brooks Koepka at 18-1 right now is just still too good. You can't pass that up. You can't pass it up. He's going to win the Masters at some point. He has to. He's finished second there twice. You got to. Like, the track record's there. The track record is there. He's of age. He's got great history. He finished top 30 in the last little while. He's got all the distance in the world. I would say he's a pretty good around the green guy. If you take a look at his around the green situation, it's been fine. Like we discussed, since 2022, he's gained a casual 0.15, which I think would be above average, which is inside the top 50 of the Masters. There's a lot to like. A lot to like from Brooks. So much to like. So much to like. So if you don't want to bet him to win the tournament, if you've already got your other guys out there, I would bet Brooks Koepka to finish top 5. I mean, at these odds, he's plus 360. He's plus 360 to finish top 5. They're telling us there's an implied probability that he finishes inside the top 5 of only 22%. If you take a look at what he's done, let's just remove 2022 out the mix because he was hurt. If you take a look at the rest of those starts, after winning the PGA Championship, the guy went on a goddamn bender and still finished 17th at the US Open, despite sucking it up everywhere. Prior to that, 6th place at the Open Championship, 4th at the US Open, 2nd at the PGA Championship. Then he missed the cut at the Masters. I think he had a knee injury. That was when his knee started doing some stuff. I don't know. Potentially, maybe just had a bad. I don't know. I guess that's the week he missed that really bad putt on hole 11 and missed the cut. So lots of fun stuff with Brooksy. I'm in. 18-1. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it. He's the guy. He's the guy this week. He's the guy this week. The chat's getting quiet since I took a pee. I need you guys to ramp it up so I can get going here again. Okie dokie. First name that shows up as a casual is Wyndham Clark. I don't know about Wyndham Clark. Yes, he shows up when you look at this big old graphic over here. Wyndham Clark is the 75. So Wyndham Clark checks the box as a major winner, as a second place finisher in a major. But I still need to do a bit of research on who, like Spencer mentioned, you got to have finished top 30 or in the last 3 years or have played this being your third time. You have to have at least 2 situations of Masters play, and Brooks and Wyndham Clark will be debuting. He will be debuting with a US Open win and his next best finish, a 33rd at the Open Championship the week or the tournament, the major after that. He has not played in the Masters. He's played in multiple PGA Championships. He's missed many, many cuts, won the US Open, putted his brains out. The Masters is a very, 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 very course history dependent situation. As you can see here, the guy's literally got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major championships under his belt. That's double what you need basically in order to fit the criteria to have just played around Augusta. You need your third start. You can win it. Scottie Scheffler won his third start. You need to have history here. So Wyndham Clark is going to be a tough bet. Despite his numbers, I think you want to bet Wyndham Clark potentially at other golf courses that a lot of other golfers haven't played as well, kind of like Valhalla, Pinehurst, all that stuff. Those are the places you want to go to Wyndham Clark at. I don't know if you want to bet him at the Masters. I know a lot of people have at some really crazy numbers. I think where is he at right now? Wyndham Clark's 28-1. I would not bet a 28-1 on Wyndham Clark to win this tournament. He's plus 550 to finish inside the top 5. I wouldn't bet that. I wouldn't bet him at minus 105 to finish inside the top 20 even. I feel like there's so much to learn at this golf course. Your first appearance often results in disaster. I would find Wyndham Clark in a matchup. I feel like that's the way to go. I don't think I'm betting him. As Criminal would say, don't bet either side. But if we're looking for a way to bet this dude, you want to bet him in a matchup or fade him. I know he's playing well. He's a big game hunter. This golf course will provide you with opportunity to bet against him at significant odds because he's playing well. But the course record, the course history isn't what it should be. It's his debut. We've seen the likes of Cam Young shows up. First time he misses the cut. And I know Cam Young's a terrible example. Let's take a look at Scottie, for instance. Like Scottie's first Masters was in 2020, and he finished 19th. Second Masters, 2021, finished 18th. You know, like it takes a hot minute to kind of get there. What on earth is going? Oh, we got 20. I was like, where's Scottie's freaking win? But we got 2022 missing. So yeah, that's what you're getting. You got to make sure you have course history. Yeah, no course history. Fade in betting market. I don't know, maybe a top 20, but even he's like major track record isn't even that proven yet. We're just kind of overreacting to a win at the US Open at a golf course that really suited him. I feel like Augusta suits him off the tee as well. He can hit giant nukes off the tee there and get away with it because we saw the course's driving accuracy is ridiculous. The average here is 11% higher in fairways hit than tour average. I'm surprised the driving distance isn't higher, but it is what it is. These guys are hitting tons of fairways around here. Wyndham Clark typically struggles at doing that, so that's good. It's good for him. Minus 105 for a top 20. I don't know. I think we're kind of just waiting and seeing. Maybe play him in DFS if the ownership is right. I think that's the situation. But at this price, he's $10,000. You know, that's the thing. It's like he's so expensive. I think he's going to be super low owned. So that's the situation with Wyndham Clark. That's the situation. Let's chat about Xander Schauffele. Xander's second in our model. Xander is number 1 in upside for Spencer's model. Also, the chat, I need to see something from you guys. It's been a hot minute. Been a casual 25. You guys are sleeping on me. I need some love. Need some love back. I know it's late. I guess it's midnight on the East Coast, 11:16 here in Iowa time, but we're getting down here. We're moving along. So Xander Schauffele is going to find himself second in the model. I will tell you right now, Bet365 has a major special where you can bet, and I think FanDuel has it as well, but they don't have Xander, which is hilarious. I bet Xander Schauffele for a top 20 in every single major at plus 800. And I've bet Xander Schauffele for a top 10 in every single major at plus 4,000. So 40-1. If you take a look at Xander Schauffele's situation in major championships, it's incredible. He's on a run of 7 consecutive top 20s in his last 7 majors. Right over here, not a single number on the screen is anything worse than a 17th place, which was his last 18th place at the PGA Championship. We've got just finish after finish. And even if you take a look, going back to 2020, he's missed 1 cut at the PGA Championship at Kiowa, where he sucked it up around the greens, basically lost 3 strokes. I mean, he probably got stuck in a cabbage patch somewhere, lost 3 strokes around the greens, missed the cut by a point. He gained strokes at the PGA Championship and still missed the cut. So that sucks for Xander. Missed the cut at the Masters in 2022. It is what it is. Since then, since he's missed cut at the Masters in 2022, we've got 7 consecutive top 20s. So Xander Schauffele, to me, I will lay the juice at minus 165 with ties paid in full. If we get better lines without ties paid in full, I will bet that as well. Minus 150. Minus 150 without ties paid in full. Minus 165 with ties in paid. So I would definitely bet the minus 165 ties paid in full. Let's do that. That's the way to bet him. I will double check real quick what his situation is. Obviously, Bet365 doesn't have that right now because they only got top 10s. If you want to bet Xander Schauffele for a top 20 at minus 165, it's implying that he's going to finish inside the top 20 62% of the time in majors. If you take a look at what Xander's got up to on the PGA Tour, he's finishing inside the top 20 at a casual 70% of the time. So there's a small edge over there, an 8% edge. But if you take a look at these majors, folks, by God, what have we got going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's not a top 20. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 top 20s in Xander Schauffele's major career. He's played a casual 24. So 24 is what you use for recent form. Xander's got 24 majors in his career. And we said 18. He's finished inside the top 20, 75% of those starts. And the ones that he didn't was like a 26th and a 35th. Like, it's completely fine. Like, this guy in majors is incredible. But the craziest thing is he hasn't got a single in that span of 7 made top 20s. His best finish was a 10th. He's got this block where Xander Schauffele cannot get himself to perform to his highest ability in majors. He rests on his laurels, so to speak. Not necessarily that he's like not trying hard enough, but his baseline, his skill level, his ability as a PGA professional is, I would say it's in the top 1% of all PGA pros is what Xander's situation is. I think he's an extremely talented golfer. His skill set is just incredible. I mean, you're looking at major golf tournaments and it's just green in abundance. And these are round ones. I mean, I think maybe a Xander first round situation isn't the worst thing in the world. Literally just looking at his round one in the majors, it's like the guy's averaging a casual 3.2 strokes in those rounds. So he gets off to very good starts in majors. He's only lost strokes in 3 of them, with only one of them at Royal Port Rush in 2019 being the only time he lost a full stroke. The other 2 times it was like fractions. This is the way to go. Betting Xander Schauffele first round, I think you can potentially bet him like a first round top 5. I think you bet Xander Schauffele first round top 10. You can bet Xander Schauffele top 20 for the tournament. So jump onto the Xander Schauffele first round leader situation at the Masters. I feel like that's absolutely a consideration. At the Masters, what has his first round situation been? He's not necessarily had the greatest first rounds at the Masters, but he's gained 4 strokes twice in his last 4 starts. So I think a Masters top 5, a Masters top 10 after round 1, definitely the way to go for Xander. I think a Masters top 20, also the way to go. That's the Xander Schauffele situation. Shot Like says he's fading Xander in DFS because Brooks is $300 cheaper or more. Okay, I see that. I understand that. I think both are going to be very popular. It's going to be very interesting. Do you want to start with both? Can you start with both? Do we get $5,000 guys in this range? I think it's the Masters. We only get to 6. Not a lot of golfers in the field, so we're not going to get the 5K range. But if you start with Brooks and Xander, two perennially, I mean, Xander, that's the thing, dude. Like, are you going to get that upside from him? I think you bet Xander Schauffele. And geez whiz, I don't know what to do with the guy. I don't know what to do with the guy because he hasn't finished inside the top 10 in his last 7 starts, but he hasn't finished outside the top 7, outside the top 20 in his last 7 starts. So Xander, I'm going to go to the Masters, yeah, and pull in a slate and just see exactly how this DFS situation goes for Shot Like, because I know he is a fan. The Millie Maker, $4 million up for grabs total pot, $100 million, $1 million, obviously up for grabs for first. If you start with Brooks and Xander, you've got $7,400 left. Then you've got yourself a situation. Then you got to figure out, do you go with Neal, our guy Neal Shipley, or not? And he's not our guy because we like him. But I think the only way to go, yeah, Xander top 20, boom chakalaka, let's party. Minus 165, that's the way to go for Xander. Lay the juice. Let's see what he can do. You said the same at the Players and almost won, second place. Who did I say that about? Xander? Or, yeah, well, Xander finished second, but exactly. That was the Players. He finished second. He was supposed to win that tournament. He didn't. So, we got some. Yes, Dub Hustle. X gonna give it to you, baby. I agree. I think he's got that. Like, there's no doubt he's one of the safest options on the board, and he's shown us he's got one of the worst upsides in a major as well. He's got demons. He's fighting them. Bet the top 20. If he wins a major, he wins the major. But, like, look at this. Xander Schauffele, he's gaining you $476 across the board. He's lost you $146 betting him outright over the last 12 months. If we change that to the last 16 months, that number goes even higher. Obviously, you've got to go back multiple years to find a Xander Schauffele win. And he had that run where he won like 2 or 3 in a row, and that was that. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right, Joaquin Niemann. So Xander top 20. Bet him in all the majors for a top 20 plus 800. Top 10 at 40-1. I just figured I'd take a gamble. Maybe he starts off the year well with a 40-1 and go from there. Joaquin Niemann showing up on the board. Okay, we're going to just make a quick little note here for Xander, top 20. First round leader. Joaquin. And we also got to make our outright card yet too, folks. So our current situation is Willie Z at 49. And this is to win usually we try to win 550. We are looking to win 1,000 for majors because I told you, we like to have fun in these majors and we like to win lots of money when these things cash. So Willie Z is in the mix. We've got ourselves a Cam Smith 29, which I'm not necessarily that thrilled about, but hey. And then we've got Brooks at 18 or 19, wherever we can find it. 18. And that's pretty much our card. But we can just, for the sake of the argument, ignore these two guys and build our card around them. I've barely invested in these two dudes. It is what it is. We can also bet 6x at this tournament. So 6x would leave us with a casual. If we bet another 30, a 25 to 1 guy gets us to 5.5. A 30 to 1 guy gets us to, yeah, I mean, sheep. 6 to 1 is 35. So tough scenes there, but I might just keep Cam Smith off the books as a personal bet. I don't know if he's going to win this tournament this week, but hey, we'll see. Okay, so I'm going to pull up a quick tweet here from a hot minute ago because I did a deep dive into Joaquin. And I think it's the reason I pulled up that it's the reason I pulled this tweet up earlier. Because everyone was betting Joaquin, and let's take a look at his situation before we speak about him. Looking at his recent form, we've got a 1, 2, 3 wins, trying to get himself into the Masters, which he landed up getting. He got a special invite. Won the ISPS Honda Australian Open in December, gaining 1.86 strokes on the field. Then won Liv Mayakoba in dominant fashion, gaining 3.86. But 75% of PGA Tour winners gain 3 strokes, like 12%. 75% of PGA Tour winners gain 12 strokes total when they win. This is a normal number. When he won in Jeddah, gained 4 strokes. That is a much less significant amount. But also 3.86 is pretty much. He's like walked away from these people when he's won these tournaments. So he's playing good golf right now. Where is he at the moment? Live Miami. Niemann is -1. T20, 4 strokes off the lead of Guchin and Uline and Garcia. So he's playing well. This is why people are betting him. He's doing his thing. If you take a look at Joaquin Niemann's track record in majors, we're just going to pull up the majors. Let's take a look and see if we can see any color in this position column. Okay. We are going to look hard. We are going to look very, very hard. And I'm going to highlight this thing so we can show you which we're looking at here. And just to show you that the color coding hasn't changed things up, if you type in Scottie, it shows you when he's got his stuff, even if you make this yellow. Okay. Why are we making it yellow on Joaquin? We just leave it alone, Byron. Let's just look at this column here and scroll down and see if we can find a top 10 or see if we can find a top 5 or maybe see if we can find a top 15. We cannot. The best finish Joaquin Niemann has is a T16 at the Masters last year. Missed the cut at the PGA Championship, 32nd at the US Open, missed the cut at the Open Championship. At the Masters, in general, Joaquin Niemann hasn't done diddly shit. 16th last year, 35th the year before, 40th the year before that, and a miscut in 2018. So he's only played the Masters 4 times, despite having a multitude of major experience. Niemann has a lot of major experience. In fact, Joaquin, since 2018, has played in 18 majors. And we haven't got anything better than a 16th place. I understand people were betting him to win this tournament at 70 to 1. That's a huge number. But let's take a look at what I was talking about on my tweet here. Because I had the FOMO. We're going to take a look at some stuff here. 17 of the 39 people that I looked at in this graphic had won a major. So he hasn't done that, obviously. 33 of the 39, 85% of them had finished 5th or better. 37 of the 39, 95% of major champions in the past finished 9th or better. He hasn't done that yet. 10 of 10, 100% of the last 10 Masters winners had a 6th or better in a major. He's got a 16th. And then 8 of the last 10 Masters winners had a finish of 2nd or 1st. So he's lacking significant upside when it comes to majors. Wyndham Clark and Collin Morikawa. Wyndham was in his 7th major. Collin Morikawa won his major in his 2nd start. Joaquin's got 18 under the belt. Joaquin's played well, blah, blah, blah. But the T16 at the Masters is his best finish in the majors. It's, you're going to have to read Spencer's article, the 7 Deadly Sins, to see if he makes the cut. But I don't know. I'm out on him. I'm out. Even at 40-1, I'm only betting guys that have finished 1st or 2nd in a major and make other sense in other departments. Like Cam Young has finished 1st or 2nd in a major. I don't know if his first tournament win is going to be a major, but at the same time, I don't know if I trust betting Cam Young at 50-1. We'll see, especially with what I've got up to the last little while. So we're out on Joaquin, despite how well he's playing. The track record is just not there from a major perspective, unfortunately. And if Joaquin loves Augusta, sure, everybody loves Augusta, shot like. Doesn't mean he plays well there. He hasn't played well there. 16th out of 81 people, 87 people. It's good. That's his best finish in a major, man. So, yeah. Oh, you chatting to Criminal? I'm with you. But yeah, Bet Columbia talking mad smack in the chat. I love it. Almost won, didn't. How's that outright ticket on Xander Schauffele treating you? Top 5s though. Xander Schauffele's that's the way to go, man. Okie dokie. Okay. I'm with you. The Genesis. Yes. Okay. Sure. Multiple people have won the Masters and the Genesis. Adam Scott, Jon Rahm, Max Homa. Just kidding. Max Major Menace. Tiger never won the Genesis either. Scottie Scheffler also hasn't won the Genesis. Fun fact, the best finish between Tiger Woods and Scottie Scheffler is a T10 at the Genesis. That's it. Both of them have finished 10th. Neither has done better than that. Or 6th. I can't remember exactly what the number is. But neither, it's the exact same finish, and neither has won that tournament, which has got tons of Masters overlap, which is the only major Scottie Scheffler has won. The only major. Viktor Hovland, 8th in the model. So Joaquin, how would we bet Joaquin? I'd bet him top 5. Now this is the thing. I think you need... We're jumping boat here. We're going to speak about every single freaking golfer. We're going late if we have to. Timestamps be damned. Jump into the mix. We've got this 5 sitting right here. Joaquin Niemann to finish inside the top 5 at the Masters is plus 450. He's plus 210 to have his first major top 10. That's a crazy number, isn't it? If we take a look at DraftKings for a top 20, Joaquin is minus 120. To me, that feels like the way to bet him. He's playing incredible golf. I feel like the expectations are really, really high. The floor for him seems incredible right now. So a minus 120 top 20 is probably the way to go for him. We haven't seen much from him in the majors. It's tough to bet a guy top 10 at plus 210. Plus 210. Plus 210 for a top 10 in a major, and he's never done it in 18 starts. I understand the recent form. Let's do a top 20. Minus 120. This is not his situation. He does have a decent, obviously he's got some decent stuff. Top 20. Never top 10 in his life in a major. Tough to bet a guy for a top 10 when he's never, ever done anything of the likes. At a golf course that has shown you major track record, major pedigree, course history, all very important. I think Joaquin's going to be ultra chalk at $9,600. Bet the top 20 at -120 and call it a day. If you're feeling frisky, bet the plus 210 at top 10 and then call it a day. We will see. Take a drink. We will see. Viktor Hovland, 153 minutes into the show. We are going to start moving down the board here nicely. Playing like shit. Guys won tournaments to end the year, and that's about it. If you take a look at, though, his major track record, goddamn. It's so good. His game translates so well to these majors, but Hovland has done diddly shit over the last little while. The PGA Championship, he finished second. I mean, obviously played amazing. And look at this approach play. It was just so freaking good. His driving is incredible in these majors, but not nearly as consistent as the big dogs. Scottie, Rahm, Rory, all gaining a stroke off the tee. What did Brooks do off the tee? I think he's typically pretty good as well, right? But not, he's also pretty bad, I guess, if we just ignore that. Yeah. So he's not that guy. The ball striking is here and there, but also he's very jumpy over the board. We're getting 18-1. It is what it is. Back to Viktor. Back to Viktor Hovland. So we've got a second place finish. So that checks one of our main boxes, is the fact that he's finished second in a major. The fact that he has got a multitude of wins under his belt when it comes to recent form, but a bit more long-term. We don't have a lot to like about Viktor Hovland, folks. It's a dire situation, actually. Entering the week, it's been bad. He's barely played. It's not been good. It has not been good from Viktor. The players, 60, made the cut. He's making cuts, and I guess he's also playing in his signature events. But since this century, Viktor's only played in 5 tournaments. His best finish is a T19, just like Rory. So we've got these two guys showing up here. It's not been good. The around the green game has completely fallen off a cliff in 2020. It's so crazy. He dumps his coach and starts losing 0.8 strokes per round around the greens. Still driving it incredibly well. Still doing his irons like he's been doing his irons. He sucked it up with the irons at Pebble Beach and at the Century, then went to his coach and chatted right in between the Genesis and the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, and then the irons figured themselves out. What on earth happens with the chipping and shit here? And that's the situation. If you take a look at Hovland's around the green play, it started going at the Open Championship. I don't think he ditched his coach then. But at the US Open, Hovland gained 2.7 strokes around the green. At the PGA Championship, he gained 2.5 strokes around the green. At the Masters, he gained 0.22 after losing 2.3 in round 2. If you take away round 2, one really bad round, he's gaining 2.5 strokes around the green at the Masters. So this is what Viktor's been up to. He's been typically acceptable around the greens, even in the majors, because I think he hits a lot of them, hits a lot of greens. But the problem is he's never won a major. He's got that second place, which is good. And if you take a look at Hovland's current situation, you can find a Viktor Hovland outright win at the Masters on DraftKings. And he's 35-1. If you take a look at just the Masters, Viktor Hovland has a second, a 7th, a 27th, and I think that's okay. He's got 2 more, a 21st and a 32nd. So no top 5 at the Masters, despite playing well last year. Had a really good round 1, and that's that. So I think with Viktor's situation around the greens, I think you want to attack him in round 1. if you take a look at his round one stuff in the majors, what has it been like? I don't know if I trust Viktor to bet him for the week. I trust his skill level to maybe potentially get it done in round one as like a random flyer in a major. And his round one stuff has been great. At the Masters in 2023, he gained 7 strokes. In the PGA Championship in 2023, he gained 5.5 strokes. At the Open Championship of 2022, he gained 4.7 strokes. So there's lots to like. You can really see him getting it done in round one. I think that's the way to go with Viktor. Bet him in round one market and leave him alone in the rest, because I think he can take care of business for a specific round, but the problem is sustainability is not there for Hovlander. So we're struggling. We are struggling with him. How's that outright burn? Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to hate on people, but if you're going to bring some heat in the mix here, you're going to have to deal with a little bit of love back there. That's just Xander for you, though. Okay. The Masters. Viktor Hovland. First round leader. First round stuff. Potentially a first round top 10. I think at 35-1, you're probably going to get some decent numbers. We'll see. Take a drink. Patrick Cantlay. Viktor Hovland's more boring doppelganger. $9,400. 9th in the DFS rankings. 8th in the model. Also, he didn't even change the Maniac override on Brooks. I'd probably make him in the majors. I'd probably put him 4th. I'd probably put him for this week with Jon Rahm being the defending champion. I'd put him up against a higher than Jon Rahm. I'd also put Rory behind him. I'd put him behind Scottie. I'm honestly ranking Brooks as second in my model. That's where I'm putting him. So to get him second, we need to get him to 2. Look how far ahead Scottie is. He's like a full power rating ahead of Xander. Incredible. Okay, Brooksy. So we got to get you to, 1.5. Gets him second in the model. It's unbelievable how just typing in one cell can make it so freaking slow. But he's second in the model now. Good. All right, so that's that. Who else do we have from Liv? Joaquin. I feel like my enthusiasm about him it's there, but it's not nearly as much as I'd like. So we're going to make Joaquin. He's 46th. We need to get him to, I feel like 16th is probably a good spot for him. Maybe let's say 10th. I think he's better than Justin Thomas. I think he's better than Stephan Jaeger. I think he's better than Tony Finau. He's playing better than those guys right now, especially with Jaeger not having played Augusta before. But Jaeger suits Augusta really nicely, by the way. So let's make Niemann, let's put him like 10th. Let's make Niemann like 10th. I think that's the way to rank him. Because we don't really want to bet him top 10, but we kind of like him top 10. But also we don't. He's 7th. Who would that be ahead of? Tony, Hideki. I feel like Hideki can probably catch it. We can chat about Hideki in a little bit. All right. I like him at 7. We can figure it out. Patrick Cantlay. Let's do this thing. Major track record is interesting. It's vanilla, I would say. That's how you describe Patrick Cantlay in general, and that's, I think, how you can describe his major track record. Uninspiring. I know we did a whole rigmarole, stampede / procession of Joaquin Niemann's finishing position over here. Let's do the same thing for Patrick Cantlay. Starting in 2018, missed the cut at the Masters, finished 9th at the Masters in 2019. Then had a third place finish at the PGA Championship in 2019. Had a good year that year. 21st at the US Open. Then a bunch of uninspiring finishes until he finishes like 17th again at the Masters. Also, nothing crazy. Has one really good round in round 2. That's about it. The rest of the time, I think he's about losing strokes, just barely. Nothing better than a top 20 again since that T17 in 2020. Scooting on down the board, got a T15 in 2021 at the US Open. Cool. Another T14 at the 2022 US Open. And then an 8th at the Open Championship. Cool. At St. Andrews, a very easy golf course, which kind of suits his birdie-making ability. I don't know, man. If we filter on the Masters, I don't know if Cantlay even finishes in. He hasn't got a finish better than 14th at the Masters. And he enters the week playing like complete shit. Like if we look up his stuff. I don't even know where my data golf page is. What's it doing over there? Like Cantlay is not playing good golf outside of the Genesis Invitational, where he putted his brains out and hit the irons well. We haven't seen iron play show up yet. The driver used to be. I mean, look at this driving ability over the last 25 rounds. It's like it's not often that your driver is easily one of your best and most consistent weapons. But yet, here we are with Patrick Cantlay in that position. Yet, starting the year, it's been not nearly as good as it has been. It's just been struggling across the board. The distance, he's like missing distance. Typically, every other type situation, you'd gain over 10 strokes on the field. We haven't had that happen once in 2024. Like, I don't know, man. Is he also not doing speed training with the rest of the gang in the off season? I forgot the drink phrases, but take a drink. Dub hustle? It is. Let's see what happens. And sign me the hell up. Those are the 2 drink phrases. So sign me the hell up, buddy. Let's go. You know what? I haven't even finished my second beer. We're like 2 hours and 45 minutes into the show. But this is Patrick Cantlay, folks. We've got nothing going on here. Expectations are low as balls. We don't have anything better than a 14th place finish. Oh, we got a 9th place in 2019, like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was very backdoory. Guy gained a casual 10.2 strokes through the first. He gained in Patrick Cantlay's only top 10 at the Masters. He gained 10 strokes in 2019 over the weekend and lost 1.1 the first 2 rounds. So this is one of the few tournaments where you can lose strokes early as long as you're within 10 shots of the field, the leader, or inside the top 50, you're good to go. You just got to make sure you beat Freddie Couples and Jose Maria Olazabal, those kind of guys. Freaking Larry Mize and Sandy Lyle with these suspenders. Like, we got guys, supreme PGA athletes going up against Larry Mize, who probably shit himself hours before teeing off because the guy's like in his 80s. Yet, Cantlay can't finish better than 9th at the Masters with the golf game that he does have. So what the hell do we do with him? Patrick Cantlay is shorter to win the Masters than Viktor Hovland at 30-1. He's plus 260 for a top 10. Patrick Cantlay is minus 105 for a top 20. What is Patrick Cantlay's top 20 rate in the Masters? It's about 50-50 to start his career. We got 6 starts and we got 3 top 20s. The form entering the week is tough for me. We don't know where his game is. As you can see here, it's been rough. It's been very rough. We've only got 1 top 5. We got 1, that's being the top 10. And he should have won the Genesis and still finished only 4th. We've got problems, folks. I would pick him in potentially a matchup. I think he's a fade candidate. If I was looking for a positive bet on him, it's potentially a top 20. At minus, he's not playing well. Laying $105 to win 100 on Patrick Cantlay right now doesn't feel right. The guy cannot putt around Augusta, despite bent grass being one of his best surfaces. I think that's the thing we've learned about him, is he's a bent gem, but yet in the last 10 rounds, he's lost 13 and a half strokes in the last 10 freaking rounds at the Masters, putting. So it's the whole short game situation. He's losing strokes around the greens even. It's not good. Oh, no, he's gaining, but barely, like 0.2. So this is the thing. If you're looking to bet a positive bet on Patrick Cantlay, fuck. I don't know if I'd bet a top 10 on him. I think you got to take a note out of Criminal's book and say, leave him alone. Don't fade, but don't bet. I would, if I had to place a bet against him, I would fade him in a matchup. That's how I'd go. I'd also potentially, who the hell knows what these miscut numbers are going to be like on these guys, but he's missed the cut here twice. I guess the first time he missed it, but since then it's been one other time. I don't know. The chances are good. He's not playing good golf right now. I wouldn't say good, but he's not playing amazing. Okay. So that's Patrick Cantlay for you. We need to take a little less time on these dudes and dive into them a little quicker. Jordan, as I say that, let's dive into Jordan Spieth, who literally was missing the cut heading into the 16th hole of round 1 at the Bolero, made an ace, and then played the next 10 holes 7 under par, something ridiculous. This is Jordan Spieth's situation. He's inside. I think he's sitting 10th right now at the Bolero. If we pull up Jordan Spieth's pedigree and his profile, I bet him for a top 5 at the Valero because that's the only market he's gained money in over the last 12 months. He's gained you $51, barely gaining you there. The last few weeks, he's lost me money in that market. Hasn't been good from Spieth over that little while. And if you take a look at his recent form, he's missed the 2 cuts entering the week. So this is the Spieth situation, folks. We've got this guy coming into the week. It's not looking good until this week in Texas, where he's played well in the past, obviously. That's where he's from. And we take a look at the Masters. He missed the cut in 2022 in epic fashion. But then in 2021 and 2023, we've got a 3rd and a 4th. The 4th place finish came with talk about, I think that was insane. I guess him and Rory both. He gained 7 strokes in round 4 of the 2023 Masters to finish 4th. He shot a 66 on Sunday. The best round of his week. In fact, that 66 at Augusta matches his 66 when he finished 3rd in 2018. I don't have numbers prior to 2017, but Spieth's pedigree at this golf course is amazing. I feel like this venue, to quote Kevin Van Valkenburg, stimulates his brain. It lights it up. It takes care of his ADD. Jordan Spieth takes care of business around the green. I mean, this is incredible. He gains 1.3 strokes around the green at Augusta over the last 3 years and loses a fraction of a stroke on the greens, which we saw today. He missed a 4-footer to end his round. This is the Jordan Spieth experience. I'm also going to put a subtotal filter on here so we can have subtotals for our most recent majors for guys. Does that go all the way up to number 2? We want that over there. And then we're going to take a look at some more stuff. So in the last little while of majors, whatever that means, the most strokes since 2017 have come from putting. The most strokes lost have come from around the green. 75 strokes total lost around the green in majors. 20 on approach, and 12 off the tee. Just fun facts since 2017. That's what the total of the entire fields in every single one of those has done. Jordan Spieth in majors. Oh, no. Why don't we have that subtotal down here? I'm going to make sure that we do. It's probably going to unfilter. Okay. Jordan Spieth. I think a top 5 bet is the way to go. I'll just put that out there right now. I think that's the way to go. It's been rough the last little while, but at the Masters, he's done it 2 of the last 3 times. It's very, very, he's got 3 top 5s since 2018 at the Masters. Jordan Spieth to finish top 5 is plus 400. I know we've bet a few guys top 5 already, but hey, if we're going to bet every single guy, you got to place your bets in certain markets, man. So we're not going to bet every single bet. We'll wait for breaking 100 to figure out exactly which guys we're going to roll with. But I think the way to attack Jordan Spieth is the top 5 market. That's the way to go. He just does this. He does it. I don't know what his thing is. He finishes inside the top 5 quite often. Just taking a look at his last 12 months, Jordan Spieth finishes inside the top 5 as often. He finishes inside the top 5 22% of the time. He finishes inside the top 10 33% of the time, and does the same for top 20s. So anytime Jordan Spieth finishes top 20 in the last 18 events, he's finished top 10. And a third of the time, he's finished top 5 in those top 20s. So betting Jordan Spieth for a top 40 or for a top 20 is not the way to go. For a made cut is not the way to go. He's making cuts at a 61% clip over those 18 starts. It's top 5 or bust for Jordan Spieth. I'm not betting him to win, despite having chosen him as a one-and-done candidate in one of the markets that I've already used Brian Harman for this week. But top 5. He does it 1 in every 4 starts, basically. 1 in every 5 starts is what Jordan Spieth's doing with the top 5 situation. If he can completely just avoid these blow-up situations, like just looking at Spieth's situation here, it's 1 round per tournament where it's just an abomination. A complete abomination. At the Valspar, gets off to a decent start, shoots well over like 5 strokes difference between his round 1 and round 2. Lost 2.5 strokes at Bay Hill on Saturday. Got DQ'd at Riviera after looking like he was looking like he wanted to flirt around and find out. 6th at the TPC Scottsdale Stadium course at the Waste Management. Again, on Sunday, lost half a stroke. Kapalua, Sunday, lost 0.6 strokes off the, I guess we're talking about off the tee, yeah. But in general, you're seeing 1 poor round at least per tournament. It's just recently been poor. You got to be able to gain over a stroke at least per round when you're trying to win these tournaments. And this is why top 5s are what Jordan Spieth's doing. And he's only had 1 this year. And that was at the Plantation course at Kapalua, which is like a limited, it's basically this field, which is a good comp course, by the way. But yeah, despite missing 4-footers, the guy's gaining over half a stroke on the greens and half a stroke around them. And recently it's been pretty poor. But prior to that, it's been good. So let's see what Spieth can do. I think he's picking up some momentum going into the Masters, which is good to see. We're getting a little obsessed about Jordan Spieth here, but he's playing nicely. He's sitting in 10th right now. Psycho scorecard coming in right now. Round 1, Jordan Spieth. Where the hell is it? This is the Valero. Oh, we need to change it to round 1 over here. Ace. I mean, the guy made everything but a 2. He didn't have a 6 or a 2, but he's got a 1, a 7, a 3, a 4, a 5 on his card in one single round. So yeah, this is the dude. Goes and gains a casual 2 strokes on one approach shot. Incredible. So this is what Jordan Spieth's up to. I think a top 5 at plus 400. What are his odds for a top 5 plus 400? Across the board, pretty much. Yes, including ties. If you want to go against the ties, you can do a Jordan Spieth top 5, which would be plus 450. So if you take 4 times 3, or do 4, yeah, we said plus 400 for Jordan Spieth for a top 5. So you take 400 times 3, 40 times 3 is 120. You got to get to plus 520 for a Jordan Spieth out top 5 ties not paid in full in order to get to the right number. So plus 500 at least. But plus 400 ties paid in full is the way to go. That's an implied probability for Jordan Spieth of 20%. And he's doing it 22% of the time, despite only having done it once this year. He's done it 2 of the 3 times at the Masters recently, so we'll see what happens there. Jordan Spieth, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan Spieth, ladies and gentlemen. Top 5 and round 1. If you take a look at what Jordan Spieth has been up to in round 1 lately as well, it's been pretty darn good. I know I'm jumping all over the place again, but his round 1 numbers have been very impressive. He's had some bad rounds, sure, every now and then, but also Spyglass doesn't count because I don't think that, I don't know if, I guess that would have been his first round. He would have played a different course. But every other start outside of those 2 this year, he's gained over 2 strokes in round 1. Obviously, I bet him to be first round leader this week at Valero, and he's sucked it up. But it's the putter. He hasn't lost strokes putting in round 1 yet. Around the green, only done it once at Sawgrass. It is what it is. Plays great golf on the greens with the short game. He's gaining like 2 strokes per round in round 1. It's really, really incredible what he's been up to. For DFS, Spieth ownership at Masters, it's always crazy. But it makes so much sense, shot-like, because he finished top 5 in 2 of his last 3. You can only put 6 guys in your roster. Spieth's $9,200. You can easily, he's going to be your second guy in the majority of the time. So if you're looking to fade Jordan Spieth in DFS, if his ownership gets into the 20s, if you're feeling that way, you can bet him top 5 and call it a day. I feel like plus 400 is a fair number. You're getting your slight 2% edge there. If you can find a better number somewhere else, you got to get probably to 550 without ties paid in full. If you can get a 500 with ties paid in full, that would be very, very nice. Hopefully he sucks it up around Valero, even though I bet a top 5 on him. But that's the situation with Jordan Spieth. Boom. Willie Z. We got a 49-1 on Willie Z. Bet that after round 2, I think, of the Hero, where he gained strokes putting. And then that's that. It's been a fun year for Willie Z. He's actually played some good golf. He's played good golf at courses that you'd expect him to play good golf at, and sucked it up at courses you'd expect him to suck it up at. Wow! Dude. What's up, Darbo? This is why I did it on a Friday, because I'm drinking Modelo's. You know what? Darbo's in the house. Let's take a quick second. Look at me. I'm like red as fuck. Hey. You know what, Darbo? You're not that late, man. You're not that late. It's 3 hours in. We're still going to cruise. Cheers, brother. You drinking Stellas are one of my favorites, by the way. Cheers, man. Stellas are good beers. They're in the same realm as like a Dos Equis for me. They're in the same realm as a Stellas. They are lager, right? Because this is what a Modelo is as well. Just a crisp lager. So you can do the same thing. Oh, not a Keystone, folks. Maybe we spice it up. I'll do a Modelo later. But you know what? We're showing you guys how you do this thing. I always show you stuff on the show. So I've showed you how to shotgun a beer. You obviously remember you have to. Should we do a quick shotgun to get things spicier? I have no idea how many likes and I don't know how many people are watching. Let's take a quick peek. Let's take a quick peek. Select the channel. That's my channel. Okay. My channel. Here's my show. 10 people watching right now. Okay, folks. Let's see. I only see 10 likes. So we're going to need to get to like, I don't know, maybe you 10 are the people that gave me the 10, but let's at least get to 15 before I start shotgunning beers. I'll open it up in another half an hour. But until then, I'm going to show you Modelo Keystone can. Finger underneath the gold, pop it right underneath you. Make sure that like rim, you really want the rim. See, you come here for golf bets, but also get like college hacks. You don't need a bottle opener in your life. All you need is another beer. As long as you have 2 beers in your life unopened, you always have a bottle opener and you always will have an open beer in the future. Rim underneath the lid, pop it right in there, get your finger. You should be able to hold it like this. So you just want your thumb underneath the can there, making a leverage situation. And then all you want to do is just pop it open. I'm trying to show off here, but it's a pretty simple situation. A big can makes the lever a bit bigger, but boom, lid off. So Keystones are up next. The 3 Modelos we had to start the show are done. We've only spoken about a few guys in 3 hours, but we've got timestamps. We're just having fun. It's the freaking Masters. Also, it's so much fun seeing Shotlike and Darbo in the chat. You guys are like easily one of my favorite people. If you're really good, you can use another bottle. Well, DJS, you're showing up late, my man, because we've already done the Modelo bottle openings. I showed everybody how to do it with the bottle, which is actually easier. I prefer it that way. The big can it's a little too much, but you can pretty much do anything you want. What? Challenge accept what you didn't know what, Darbo? Yeah, oh yeah. Okay, Philip. Good. People are here. That's good. We're 3 hours and 5 minutes into a freaking show. Let's talk about some more golfers. Let's sip on some Modelos. We've got what? It is Friday night. We've got like 5 days until the Masters, folks. Till the Masters starts. Let's go. I didn't even know who we were talking about. We were talking about Jordan Spieth and top 5ing. That's where we were. Oh, Willie Z. So let's change the Willie Z situation to 180. 186. Poor Willie Z. Guy caught a 6-minute beer lesson there. But we took a little recharge. You know, we're doing a long stream here. It's 12:11 here in Iowa. We're having some fun. I got to go and change my timestamp to how to open a beer with a Keystone. We got some dead heats about just shy of 2 hours. And we got Keystone bottle opening at 3 hours. But, you know, this is Darbo. This is the Darbo effect. Darbo shows up and the model starts like completely misbehaving. Okay. How to pop a top. How to pop a top with a key. Stone. And that was 3 hours into the... We're going to do like some fun life hacks every hour. Dude, Philip, I'm right there with you, man. This is the best. You know, you get the live streams, you get all the par 3. By the way, if you aren't betting par 3 hole-in-ones, you're not doing life right, because you can put every par 3 on your TV and have a literal round by round sweat every single shot on a par 3 that comes off the tee box. Obviously, once that's, you know, done, hit the shot, you can't make a hole-in-one after you've hit your first shot. But you get what I'm saying. So bet the hole-in-ones. We'll wait and see what those lines are. But man, oh man, regardless if you win or lose, if you are a complete degenerate, and I will stress this one more time before we go into the next bunch of stuff. This is the week where golf gambling, don't even record these losses and wins. Like, go into the week looking to have fun. Go into the week looking to, you're paying to watch the movie, basically. You're paying to watch the par 3 movie as a hole-in-one bets. You bet a hole-in-one for the full tournament. So anytime a hole-in-one happens, then you bet the hole-in-one to happen more than once. So you bet it hole-in-one twice. So in the same day, if it happens, you can cash that again, as well as betting every single day. So that if it happens in one day, the following day, you've still got another hole-in-one bet. It's just fun. You've got the 4 par 3s, obviously on Sunday. That hole-in-one over the course of the tournament is absolutely live going into the final hole, because anyone can hit that ball into the hole on 16 on Sunday. It's a fun pin placement. You're going to get negative odds on it, but I think you still got to bet that bet. And you can potentially bet it on Sunday only after you've had your first 3 rounds. If you've hit a few hole-in-ones prior to that, then you bet more. If not, just play a little bit less. Then you still got that Sunday sweat. So that's my hole-in-one props for you guys. Let's change the timestamp here as well to hole-in-one bets, because that's the fun situation here. We are watching the Masters. We are going to be doing things that make us happy. Probably spoke about it for 3 minutes, right? What do you think? Mike Weir, Fred Couples, Vijay Singh, Jose Maria Olazabal, Stuart Hagestad, Neal Shipley, Zach Johnston, Christo Lamprecht. Woo! We got some names. All right, Ludvig, boom. Our first debutante as the 11th, 12th ranked golfer on the DFS slate. $9,100. Ludvig. Currently got Ludvig heavily invested at the Valero. Please tell me he made the cut. He did. Thank freaking God. Gained on approach today. Good. But 34th. I think if you're looking for a showdown option, he's the guy. Dude, if you're looking for a bunch of choke artists, Jesus Christ, this is the leaderboard. Akshay, Brendan Todd, Russell Henley, Denny McCarthy. Finish. That's the top 4. Woo-hoo-hoo. Anyway, let's get back to business here. Back to business. We are looking at Ludvig. 191 minutes. 191 minutes into the show. Ludvig's been profitable across the board. Would have won you money for an outright at the RSM, finishing inside the top 5 at a 22% clip. We have the fall swing for Ludvig, remember, folks, and the majority of his scoring likely took place there in the fall, which we will once we get Ludvig up here, we will look at this. This is beautiful. It's the first name. We're going to take away the year 24 and show you his finishing positions, because we've only got a top 5 at the Century, which was a 3rd place finish after flying up the leaderboard. Who clicked this button? Who clicked this button? Let's get these columns out the way here. But obviously, Darbo shows up and here we are. We got the model freezing on us. But let's go to the major winners model. where we've got strokes gained of all the major winners in the past. But you know what? If my model wasn't freezing on me, it would have been a good joke because I would have said, there's nothing to look at if you filter on Ludvig because it's his first major. The guy is one of the... What is he? What is his current world ranking right now? What is his current ranking right now? What is his current data golf ranking? That's arguably the more accurate situation. It's 6th. World ranking is 9th. Woo, baby. 9th in the FedEx Cup. You love to see this home plate situation here. Good profile. And the thing about Ludvig, folks, since coming, like, the guy hates Hawaii. Either he just had a bit of a long time off, or the guy is not a fan of Hawaii, because that was the only time he finished outside the top 25 this year. We've got top 25s scattered throughout the rest of his next 5 starts. We've got a 2nd place at Pebble Beach, which was only 3 rounds. I get that. We've got an 8th place at his Players Championship debut. Gained incredibly on approach. Gained just about as many strokes on approach as he did when he won the Omega Masters in September. Just looking good, man. So this dude, I think a lot of people are going to be looking to jump in on him at the Masters. I don't know if who's this dude? Ludvig. We got Ludvig and Spieth in the mix here. Let's just get Aberg. He's been playing well. This is all you need to do. No, I wouldn't. No. That's not the play, DJS. I don't know. That's a drink, by the way. Did I say I don't know? No. Let's see. Either way, I'll add a new one. I don't know is a new drink because now it's midnight and I don't know. But if you take a look at what old Luddy's been up to, he's been better on Saturdays and he's been better doing his thing. I'm going to hide this stupid column because it keeps making me think it's something else. But per tournament, I did some research and I think for outright, you got to gain above 1 stroke per round a lot of the time. I think like 75% of winners or something crazy had gained every round of golf of the tournament. And Ludvig has these like 1 round per tournament where he kind of just doesn't show up. Was it potentially going to be the 4th round of the Pebble Beach Pro-Am? We don't know because he gained 3 consecutive days there. But since then, we've got little bits of blemishes here and there. We'll see what happens. Drink, drink, drink. But I don't know if Ludvig's ultimate skill set is rewarded as much as we think at Augusta. Yes, he's got tons of length, but he's typically also got tons of accuracy off the tee. And at Augusta, that doesn't necessarily come into play. We've got the entire field hitting 70% of their fairways at Augusta, 11% more than PGA Tour average, remember, which kind of distinguishes Ludvig. And I think what we are coming to know and learn about Ludvig Aberg is the fact that he might be a short course specialist. Let's go back into 2023. If the gray zone allows us, we will get there promptly. But we do know that Ludvig is the RSM winner of 2023. We do know that Ludvig, according to my man Deep Dive, this win that he had somewhere, the Omega European Masters, another golf course that is really short. It's a short positional golf course. Ludvig gained a casual 15 strokes on the field when he won that tournament, playing good golf. Had a bit of a rough round and kind of found himself surging up the leaderboard as the week went along, but that's how he gets it done. He led from the front at the RSM. I don't know what the hell possessed this guy, but he was just ball striking the shit out of it. Like off the tee, it was elite levels. I mean, the guy's averaging a casual gained like 5 strokes off the tee in 3 rounds of golf, which we haven't seen since. That's the thing. Since then, we're averaging 0.77. And this is what Ludvig came out as, is the guy that is elite driver of the golf ball. In 2024, he has not been. He's averaging 0.38 strokes off the tee. Ludvig Aberg, a guy that gained 5 at the RSM. If we take away his worst rounds, his 2 rounds he lost 2 strokes. Let's just take away the 3 rounds he lost over a stroke. Then you're only averaging 0.7. You know, we saw Scottie, we saw Rory, we saw Rahm, all averaging a stroke off the tee in these majors. If Ludvig doesn't get it together off the tee, we've got problems. And he's not typically doing it right now. Yes, the last few rounds have been better, but we've got literally, if we take away the players, surprise, surprise, guess what? Ludvig gained a ton of strokes off the tee at a short positional golf course in round 1. Gained 2.5 strokes around the players. 2.5 strokes. But DJS, to get back to your question, he's a debutant. The first time, you know, it's late now. It's 12:24. For those of you that have had sex, think about the first time. It's not easy to get the ball in the hole, is it? You're nervous. You know what to do, but it's tricky. And that's what Augusta is. She's your first time. It's going to be a tricky situation. So leave Ludvig alone for a top 10. Leave him alone for a top 20. I don't know, buddy. I think for Ludvig, the market it's overreacted to him. Scottie Scheffler. I think we've looked at it up already. I think he finished 22nd in his first major, in his first Masters. And then I think his second Masters, he finished 21st. I think Tiger, I was looking, because Ludvig is plus 600 to finish top 20 in all 4 majors, when Xander, who's doing it right now on a 7 top 20 made streak, is plus 800. We got Ludvig at plus 600 for a freaking 4 top 20s in his first 4 majors. Tiger Woods finished top 20 in only 2 of his first 4 majors. I went and looked it up. He won 2 of his next 4 in the following year, and I think he finished top 4 in all 4 of them. It was like one of the craziest second years of majors. So no Ludvig. Top 10, at least. And I wouldn't bet him in any market, because you can't get the right number on him. For a top 20, it's minus 110. That's not good enough, bud. This is for someone that's never played at Augusta. This is for someone who's playing his first, which most people typically do, maybe. Sometimes they play the PGA Championship or the US Open as their first major. But this is his first major, the Masters. He's good. These big golf courses don't suit him as much as we thought. This ain't no RSM. This ain't no Seaside Island. This ain't no TPC Sawgrass. This ain't no Pebble Beach. This is a 7,500-yard beast with nuances, with more nuances than your mother-in-law at Thanksgiving. We bring out the analogies for Ludvig. But this is the situation. This is the situation. You are not going to like what you see from Ludvig if you lay tons of money on him to have a high upside finish. I think the money for him needs to be in the top 40 market, but if he's freaking minus money to finish top 20, he's just unbettable, in my opinion. Play him in DFS. He's going to be very freaking popular anyway. I'm out. I think he's a full fade for me, man. We never even spoke about Willie Z. Completely just spaced out on this guy. But this is Ludvig. No bueno. No bueno for Luddies. No bueno. Well, yeah. But, dude, if you take a look at his distance on Data Golf, it's like this is Data Golf data right here. And even at the Arnold Palmer, it was like, he's good. He's good. He's got tons of distance. I mean, he's averaging 300 yards, blah, blah, blah. Off the tee is solid. But again, buddy, like there's a few moments where he's like losing. So if we remove Hawaii from the mix, he's only averaging half a stroke off the tee. This is Ludvig Aberg, one of the greatest drivers of the golf ball to come through 2024, 2023. Never seen anyone greater than this dude. Got one win at the RSM. I understand I'm talking a whole bunch of shit about guy that's not even been on tour for a year, but hey, Tom Kim's got 3 wins in like 18 months as well. Small hands, Tom Kim. So that's what's going on with him. Let's chat about Will Zalatoris, which we have an actual bet on. And I think he's going to be a fun bet to chat about. I just can't stop. We're going to probably speed up as we get closer to these guys. But hey, you know what? We're having some fun. So Will Zalatoris. So we just quick make some notes about Ludvig here. Debut. Odds are shit. No. Can't do it. All right. Willie Z. Willie Z, BB. I think we're going to be looking at top 5 for Willie Z for sure. It's his most profitable market outside of nothing. It is his most profitable market. That's the way you want to bet Willie Zalatoris. In his casual little 6 starts to start 2024, after taking a little bit of a hiatus. This will be the year that it's 12 months since he kind of decided to take a break from golf with an injury with his back. Willie Z withdrew to withdraw from the Masters, not even to just gut it out. I think he's either protecting his like track record there, which has been exceptional. Let's pull it up. Or he just was in extreme pain. Either way, it's been rough. So you cannot bet someone to win the Masters if they haven't finished second in a major. And to avoid clicking a million different buttons, let's just ignore Fernandez Gonzalo Fernandez Castano. Apparently that the ZAL in Gonzalo filtered with Zalatoris. But Will Zalatoris, if you're looking for second place finishes in a major, he has 3. PGA Championship, US Open, and the Masters. If you're looking for course history at this golf course, and we haven't even really spoken about course history relative to everybody else. He's played here twice. He's finished 2nd and 6th. Like to finish second in your debut of the Masters. Oh boy. You know, that is some good golf. Where's his colors gone here? Why don't we have... It's because of this bottom piece, isn't it? I'm getting the ADDs going hard here. Ollie Snyderjans, 2018. We're going to just remove this. This is causing us some issues with the colors. Okay, let's go back to Will Zalatoris now. This dude around Augusta, man. Incredible. 6th and 2nd. Boom, boom, boom. So obviously that means we're betting him top 5. He's currently plus 550. Ties include Ludvig Aberg. However you want to dry heave his name out of your mouth, has got shorter odds to finish top 5 in a freaking Masters tournament than Will Zalatoris. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Plus 500 for Ludvig to finish top 5, plus freaking hell up for Will Zalatoris to finish 5th or better at this Masters. He's done it once. The other time he finished 6th. If you take a look at what Willie Z has got up to this year, we bet him at the Euro in November when he had a really good round there. Showed up at the Sony, sucked it up. I don't know if that was a great course for him, but I think he needed reps. He needed to get the reps in. And the problem with his situation was the putter. The putter started off pretty poorly, and the ball striking kind of showed up as always. We are going to be looking at this situation here. And when you take a look at this guy's schedule makers, it's been a phenomenal job. We got outside of those first 3 tournaments that he just got to get the rust off in California and Hawaii. Then we went the Farmers, the Genesis, the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and the Texas Children Houston Open. Those 4 courses, all long golf courses. Big boy tracks, hit the drivers, hit the freaking long irons, see what you can do. In those 4 starts, we've got a T13, a second, and a 4th. We sucked it up at Texas last week or 2 weeks ago, finished 74th, made the cut, whatever. We've got 3 really good performances coming right out the rusty gates. If you're asking me, that screams like the guy's going to play some good golf at Augusta. If you're looking to bet this dude, it's a top 5, folks, at a number longer than Ludvig Aberg, who hasn't played in a major. What? That doesn't make any sense. So yes, Willie Z, let's go, baby. Look at this track record in 2022. 6th, second, and then the Open, whatever. He's not a fan of the Open. But Jesus, this guy has been taking care of business in these majors. In fact, I'm also going to take a quick peek at him for top 20s in all the majors. Whether or not he takes care of business for us in the Open will be decided at some point. It'll be the final week. We can maybe hedge out of that. But if you're looking for like major specials or something, go find Willie Z. I think this is the way to go, is betting Will Zalatoris to finish inside the top 20 in all these majors. I don't know, specials. Top 20 in all 4 majors. Will Zalatoris is a plus 1,000. Yes. So this is how we're doing it. We're betting him top 5 at Augusta at plus 550. We're betting this dude at plus 1,000 to finish inside the top 20 in every single major. 10-1. Let's go. Plus 550. Ludvig is freaking plus 500. That's ridiculous. And then we're also going to bet him 10-1 to finish top 20 in every single major. That's incredible. Scottie Scheffler's even money to finish inside the top 20 in every single major, which is crazy too. So Willie Z, T20 every major. Darbo, what are you puking at there, bud? Okay, T20 every major and top 5 at the Masters. And we bet him obviously at 49-1 to win the thing. He's currently what? Will Zalatoris, who's been a major hunter, is not on the first page. 35-1. So 49s are like barely that far away from what DraftKings has him at 35 right now. So that's amazing. I would bet 35. I would legit bet 35-1 right now if I had the chance to. So let's actually change our outright card to a 35-1. I know what my 49 does. And get a feel for our current situation here. The 35s help. If we include Cam, we are like the Brooks 18 hurts a little bit. But if we pretend we're not playing Cam, Willie Z, Brooks Koepka, and then we still have spots for a 30? Yeah, I feel like you can find a 30-1 on someone in that range. Maybe we like someone, maybe we don't. I'm looking at it now, and I'm not necessarily that thrilled about what I'm seeing. So you'd have to go less than that. But whatever. That's your prerogative. Ludvig Aberg, yeah. Hold on, Darbo. Okay, so we're going to let's go. You know what? What are we doing here, folks? We got a whole bunch of things. Aberg, I know in Norwegian you say the G, maybe Swedish. Yeah. I'm just yelling a million different pronunciations of him. We got Ludvig 6th, Wilsey 60th in data golf ranking. Right. Okay, I get it. You know, that's for every tournament they play in. Willie Z, not necessarily the greatest regular season golfer ever to exist, but from a major track record, I've shown you enough to believe this guy's the real deal. We'll see what happens. Okay, good. I was about to say, dude, I will give you a stroke per round, and I'll take Will Zalatoris over Ludvig Aberg in all the majors. I'll give you 16 strokes. I think by the end of the year, Ludvig loses to Will Zalatoris by 20 strokes in these majors. And he's going to be losing to him by 10 in the Masters. Oh, you're going to take it, Darbo? Okay. Deal. Let's go. I'll give you a stroke per round. Are you going to take the Ludvig Aberg stroke per? Okay. Okay. So you're going to take Ludvig. And if Will Zalatoris' strokes gained, I guess, do we want to say just score? Like if he beats him by 16 shots over the course of 16 rounds of major golf, let's go. Queso beer, buddy. I want my keystones. You know what? I'll take some Modelo's, actually, because that's going to happen. There's no way Ludvig beats Willie Z. Well, I guess we got 16 shots now, but hey, we've been sipping on some Burge. Let's do some more deep diving at the Masters. So that's Will Zalatoris' situation. You know what? To dive into this even deeper, because we're doing this, take a look at what he's got up to on these greens in these majors. And this was before the broomstick. If you take a look at what he got up to on the greens with the broomstick, without the broomstick, it's been incredible in 2022. Incredible. He's averaging a stroke on the greens in the last 4 majors. Now we go to the broomstick. Who the heck knows what happens? Because the broomstick, folks, is a real deal. Freaking Willie Z's doing his thing, man. He's doing his thing. The broomstick has moved him in the right direction. And considerably. We had some bad putting in Houston. It is what it is. And at the Players, blah, blah, blah. We've had 4 like, when last did you see Will Zalatoris doing this nonsense? Like, looking at his last little while, it's been brutal. Take a look at 2022. It's like Chode City here. We've got the random spikes here and there, but outside of that, it's been poor putting. Now we get that flaw of the broomstick. I mean, I guess, geez, the Texas Children's Open was pretty bad. But he lost 4 strokes in 1 round. It is what it is. So that's the thing. Go to Will Zalatoris 35-1, top 5 and top 20 in every single major. 10-1. Boom, boom, boom. Let's rock and roll. Let's party. Give me all of that. Okie dokie. I've said this every time we've gone back to a new person, but we're going to speed it up here at some point. Hideki. Playing good golf. Entering the week. 205. 215. Jesus, we spoke about these guys forever. We're doing like a 12-minute segment on every single golfer. You know what it is? It's the Masters. We're having fun. We almost had Cam Smith too. Hideki Matsuyama. So the situation with this dude, and I'm going to pull up my face here for this. I was looking up Sam Burns to see at a specific tournament who has gained the most strokes in a specific area, putting around the green, irons off the tee. I was looking up Sam Burns at the Valspar. Nobody at a particular tournament with at least, I think, 10 rounds has gained more strokes than Sam Burns has in a specific area than Sam has on the Valspar greens putting. Sam has putted incredibly well at the Valspar on the greens there. But there's one person by the name of Hideki Matsuyama who has outgained him in a specific area, and he's the only person to do it. And it's on approach at the US Opens. If you take a look at Hideki Matsuyama's US Open strokes gained approach, I know this is a Masters podcast, but it's also a major situation. We're going to pull up Hideki, folks. It is, whoo-hoo-hoo, you won't believe what you're going to see here on approach. It's incredible. So I'm just going to show you his approach numbers here. You can see what's going on. But while the model's loading, take a peek here. Approach play, pretty solid, blah, blah, blah. He wins the Masters in 2021. Congratulations, Hideki. But he had a 13th there to lead up to that. There's a Hideki, I think, is the guy for this one that when he won it in 2018? No. When did he win it? 2019, 2020, 2021. Hideki had a second place, I think, at a US Open prior to that. It was a long time ago, but still had a decent finish in a major. Prior to that, he had a 13th, a 17th, a 22nd, a 21st, a 16th, all that jazz. He's had an 11th at the Masters prior to that. So not a single top 10, I don't think, at the Masters prior to 2017. Maybe there's one prior to that. But what you're seeing from Hideki is some seriously interesting stuff. So the Masters win came in 2021. He had in 17 and 16, he had 3 top 5s, a second place in 17. So 4 years later, that showed up at the Masters. But what he does have is a history bank to draw on. He's got a 5th, a 4th, a 2nd, and a 5th leading up to that. He's got 4 instances where he was top 5. Joaquin Niemann has only none. He's finished 16th in the Masters. That's 16th out of 87 people with Larry Mize and Fred Couples in the field is not going to do it for me. So this is the situation. You need a run up to give yourself a chance to win these things. That's what Hideki did. So, but getting back to the situation here with Hideki, let's just filter on this US Open situation here. Look at this approach play. This is ridiculous. He's lost approach in 2 rounds since 2019. He's averaging 1.8 strokes on approach in US Opens right now. Woo! That's crazy. That's a crazy metric. That's gaining more strokes on approach than Sam Burns does putting at the Valspar. I think it was 20. I think the magic number was 20 rounds. And that's it. 20 is a sizable amount of data for a specific venue. That's incredible. And yeah, off the tee, not really. But I guess at the US Opens, maybe. Or just in majors in general. But yeah, the thing with the irons is incredible, man. Now, I understand Darbo's probably sitting in his chair, drinking a Stella, thinking, well, he lost strokes off the tee for the most part in those rounds. And, that's why his irons are that. But, at the same time, Darbo, we've got just incredible iron play going on. Enjoy it. Okay. Chill out. I'm going to get ahead of that one there. But yeah, if you just take a look at what Hideki's been up to, he's trending in the right direction. I'm going to bet him. I got him at 46-1 for the US Open. We'll see what happens, man. It's just weird. He does this thing in these US Opens where he just gains 1 million strokes on approach. 1 million strokes on approach. He's lost 2 US Opens. He's gained 18 strokes on approach. His last 2 US Opens, he's gained 18 strokes on approach. That's just, what the hell is that? Incredible. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's what's cooking over here. That's what's cooking over here with Hideki. I can't bet the guy. I cannot at 25-1. I see that. I feel you. What are we doing with Hideki? The recent major performances are lacking. The recent form is good. I would probably bet him top 20 at the Masters. But if you're taking a look at top 20 bets at the Masters for Hideki Matsuyama, you're going to be paying minus 130. What are we getting from him from the Masters? T16, T14, first, 13th, 32nd, 19th. So we've got, holy shit, folks, we've got a serious situation developing here for Hideki. This is the way to go for him. He loves this golf course. We've got 6 top 20s in the space of 7 starts for Hideki Matsuyama. What did he do prior to 2017? So we're going to be betting him top 20 for sure. 2017 at the Masters, another top 20, another top 20, missed the cut. And then, like, look at this. Hideki Matsuyama, first 3 Masters tournaments, missed the cut, 54th and 27th. Then after that, started rattling off those finishes. So Hideki Matsuyama is a complete lock for a top 20. Bet the guy. Top 20, call it a day. And you can even bet it without the ties, even if you're feeling frisky. Hideki Matsuyama, minus 130, including ties. If you're looking for a minus 150, minus 130, including ties. Boom. That's the way to go. I think that's exactly the way to go with Hideki, is betting the top 20 market at Augusta. He provides you with an incredible floor. It's been insane. Yeah, dude, this is not where I saw myself going with Hideki Matsuyama, but Jesus Christ, dude, we've got a lot going on with this dude. How many top 20s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 top 20s. 4 of them have come in a row. And then we've got what? Prior to 2017, we got 7 top 20s, 8 top 20s, 9 top 20s. So 9 of his last 10 starts have been top 20s at the Masters. Yeah. The guy's a major beast. That's incredible. For as bad as he's been playing, the Masters is like, it's his jam. He loves that place. So yeah, at minus 130, that's a no-brainer to me. A no-brainer, especially the top 20, because that's a market he's done much. Like the top 10, you do not want to touch Hideki Matsuyama in that realm at all, or top 5s. You want to bet him top 20 if you are betting him. So we're going to bet him. We're going to do that. Top 20. He's done it in 9 of his last 10 Masters. What is that? That's insane. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All righty. So go from Hideki, one of my least favorite golfers. And I think that's it. Just bet the minus 130 at $9,000. You know, you're not really getting that, like, I know he's playing well right now, but a lot of that is got to do with the short game too. If you take a look at his recent form, everyone's like thrilled about him. And I know that, Jesus, the irons are starting to, oh my God, I'm talking myself into this, dude, am I not? Look at what these irons are doing into this week. It's trending. It's spiking so hard. His irons are moving in the right. The driver's moving, the ball striking, but the putting has been lacking. But when he guidance putting, he wins these tournaments, man. Hideki, 25-1. He checks the boxes. How many of Spencer's boxes does he check? He's young. Great course history, obviously. Top 30 for days. I mean, he's decent with the distance, right? Yeah, the distance is there. Around the green, elite. Like, it's what literally won him the Genesis. 3-putt avoidance, I'd imagine, is pretty solid for him. In fact, I have it. I can look at it. I haven't even looked at, like, these guys' actual... So, yeah, he's much better at 3-putting than he is in... But in majors, he struggles. Crazy. I think that's the thing. The putting keeps him outside the top 10s, but just the rest of his game is inside the top 20. It's incredible. Okay. That's it for Hideki. Let's talk about Cam Smith, a casual 20 minutes later. Okay. We just chat about Hideki Matsuyama for 20 minutes. Yeah, we did. No, we spoke for 12. That's fine. I can do 12. No, we spoke about it for, I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Who we are speaking about next is Cam Smith. So we saw in Spencer's model, in his breakdown of the 7 deadly sins, Cam never did it for distance, but I might disagree with him there. You've got an outright on Hideki. What did you get him at, Shot? Like, I'm jealous. Did I just say I'm jealous of an Hideki outright at the Masters? Cameron Smith, my guy. I almost put my wig on, folks, for this stream, but it's a stream, so we're going to leave it at that. But you can expect I will be wearing this thing on my shows next week. I'm not even going to worry about Cam at the other majors. It's not his jam. The Masters is his jam. And as a result, I will be pulling only up the Masters, because it just goes to show you how good he has played at this venue. So since 2018, Cam has finished 5th there. I'm curious how he did in his first Masters. 55th. Cam Smith, 55th in his first Masters. See, this is the thing. Cam Smith in his first Masters finished 55th, then finished 5th, 51st, 2nd, 10th, 3rd, 34th, being a live fatty. So his first Masters was 2015, 55th in 16, and then missed it in 2017. Third Masters was 2018, and he finished 5th, which is where the story starts for us, yeah. And since that 5th place finish in 18, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 top 10s and 3 top 5s. So I think for Cam Smith, a top 10 here at plus 275 is the way we want to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 66% probability over the last 6 years. If we go to Cam Smith for a top 20, or top 10, excuse me, at plus 275. That's without ties. I think we can probably get a 250, 260 with ties. Cam Smith, plus 240, whatever. We'll take it. Plus 240 implies that this is happening, a top 10, at whenever Excel figures its shit out. It's implying it happens at a 29% probability for a top 10, when in fact it's happening at least half the time, even if you take away that 10th place finish, whereas 10th on the money, ties would have been paid in full for that bet. But I don't know. I feel like he's in much better form entering this week than he was when he was leading into the 34th place finish, because of freaking Liv, like Shot Like says. I hate that he went there, dude. Dude, he was my boy too. He's our boy. Like, he was everyone's like freaking favorite. If you take a look at 2023, like going into the Masters, where are we here? So he played 1, 2, 3. He played 3 times leading up to the Masters. It's like maybe, yeah, call it 3 times, and it wasn't good. And then he finished 34th. You know, it was like off the tee, lost strokes around there, blah, blah, blah. And then he got pissed. I think that's what happened. It obviously looks like he got pissed. And then played well. Won a few live tournaments, all that jazz. How's he been looking entering this? 2nd at Hong Kong, good. 8th at Mayakoba this year, good. That's nice to see. What is he doing right now in live? I didn't see him at the top of the board, but he usually takes a hot minute to get going. Oh boy. Plus 3. Great. Maybe he just gets a bit of momentum going into the week, but hey, you know, I don't think Tyrrell's the course for him. I think it requires good driving over there, good ball striking. That's not his thing. So he probably hit I just love it. Look at this. Millions and millions of dollars, and we don't even like have any metrics for the dude. It's just brutal. Anyway, so this is Cam Smith for you. Top 10, sign it up. We've got a bit more better form, at least entering the week, than we did the last time round. We've seen exceptional golf at this venue. He's made the cut pretty much every time in the last 6 years. Give me Cam Smith. I've got the outright on him. I wouldn't suggest people bet it. It's just more of a, I would never forgive myself if he won it than anything else. So I'm going to leave him. I'm going to leave him off my actual betting card and go in search of somebody else in the meantime. And I'm going to probably change my betting card to get to 6. So a 20 is where I'll go. Is where I will go for probably one of my last dudes. We'll see. Okay. So that's Cam. You know what's going on with the Masters. Don't look at the other majors, which he still had 2 top 10s last year. In those 2 majors, LACC and the PGA Championship, after not finishing inside the top 10 here, let's go. Let's freaking go. Lots to love about this guy. Lots to love watching him play golf. Lots to love about watching him putt. It makes too much sense. Got 4 top 10s at the Masters in 6 starts. Top 10 bet. Okay. DJ. And where will I move Cam in my rankings? I guess we never did Willie Z either. I'll probably move Willie Z to the top 10, just right there by Hideki. I'll probably move him ahead of Tony, probably move him ahead of Wyndham Clark as well. So I'll actually move Willie Z up there a little bit more too, because he doesn't have a lot of data. So what? We need to get him to 1.5, 1.45. Okay. So he's in. And then I'll probably move Cam into the top 10 as well. I'm not as high on him as I usually am. I hate that he went to live. It fucked up his entire game because he's very good. And he's just not getting enough like reps. Granted, he's played a few more entering this year, but just not getting enough reps, man. Not getting enough reps. I do think I would put Cam ahead of Joaquin Niemann, though. That's for sure. Around Augusta, that's a no-brainer for me. So I'm making Cam 7 so far in the model. 8. Joaquin goes to 9 now. DJ. Golly, we are taking a hot minute to get through all this stuff. But Jesus, you know what? Like I've said, we're having some fun. Dustin. He's obviously won the Masters. He's obviously won a major. He's obviously played great in the past. Let's see what DJ can get up to. What can he get up to? Let's see what he can do. 2nd, 12th, 1st. We've got them all over here. I think DJ is potentially a top 20 bet. Plus 110 for a top 20. Yeah. There's some... Check a look. Missed the cut after winning it in 2020. Isn't that funny? Finished 2nd, then won it. Missed the cut. T12. So, yeah. What does DJ's game situation look like? Let's get the Masters out of here. I think he struggled in the majors last year. The putting was bad. That's the situation with DJ. Do we get the putter to function? And that's the situation. They all seem to lose the... I know, man. Well, dude, even Brooksy didn't have the fire at Liv. He brought the heat to the Masters, to the PGA Championship. It's sad. It messed up the whole PGA, man. It just messed up all of golf. So we've got some interesting situations here from DJ. Obviously, the Open Championship, he made a bit of a run there. Nice stuff on Sunday, but pretty solid to start the week off, actually. Was right in the mix to start off there. But look at this putting. You can see exactly what his issue is. It's bad, man. It's like really bad. And it's debilitating. It's messing up all of his chances. He's only got 1 top 10 since his 8th finish at the Open in 2021. Well, 2 top 10s, I guess. But one of them was a T10. And the putting, it's all the putting. So if you take a look at the last 2 years, he's losing a quarter of a stroke putting in the majors. If you take a look at the ball striking, he's gaining just shy of a stroke, 0.9 total ball striking. Problems, man. But remember, Jon Rahm, Scottie Scheffler, and company are gaining a stroke off the tee alone, which is crazy to think. So I don't know, man. DJ, enticing. The putter's going to have to figure itself out. I don't know if I can get to him, even if he was playing well at Live. I have no idea what this guy's up to. Where is he at here? Yeah, -2. Playing nicely. I think he's going to be very popular. Is he this year's Brooks? I don't know. Drinking for I don't knows again. Speaking about DJ, I would bet him top 20 if I were to bet him. But even then, it's a bit of a concern. I'm not entirely sure. Plus 110, you can get there. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Top 20. Does the putter show up? Okie dokie. Smokey. Cameron Smith, 227. We spoke about him. So what? DJ started speaking about him probably 4 or 5 minutes ago. That would be 235. No, maybe more than that. 234. We only spoke about Cam for like 7 minutes. That's kind of crazy. Did I speak about DJ for 5 minutes? Who the heck knows? Yeah, good. Good little neck. Make sure you give Darbo hassles for his stuff. Okay. JT. Just got rid of Bones. Which I'm a fan of. Justin Thomas has done diddly shit with Bones on the bag. Bones shows up. We have this round 4 finish where he gains 4 1/3 strokes to kind of fly up the leaderboard to make a playoff. Justin Thomas's only top 5 finish since the Masters in 2020 in a major. It has not been good. The majors have been a significantly poor performance from him outside of a T8 at the Masters, sure, in 2022 to start off with the Bones situation. Again, it goes to show you the PGA Championship. After a T8, a good finish, boom, wins the tournament. It's not been good since. He's missed, if you watched Full Swing, you know the jam. I think this is a very quick case. Maybe we can use Justin Thomas to start catalyzing our momentum here and moving along. But I'm not a fan of JT. He's 16th in DFS rank. I don't know why my upside's obsessed with the guy. He's had 2 bad tournaments in a row entering the week. I don't know. I don't know about Thomas, man. The Masters form has never really been great. What is his Masters situation? He's obviously lost you money over the last 12 months because he played pretty badly in 2023. The Masters, miscut, 8th place. Come on now. Miscut, 8th place, 4th, 21st, 12th. So he's had varying success at the Masters. I think JT's absolutely worth a flyer when it comes to, he's played nicely at the Masters. He's been okay. I think without Bones, he can fly. Let those wings flap, baby, and fly. We are playing without Bones. Let's get limber. Whatever that means. Top 20. I don't know what to do with Justin Thomas from a betting perspective. I'd probably bet the upside maybe, but I can't keep throwing out top 5s there. But hey, it is what it is. Technically, that would be his best bet outside of his winning market, and it's lost you the least. It's lost you the least amount of money over that time. Tony Finau. Where he be now? Tony Finau. Ball striking. Oh my God, this is going to be a fun profile to look into. The Masters. So Tony Finau finished 5th at the Masters. I think in 2019 he broke his ankle basically in the par 3 tournament. Twisted his ankle, goes ahead and still finishes 5th after shooting a 64 at Augusta, which I think is an incredible feat. But I'm going to pull up Tony Finau's recent performances here, folks, and it's going to be... You think Brendan Todd chases down Akshay Bhatia? Okay. Put down the sellers there, Darbo, please. Taking a look at Tony Finau, he would have lost you an incredible amount of money if you've been betting him top 5s, top 10s, top 20s. It's not been good. Finished 6th at the Farmers. Tony Finau finished 6th at the Farmers Insurance Open and lost 6.5 strokes putting in 3 rounds of golf. I'm lying to you. I'm lying. He lost 3 strokes putting and still finished 6th. Gained 1 million strokes ball striking. Finished 2nd at the Texas Children's Open. Lost a full stroke on missing a 2.5-foot putt on the 16th hole at Texas on Sunday. Brutal stuff. Shoots a course record when he gains strokes putting. That's just basically what Tony Finau does. I would imagine the putting. Oh, Jesus, what has he done at this venue? He's been incredibly consistent. I think a top 20 is probably the bet for Tony right now, based off the putter. And Tony Finau is plus 125 for a top 20. So I would do that. The putting has been solid, yeah. He's lost 0.2. If you take away his 3 worst rounds, you're gaining 1/3 of a stroke. But unfortunately, there's been a very bad round in each of the last 3 putting. The ball striking, I think entering this week, I don't know if he struck the ball better than he ever had. Like, I mean, this is some exceptional freaking ball. The ball striking, it's insane. It's insane what he's doing right now. It's ungodly. It's crazy. It's been crazy. Tony Finau. Look at this ball striking. Mr. Cut the Valse, blah, 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 whatever. You take a look at this approach play. It's just been great in 2024. The last 25, it's been pretty solid since basically the 3M. So it's just been great, man. It's been so freaking good. We'll see what he can do. Dobbo, I see what Todd's done. He's playing great. If you go take a look at his round 3 and round 4 strokes gained, he's going to finish like 30th, dude. Despite being like 2nd right now. I'll bet you a case of beer, Todd does not finish inside the top 20 this week. Made bet at 1:11 o'clock in the morning, yeah. So Tony Finau, spoke about him at 2:41. Okay, top 10, cool. Yeah, Todd. If Todd doesn't finish inside the top 10, you owe me a case of beer. Just send it now, in all honesty. Collin Morikawa did a monstrous write-up about him. Not a monstrous, but did a nice one about him. Darbo, I'm kind of curious as to your situation here with Collin. Pull Collin up here on my profile here on X at the Model Maniac. Chatting about Collin, we're skipping over Cam Young because he was the first name we spoke about at 43 minutes into the show. 244 for Collin Morikawa. We're starting to make our way. We're kind of keeping it to like 3 minutes per person. We got a little carried away early on. Darbo, I think I'm breaking the 5-hour record this week as well. So going back to Collin, let's find this real quick. I want to kind of show you a situation here. I think, where is he? So I'm kind of curious. This was a really interesting photo for me. I know this arrow is interesting and not necessarily pointing as much up as you'd think, but the bowing of his what is that? His left wrist is incredible in 2020, like when he was young and on the scene. And then more recently, that wrist is still bowed more than most PGA professionals, but not nearly as much as it was back then. This bowed wrist is what Dustin Johnson does so well. It allows you to pretty much it helps you with the two-way miss, I'd imagine, Darbo. The fact that you've got that left wrist so bowed like that, it just makes sure that the ball goes left to right, I would say. So that's what's going on there. And then if we take a look at his swing, I don't know how well this is going to play on the thing, but we'll let just like for 5 goes. Is then this blue one. This one versus this one. I know it's fractions of a second, but just look at the pace of his backswing versus the other swing. It's just so much slower. 1,002. 1,000. I mean, it's 1,002. You can get to at least 2 on that first swing. 1,002. 1,000. Like it's fractions, but it's still quicker, I would say. And I don't know what has happened to his tempo or what, but his long irons have struggled. And if you take a look at this golf course, if you do not have your long irons figured out, now it's mainly from 200 and out that his biggest issue's been, but from 150 to 200, he still hasn't been nearly as good as he has been. And even if you take a look from 200 and out, you're still going to hit a third of your strokes around Augusta from that yardage. It's a big amount of shots. So it's interesting. It really is interesting. The bad back is 1,000% in the mix, and I think that's what the second tweet goes about. The back issues. If you take a look here, when you go deeper to get to parallel with your irons, you have to twist more. So now his more recent swings aren't getting all the way to parallel. They staying just shy. So less twisting, less contortion for the back, and potentially the back is still just an issue at impact through the swing, practicing, whatever the hell. Like, I think people don't realize that a lot of these professionals I've played some good golf when I've been hurt, because you've got the talent to still play good golf and do your thing. And you also remove those expectations of playing good golf when you're hurt. You can kind of play freely. Maybe that's the problem, but maybe Collin knows that he's got a long-term issue and that's kind of impacted his confidence. But there's just something about his swing that's changed quite a lot since when he was playing the best golf of his career. And I don't know what to make of it, but I'm just out on him in general, despite the fact that Collin Morikawa, if you take a look at, and I know Darbo will have a fun time with this too, but it's crazy to see what Collin Morikawa has done short game wise. You know what? Maybe I can even look it up, because I was doing I pulled up some stuff. Collin Morikawa, I think we all know he's going to win so many more majors. Paige Spiranek, 2021. Okay. Since then, he's won 0. Fun times. The Model Maniac. I had a thing where I looked up his strokes gained in majors, and it's like ridiculously much better than what his situation is. Where are you, Collin? I know I have your stuff here somewhere. Okie dokie. Yeah. No. I love how half the show is like me scrolling through my Twitter timeline. Yeah, I guess we need media because I had a screenshot of it. But his strokes gained in the short game department. Wow, that's what shows up when I type in Collin Morikawa. Anyway, okay, so shout out to Jason Sobel, who's doing BetMGM stuff now. Any hoozles, back to your regular paid programming. I'm going to show you Collin Morikawa. But the fact that his short game is so good in the majors is what it is. But the iron play has lost his thing, and that was his best attribute, and it hasn't been good since. But he's still been very good in these majors, man. So he had the 5th place finish when him and Rory decided to gain like 12 strokes between the two of them on Sunday, playing together. He's played well at the Masters historically, getting better and better, obviously. 18. Collin Morikawa, when he came onto the scene, won in his 2nd major at the PGA Championship and then finished 44th at the Masters. So another situation where it comes to fruition. Has his off the tee improved? I don't know. Yeah, off the tee, Collin. I don't think so, Darbo. I think he's just lost his groove, dude. It's arguably got worse. You know, like his stuff in 2020 isn't good. Like the consistency is bad. The driver at the Farmers was shit. Driver at the Genesis was crap. I mean, we're looking, even in 2023, I'll pull up 2021 just to show you what Collin Morikawa looks like. Like this, look at this. Look at this approach play. This is what had him doing his thing. Approach play, good. Approach play, 2022, still pretty solid to end the year, but a lot more inconsistencies than you'd expect, you know, from after 2021. Like 2021 was like his worst round was barely losing strokes, which is crazy to think about. 2020, same situation, had a few bad rounds, but I don't know. You know, the size of his upside right now it's incredibly small. And it's been since June, basically. We've had a few good rounds here and there, but that's about it. So I don't know. Yeah, that's why I do ball striking for the most part, Darbo. Like if you look at my thing over here, you just do ball striking for Collin. He's 20th, dude. Between irons and driver, he's only 20th in this field. It's the major field, but yeah, times are tough. You got 19 other guys ahead of him. We'll wait and see what happens. But that's the Collin Morikawa take. He's obviously played amazing in these majors. Recently, he's lost the plot a little bit, especially, you know, our best finish is at 10th. Most recently, I guess we were gaining over 3 strokes on approach once per year in a major for a while, close to 3 strokes. And then if you take a look in 2023, the closest we come is to 2 strokes if you're rounding. And the off the tees was even worse. It's been bad. So there's not, dude, the hell I did. Okay. You are making, I just like Tom Kim's upside, and we'll chat about him here soon. I bet him again this week, by the way. Okay. I need to go take a quick pee, and then I need to get some energy because I'm starting to lose some traction. We've got Corey Connors 3rd in the field in ball. Isn't that so funny? Yeah, well, I bet him at 60-1 at a golf course that's got comps to the Shriners, which is TPC Summerlin. I took my chances. The guy shot like 11 million over par. It is what it is. I never bet him in any other. Darbo, I bet like $5 on him to win the tournament. It's like hardly, 60-1 on a guy that's won multiple times. It is what it is. Moving along. Let's get back into this DFS rank. I'm going to go take a quick pee. I will be back in a little bit. What do we want to focus on this time round? Do we want to see who the biggest losers are in total strokes, in total money lost? We never made the bet on the bet there, Dom. Okay, bye. I'm going to go pee quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Who the heck knows? Who knows how long this pee is going to take? Does this thing filter? There it does. Take a quick peek at Tony Finau losing you $1,762 over the last 12 months across every single betting market, with 1,000 of that coming in the T20. I'm going to kick you guys out of my chat with my mayonnaise on my beard. You small hands, sons of guns, you need to get your shit together. Tom Kim, baby. He's going to be good. He's going to go down in the history books. How many wins does Sungjae Im have? By the way, Sungjae Im, just gonna chat about this for a second. Career summary: Sungjae Im wins on the PGA Tour 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's been on the tour for 6 years. Tom Kim has got 3 wins. Oh, and that win was the Genesis career situation. Like, people give Tom Kim a tough time. You small handsing people need to get your shit together. Moving on. We're in hour 5. Oh, we literally speaking about Sungjae Im. Let's do it. Sungjae Im. What is this? 240 plus 20, 260. 260 minutes into the show. Sungjae Im shows up. He's lost you 1,161. Oh, you're boosting my algorithm. I appreciate that. Sure. With those small little hands. You keep sending them in, baby. Tall man hands. Calm him. You guys are having some fun in there. I love it. I love it. So yeah, Sungjae Im, lack of upside, T5, T10, don't bet the guy there. T20, same situation. Lost you pretty much across the board. But if you take a look at this situation, this may be the week to bet Sungjae Im, folks. I'm going to show you right now. We're going to actually take a quick peek at Sungjae Im's recent form, and then I'm going to take you into the history books with Sungjae Im at the Masters, which is easily his biggest and best tournament of them all. Like the big bad wolf. Sungjae Im. Boom, boom, boom. If you take a look at what he's been up to, it's been a bit of a situation. Mr. Cut the Valspar, 31st of the players, finished nicely at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. That was like his coming out party after going into a world of hurt. A complete pit of despair. It was cataclysmically bad, disastrously poor. Whatever you want to say about his irons and ball striking was just not good, as well as the putting. And then he lost a casual. The Masters is a fun situation, but hey, let's pretend like we don't know diddly squat about Sungjae Im and pretend like he's been playing average and take a look at what he gets up to at the Masters. We filtering on who? We filtering on people, not Masters. Okay, Sungjae, Byron. This dude No, dude. Iowa has got me freaking rocking and rolling because they just beat UConn. Okay, so Sungjae Im. Let's take a quick peek here. Let's filter out the Masters. His best finish in a major. And this guy's been playing golf for an eternity, since 2018. I think he's got a bit of golf before that, or maybe that was exactly his year. What has he done? Okay, 2018. That was his first major. We don't have anything better than a T17 at the PGA Championship in 2021. Sungjae Im. Now, bear in mind, prior to last year, where him and the Koreans, him and Siwoo, I believe, won their gold medal at the Asia Games to avoid mandatory military service. So Sungjae no longer has to worry about the major situations, which he's never really thrived in. His best finish in any major outside of the Masters was a 17th place at the 2021 PGA Championship. Outside of that, his next best finish was, I believe, a 20th at the Open last year. So that is a disastrously poor major track record for someone who was trying to get out of military service. If my computer will let me click a button here and then refilter on the Masters, I'm going to just do it on my own and show you here real quick. We've got, in the last little while for Sungjae Im, a 16th, an 8th, a 2nd, and that's it. So in the last 4 Masters, we've got a 2nd, an 8th, and a 16th. All 3 of those finishes are his best finishes in the majors. 3 of Sungjae Im's top 20s came at the Masters. His other top 20s, 3 of his 5 came at the Masters. His 3 best finishes came at the Masters. The 2020 Masters, he finished 2nd. Incredible. So we've got an 8th, a 16th. Lots of love for Sungjae. I will think a top 20 for him is the way to go. So that's a very simple situation. Plus 200 for a top 20 with ties paid in full over at DraftKings is the way to go with Sungjae. Simple situation. The guy is an absolute baller when it comes to top 20ing the Masters. I don't know how good his golf game is right now, but we're going to get plus 200 on a top 20, which is done in basically, and I know that's a bit of a risky bet. I don't think I'll be betting it if I were to bet it, like actually on my card. But if I were to make a bet on Sungjae Im, it would be at the Masters for a top 20. That's just his jam. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible what he gets up to. The putting at the Masters on his bent grass greens seems like he's like that, since 2022. It's just he gets it done. He just figures out this golf course. So he's got it pretty much figured out. I love a top 20 for Sungjae if you want to bet that bet. That's the way to go there. Now we go, is Gary, is that because of the US Open? How did Gary make it into the field? And now, I don't mind Gary, actually. Top 40 bet for Gary to make the cut is the way to go. And again, we've got another instance here where Gary Woodland's short game in the majors is incredible. You won't believe it. He steps up in these majors for some reason. If you take a look at Gary Woodland's short game right now, it is very bad. But in majors, it's very good. It's kind of crazy. So take a look at this putting and the short game for Gary Woodland. I guess that's 2019. Oh boy, the last 25 starts gets even worse. So let's take a look at this. Oh, and you know what? I guess we're doing a few things here quickly. Sungjae's swing is now flawed. I agree, dude. You cannot look at your backswing halfway through your backswing. You got to look at the goddamn golf ball, bud. Can't look at the swing for that long. He used to do it, but not for nearly as long. Now he's doing it forever. That's not ideal at all. It's a very sustainable swing from an injury perspective. So you got that going for you, Sungjae. But give your swing a bit of a chill out, bro. Chill out. Who's this? Gary. So since making a comeback from the injury situation, we've got nothing going on good around the greens. Then you take a look at the majors. It's significantly better. We got a bad Open Championship. It is what it is. But the recent short game for Gary, despite the ball striking kind of taking a bit of a backseat, it is what it is. We don't see nearly as spiky rounds. Granted, where the hell is 2023 in this situation? Yeah. Why does this look much smaller than this one? Why is that bar that much smaller? Anyway, but what you're seeing from Gary Woodland is his ability to kind of find the short game in these majors. He loses a bit here and there. It's a risk you're going to have to take. But typically in majors, he's been pretty sound when it comes to the short game for some reason. It's the ball striking that's a problem for him in the majors. It kind of doesn't quite show up as often as you'd like, to the degree that you would like. But when he did win the US Open at Pebble, I guess, he ball struck the crap out of it and putted well. You have to obviously putt well at Pebble. You can't really ball strike that place to death with those small greens. But look at what Gary's been up to on the ball striking front lately. Now we're going to go to a golf course that rewards your distance. That's going to be great for him at the Masters. We're going to see some good driving for him there. It's one of his better track records when it comes to driving. So love Gary Woodland. Top 40. Let's do that. Give me that. Give it to me. Golfers are mental midgets, man. Golfers are mental midgets. So top 40 for Gary. It's a simple situation. Where is Sungjae? 260. 260. 267 for Gary. All right. Siwoo. And also, we're going all over the place now because we're going off of ball striking. What are we even faulted on right now? I don't even know. Oh, the worst bets of the recent time. That's not ideal. Let's get to the DFS ranks again. Yeah. Drink another Modelo. Okay. So Gary's behind us. Let's chat about Max Homa. Again, this is going to be a very short and concise situation because as much as I want to play Max Homa, he's not playing good golf right now, and he's also never played good golf in the majors. Unfortunately, he had his first, I think, top 10. It was like a backdoor T10. I don't know what his situation is in these. For a guy that's as good as he has been, it's not good, man. We don't have a single top 10 for Max Homa until, I think, the Open Championship. Yeah. And he had to gain 3.5 strokes in the final round to do it. Gained 1 million strokes in round 1, 5.25 strokes in round 1, and kind of got stuck in neutral. Got to keep your foot on the gas to kind of average 3 strokes to give yourself a chance heading into Sunday. And he, after gaining 5.25, he only averaged 2. It's not going to do it for you. Got too much to catch up with there. You got to gain like 6 strokes in your final round to kind of win, which is difficult to do. So this is Max Homa's situation. At the Masters, it's been particularly bad. We've got PGA Championships and things like that he's actually played better at. Missed a copious amount of cuts, especially early on, and then started making a few more cuts. PGA Championships, blah, 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 all that kind of jazz, doing some stuff. But the Masters has no better finish than 2 missed cuts, a 48th and a 43rd. So for me, Max Homa is on the back burner until further notice. I don't know if I want to bet him. I don't know. Until further notice. And now the thing is, in DFS, who the heck knows? He's played this golf course enough. I don't know. Maybe the expectations aren't high enough there because he's not playing the greatest. Granted, he's close to the top of the leaderboard right now, so maybe he does his thing. But yeah. How would we bet this dude? Max Homa. Plus 125 for a top 20. And he's one of the better top 25 scorers. Like he returns a lot of your money on top 20 bets because he finishes inside the top 20, 55% of his PGA Tour starts, yet we've only got 2 of those in his majors in his career. And none of them have come at the Masters and not even top 40s. Maybe this is the year he kind of breaks into that top 20 buckets at the Masters, but I think he's still figuring out this golf course. I think he's still figuring out what to do. But yeah, we've only got 2 top 20s, man. Outside of that, it's been bad. So I think until further notice, leave him alone. Definitely consider him in DFS if we're seeing some seriously low ownership. The same thing goes with Bryson, but for a different reason. This dude has got like gradually worse playing this golf course. It's kind of crazy to see what Bryson's been up to. It's actually very crazy to see. It's also weird to see this Masters like double stacked over here because of COVID. But while this thing is loading, Masters results for Bryson DeChambeau. I'm also going to pull up his stuff in Data Golf just to make sure we get everything before 2017. I don't know how long he's been on the tour for, but I think me and Caitlin saw him win the John Deere Classic. So Bryson played the Masters in 2016, finished 21st. Then he played the Masters in 2018, finished 38th. Played the Masters in 2019, finished 29th. It's looking okay. Looks like a typical Masters trajectory. 2020, 34th. 2021, 46th. 2022, miscut. 2023, miscut. So this is what you're getting from Bryson DeChambeau. It is not a pretty picture when you're looking at his Masters profile. And to me, I think the science doesn't match with the artistry that is required around Augusta, like Phil Mickelson and Jordan Spieth can show. You need to have a sense of feel. You need to have a sense of touch, of class. And as you can see, it's mainly in the short game area that we've had the biggest issues the last 3 years. He's lost 10.5 strokes short game in 8 rounds of golf. That's not good. And as good of a driver as he's been, he's only gained 0.7 around this venue. We've seen those elites in the majors take care of business off the tee to the tune of 1 stroke per round. And he around Augusta, which has got green fairways you can hit 70% of the time. What the hell is this guy doing? Just can't seem to get it together. I think the misses are just too big for him. And if you're missing it way offline at Augusta, you're in trouble. If you're missing it just offline, you're fine. You're hitting a lot of fairways. So Bryson and Max are 2 very peculiar numbers to go at. Oh boy. Hopefully Bryson catches a bunch of steam because I actually trust Max a bit more at Augusta than I do Bryson. But hey, we'll see. Sam Burns. This is fun. Okay, so we've been slowing down, but now it starts getting to the point where do we have someone that's going to show up? Because I'm going to pull up Sam Burns' Masters record, and for someone that hits the driver as well as he does, this is a very sad Masters track record too. So we got a 29th place finish in 2023. Played quite nicely for the most part outside of a very bad round in round 3. Like very bad. He's only played the Masters twice. So this will be Sam Burns' 3rd start at the Masters. Wow. And Sam Burns has got like 1 million wins. He's got like 4 or 5 wins on the PGA Tour. It's only his 2nd Masters. Incredible. He had 3 wins in 2022. Okay, so a majority of his wins have come. So after his Valspar win, we saw some stuff happen where he won the Sandersons, the Valspar again, and the Charles Schwab 3 times in 1 year. Then last year he won the match play, and this year it's been solid until the Arnold Palmer. Prior to getting to Florida, we had some really good and promising golf going on there from Sam, and then it kind of fell off the planet, unfortunately. So not a lot of great form entering the week. Not a lot of great form at this golf course. It's only his 3rd opportunity to play here. Yikes. This is an interesting situation to deal with for Sam Burns. I don't know. Drink. Only positive talking points. You only wanted positive. Well, the positives is the 5 wins that he's had in like the last 3 years, but the rest is not good. It's kind of crazy to have 5 wins on your PGA resume and you only have played Augusta twice. Is kind of crazy to think about, isn't it? Isn't it? So yes, Bryson, I think I can easily. I mean, we can move him a touch. Do we have any other livers? I guess we can do this and just kind of make sure we've got it figured out. Touch a few guys up while we sip on a Modelo. I have had a win bet on Scottie and Burnsy for every tournament they have won. What? Dude, that's impressive. That's like me with Cam Smith. I've had Cam every single time he's won, and I've had Tom Kim outside of his win at the Shriners when he was like 10-1. So those guys been batting like 80%. So you've had Burnsy and Scottie dude, that's incredible. But I guess if you bet them a lot, yeah. So Scottie wouldn't have returned you that much. I don't know. How much money have you made over that doing that shot like? But that is fun to do, isn't it? Okay, so Victor, do we make him 25th in the field? Sheepers, who's 24th? Sungjae Im? Sure. I don't know. I don't think that's as fair as it should be for Vic. I think he should be a little inside the top 20 at least. But this is the Masters. You never know. I think maybe 25th is fair. 15th. Sure. Jordan Spieth, I feel like has to, just from the upside, has to be up there. But to Dustin, I feel like maybe we move him to 25th or 30th. He's not 53rd in this field. Let's do 0.25 and see what that gets him to. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess Scottie used to have good odds. All right, Dustin. We'll add another 0.5 to your tally. See if we can get you somewhere inside the top 30. Yeah. Wow. Having to add a lot. I'm also going to add another 0.5 for Bryson. See what that does. But his track record just ass, man. Ass. Okay. Let's keep going. Shane Lowry. Is this the 280? I almost got excited. I thought this was a 300th minute. We're almost there. So Shane Lowry at 2 hours and 280 minutes into the show. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to our beautiful Back Nine Bets channel. Use code MANIAC for 10% off at rotorball.com. Let's see what we can do. Who will we be looking at? Shane Lowry. He's interesting because he's got a pretty good track record in majors. Obviously, won the Open ages ago. When was that? 2019. Since then, got a 4th at the PGA Championship, a 3rd at the Masters, a 16th at the Masters. Shane Lowry's begging for a top 20, which he's done 25 yelling random numbers on a podcast at 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, another extremely important example for Ludvig. Yeah. Now, is Shane Lowry Ludvig Aberg? No. But Shane Lowry was finishing 12th at the PGA Championship and missing cuts at the Masters either side of that. He missed his first 2 cuts, then finished 25th, then finished 21st, then finished 3rd, then finished 16th. So I think this year, Shane Lowry, a top 20 bet on him is the way to go. For sure. That's plus 130 for Shane Lowry. The last 4 times he's done this, I think a top 30 would be ideal, but I think you can probably get that at what, minus 120 for a top 30, plus 130 for a top 20 though. Tires paid in full, considering he's finished 25th or better in his last 4 Masters tournaments is pretty solid. What has he done in these tournaments? Well, you know what the crazy thing is about Shane Lowry? It's these situations where he was playing well, gained 4 strokes, I guess. What the heck? What did he do in the Open when he won the Open? How did he win that thing? He just got such a massive lead. He just kept coasting. Because thank God, Sunday would have been a problem for him. It has been a problem for him. If you take a look at Lowry's situations in these Sundays, man, it's been bad. So his 4th place finish at the PGA Championship, he stormed up the leaderboard to finish 4th, gaining 3 2/3 of a stroke on the field at Kiowa, but that was after gaining 0 in round 3. In a major, you got to keep gaining at least 1 stroke every single round. Again, solid performance through the first few rounds of the Open, neutral on Sunday. The Masters played pretty solid, I guess. This is one of the few tournaments where he gained decent amounts, but again, through 3 rounds, he'd gained 9, which 75% of people on the PGA Tour who have gained 9 strokes through 3 rounds of golf win. So 75% of winners have gained 9 strokes through the first 3 rounds, which he did and finished 3rd. So you're going to be in the mix, especially after gaining 3.5 in round 4, which was one of his first and solid finishes. Because Shane Lowry, boy oh boy, in these final rounds, it's bad. It's very bad. We've seen it at the Cognizant. We've seen it pretty much everywhere, man. You just know what you're going to get from this dude. Top 20 bet, Masters plus money, boom. To me, that's the way to go. Don't overthink this for Shane. It means I probably have to move him up, don't I? Ahead of these jabronis over here, who Max and Colin and Bryson and Sam. I think that definitely calls for a move up the board. I'm also going to move DJ up significantly more. Tony Finau is going to be very fun to play at $8,600, by the way. It's going to be an interesting number. Shane Lowry, let's get him from 28th in the model. Let's get him inside the top 20, just barely. So Collin Morikawa, I think he's probably playing better than Collin right now. And Collin's 0.88. So we can do this. We can get Shane to the promised land here. What do we get Shane if we get 0.4 for Shane? I think we move him to 17th or 16th. 13th. Wow. So who's 14? And who is that? 14. Stephan Jaeger. Yeah, can be ahead of him for sure. I'm actually going to remove Stephan Jaeger. I'm going to give him a negative half a point because we can't quite get there just yet. Okay. So we've moved Shane to 13th. I don't mind that at all. He's right behind Jordan. He's right behind Hideki. I feel like Shane has been, if you take a look at what Shane's been up to, I would place the Shane Lowry top 20 bet as an actual bet, not just to bet a bet. I would bet it, actually. Last 25 rounds. I mean, what is he doing going back to freaking Singapore? The guy's gaining momentum on the PGA Tour. 4th at the Cognizant, 3rd at the Arnold Palmer, 19th at the Players. Flies to Singapore to finish 29th. What are we doing? Now you got to fly back. You're flying to Singapore two weeks before the Masters, 3 weeks before the Masters. So your last tournament was 3 weeks before the Masters in Singapore at the Porsche Singapore Classic. That seems like a scheduling disaster to me. If I were... Oh, that's a good point. Maybe he's got a Porsche parked in Singapore, if you know what I'm saying, Shot-like. I agree. Anyway. Yeah. But you know what, bud? Unfortunately, I don't like Larry's swing either. Oh, okay, talking about Tony. But Larry, I swing a lot like Larry, unfortunately. So, yeah. Can't say I hate his swing because otherwise I'd hate mine. Okay. So, yeah, Shane Lowry spoke about that guy for far too freaking long. Darbo, we're going to crush this 5-hour mark. Matt Fitzpatrick, chat about his ass. Matty Fitzpatty. What? I'm starting to get to the point where I can't remember the numbers. Yeah, 287. Moving in the right direction is Fitz. I think that's the thing. We know he likes these Masters. You know he likes these tough scoring conditions. Plays the par fives well. I know I've just been honing in on major track record, but I feel like that is essential this year. Absolutely essential. Where's Alex Fitzpatrick? Why didn't he get an invite into the Masters after a decent showing at the Open? So Fitz obviously won the US Open, finished first there. Prior to that, he finished fifth in the PGA Championship. So you have to have a decent showing prior to winning a major. Prior to that, nothing better than a 12th or a 10th. No, 12th. Yeah. So nothing better than a 12th. T5 win. Boom. So good performances. T14, T5 win. Bang. So that's how Fitzy did his thing at the US Open. Obviously, and he did that without even barely gaining strokes putting, which is incredible. Great performance from Fitz. Couldn't believe what he got up to. At the Masters, what has he done? 14th, 10th, 34th, 46th, 38th, 32nd. So he's actually got a really good track record. He's made the cut here every single time he's played since 2017. I would imagine, has he played here since before that? Yeah, he does. Wow. Okay. Interesting. This is a fascinating situation with Fitzy. Missed his first cut at the Masters, as most would. Then T7 in his second start. And that was it. That's his best Masters finish. Crazy. But it's screaming like a T20 bet for me if you're looking at Matt Fitzpatrick for a top 20s plus 115. Gee whiz, we're just betting the shit out of these top 20s, aren't we? Now that we're getting to the middle of the board, yeah. I'm fine with that. Okay, top 20. Oh, and what was Shane Lowry's top 20? I feel like that's right around there. Plus 130. And Fitz is plus 115. Okay. Can do this. I don't know if I would bet the Fitz 115. I'd definitely bet the Lowry 130, though. That's the situation there. I can't believe his second start was his best at the Masters. That's a very impressive situation. Congrats to Fitz. Okay. I don't know. He's kind of trending-ish right now. I don't know what to make of his situation. I'm going to drink a Modelo. I don't know what to say about Fitz. I don't understand what his game does. He's all over the place. He's all over the place. There's no consistency. Fifth at the Players, miscut. 21st, miscut. 15th, 58th, miscut. 58th at Pebble is basically a miscut. Sony Open, miscut. Like, what are we? We've got 3-4 miscuts and then 2 and 3 top 21s. This is what we're dealing with Matthieu Fitzpatrick. So I think, to me, top 20 bet is the way to go. The safety is not necessarily there, but the upside is middling when it comes to that. It took him gaining 8 strokes at the Players to finish 5th putting. When were you on for 5 hours and 30 minutes, Darbo? I think my longest was 5 hours and 6 minutes, or whatever your longest was prior, and I did 1 minute more. And I looked you in the eyes as I did it because I like that. But we back. You did 5.5 hours for the Valero? God damn. Anyway, moving along to Brian Harman. Talk about a tangent that you never want to get on. So that's the situation we're in now. It's Brian Harman at 292 minutes into the show. Brian Harman, he's been... Dude, if you're looking at profitability, this guy is just blue-collar baby. He's gained you $1,100 over the last 12 months, including a win at the Open. Top 5s, top 10s, top 20s, no matter what you're doing, he's winning you $300 in that market. The guy's a beast. Finishing inside the top 40, 55% of the time. Finishing inside the top 20, 45% of the time. That's a monstrous top 20 conversion rate for top 40s. And still got a pretty decent situation when it comes to his top 5. I mean, he's doing it in 1 in every 4 starts. Let's take a look at what Brian Harman's been up to. In fact, I want to make sure that did he make the cut this week? I've got a lot of Brian Harman. Oh, he did. Great. You know what I'm very disappointed in is the fact that +1s got in for the freaking Valero. It means we got 81 people making the cut now and 19 people tied for 63rd. And now we've got a 23% freaking Alex Noren making the cut on the number, and he's going to finish top 20. I know it's going to happen. So I might just bet him top 20. Shall we? Shall we just make a live random bet on the show for Valero Texas Open? Because this is what's going to happen. Noren's 100% going to finish inside the top 20 as a chalk monster who made the cut on the number. It's exactly what is going to happen, yeah. I don't know if we can get, top finishes for the Valero. Let's take a look, yeah. Noren. For a top, we've got top 30, top 40s even. Noren, where are you? -150 for a top 40, +130 for a top 20, top 30, and +280 for a top 20. I'm kind of eyeing that +130 for a top 30. I think that's the way to go. I don't know. Not convicted. Getting distracted, yeah. Not convicted. Brian Harman, the profitability center of America. What's he done at Augusta? I doubt a lot. So what separates Shubhankar Sharma from Brian Harman? It's one N at the end of their name. Fun fact there. So Brian Harman, T12 in 2021, missed the cut in 3 of his last 4 outside of that. Oh, no. That's Shubhankar Sharma missed the cut in 2018. So Brian Harman's played in the Masters in 2018, and then his next start was 2021. Interesting. That's very interesting. Did he play in that before? I think he played in there before there. So Harman starts to the Masters. Missed the cut. Take 3 years to make it back to the Masters. Finish 44th. Wait another 3. Wait another. So Harman, wow. Talk about patience and lust and whatever Spencer was speaking about. Harman played in 2 Masters in the space of 6 years. And then started seeing it a bit more. In his 3rd appearance, he finished 12th in 2021. Impressive. Missed the cut again. So a lot of miscut potential for Harman. What is his issue when he's doing that? It's the irons. That's been the biggest issue. The driver, particularly lacking the distance that you need around Augusta. That's the problem. He's lacking distance in a severe way. Pretty much his entire life. Poor little Harman. But you know what? If I were to bet this dude at the Masters, I'd probably bet him to miss the cut. I don't know. He just doesn't seem to like this venue. He's also won the Open Championship as his last major. So who the heck knows what the hell happens. But he made the cut, and he was a perfect pivot off of Noren. And now Noren made the cut too at the Valero. So I'm disappointed in Harman because of Noren. So this is what's going on. I don't know what to do with him. Don't know what to do with him. Moving on. Don't know what to do with him. Don't know. What did we decide to do with Matt Fitzpatrick? Also, volatile biatch. Okay. Jason Day was playing amazing golf and then got a bout of vertigo. Fun fact, entering one of his final rounds of or the weekend of Augusta, I believe. He was on the top of the leaderboard, and then I guess that made him dizzy. Hasn't won the Masters. Has only played in 4 of them since 2017. Oh no. Okay, good. Has played in the majority of them, except 2022. So Jason Day has got a multitude of top 22s, 2 miscuts when he was playing some bad golf. But let's take a look at last year. He was actually playing really well. Through the first 2 rounds of golf, he had gained 6.6 strokes, right on pace to find himself right in the mix there. Got a bit of the dosey-dos in round 3, lost half a stroke when he got the vertigos, and then casually lost 7 strokes in round 4 to finish 39th. If you lose 7 strokes in a single round of golf at the Masters and finish 39th, you were doing some good stuff before that. So that's Jason Day's situation. Whether or not that repeats itself, who the hell knows? What's he been up to entering the week is the question. That's Harman. We're not looking for him. We know exactly what he's going to do. Just nothing. Probably going to win now that I say that. But hey. So Jason Day entering the week. Had the 9th at the Genesis, 6th at the Pebble Beach, and that was the West Coast swing done. Then he went to East Coast in Florida, putted his brains out like he should have done on the West Coast. And didn't finish inside the top 30 in a single Florida swing or Texas swing. Lost the irons. Brutal stuff. Now goes into the week with 0 form with the irons, at least from a long-term perspective in March. Never gained a single stroke with the irons in March. Was doing good in February. Finished second at the Open. I feel like 1 million people finished second at the Open Championship. I feel like 1 million people finished second. Tom Kim, Sepp Straka, Jason Day, and Jon Rahm all finished second. Rory McIlroy, 6th. Shout out to Rory. Good job, buddy. Tommy Fleetwood with the top 10, shooting +1 in the final round of a major when it doesn't matter. Can't handle the heat. So Jason Day, I don't know. Drink. Just drink for Jason Day. Casually lose a 7-stroke shot like. You know the deal. And it was a crisp 7. It's like 7 on the money. The guy was like, okay, how many strokes do I have to lose on this putt? Or how many strokes do I have to gain on this putt to just lose 7? Has anyone lost more than 7 at Augusta? Oh, I love it. Right on 5-hour mark, let's do a little Augusta trivia and chat about some of the worst and best shots or strokes gained at Augusta. Why do I have a random... Okay, good. What is this thing? What is that? Where's that coming from? It's just a stray gray box in my screen that refuses to go away. Anyway, okay, back to the bottom of the model, yeah? Let's do this. We are at 300 minutes, 301 minutes. It took me a full minute to describe where we are in the show. I see I have a timestamp for 160 minutes at some point, and I don't know what the hell that was about. But we are doing Augusta trivia now. And the font has changed to pink. So Augusta. At Augusta, since 2017, courtesy of Jason Day's meltdown on Saturday or Sunday. Oh, wow. We've got some less than since 2017, let's see, less than 7. There's a lot. Holy shit. Okay, so let's do the guys that made the cut. But first of all, who was the worst? Harry Ellis in 2018 lost 12.2 strokes in round 1 of the 2018 Masters. Who is Harry Ellis, folks? If you know who Harry Ellis is. Oh, I guess that's very true. It's all the old guys, hey? Too bad. Harry Ellis. So here's Harry for you, Dirty Harry and the boys. So there's an Ellis from Die Hard. Let's do PGA. Ooh. PGA Tour Canada. He's a member as of 2023. Harry Ellis, right there. Guy's a big fan of holding random things in front of him there. Canadian flag and a feather. Good for him. So Harry Ellis finds inspiration close at hand at the Open. So Harry, a youngster, but with the worst round of golf around Augusta known to us of the 2017 era. Shout out to him. Of those that made the cut at Augusta, the worst round of golf was JB Holmes in round 4, where he shot 80. Francesco Molinari's round 4, 80 in 2021, when I had him to win the freaking thing, he shot an 81 and lost less strokes than JB Holmes did when he shot 80. Interesting. Daniel Berger shot an 80 in 2022, and Tyrrell Hatton shot an 80 in 2022. Round 3, round 4. Fun stuff. Okay, best strokes gained at the Masters since 2017. Harry Ellis wasn't as exciting as I was expecting. Not going to lie to you. Okay, the most strokes gained. Let's do this. I'm having fun. It's 2:00 in the morning. Yet, yeah, we are. Drinking beers, chatting golf. It's the Masters. Number filters, greater than, has anyone gained more than? Isn't it crazy how you can lose 12 strokes, but imagine gaining 12 strokes in a single round of golf. All right, so let's go greater than 6. That's oh, wow. Can do 7, maybe. Wow, Justin Rose, round 1, 9.5 strokes. That's a clubhouse leader, isn't it? Let's do greater than 8. Only 2. I love Justin Rose, 9.5. Rory McIlroy, 8.4. Those are the only 2 golfers since 2017 to gain more than... Oh, I'm lying. We've got 4 golfers since 2017 to gain over 8 strokes. 2017, Charlie Hoffman, 9.978. He shot a 65 in round 1 of the 2017 Masters and gained 10 strokes on the field in 17. The next best round since then, Justin Rose in round 1. So the 2 best rounds all came in round 1. The 2 best rounds that we've got on our database finished 7th and 22nd, which is quite something. Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy both gained 8.5 strokes, 8.5 for Reed, 8.563, and for Rory, 8.404. Reed did that in 18 when he won, and that was round 2. He shot a 66, gaining 8.5 strokes. And then Rory in round 4 of the 22 Masters when he finished 2nd, gained 8.5 in round 4, aka round back door, which Rory is a big fan of. So fun little facts there. So Harry Ellis and Charlie Hoffman, if you took their best and worst round and put something in between there, you could do it with 22 strokes. Fun fact. 22 strokes difference between the best and worst round at Augusta since 2017. The more you know at 2:12 Central Standard Time. Happy to be doing this for you guys. Let's get back to what we were here for, Augusta trivia. Took us a casual 6 minutes, but that was a fun little trip down some very peculiar and random names. Harry Ellis will never be forgotten, courtesy of his negative 12 strokes lost in a terrible performance at Augusta. Yeah, I don't mind the trivia time either. Maybe we can do a bit more of that. Sahith Theegala. So now my thing is, with Spencer's situation, he mentioned, you got to have played 3 times here. Danny Willett and Jordan Spieth, only 2 golfers to have won it on their second go. Sahith Theegala, let's get him in the picture. In the picture, Sahith, I think he finished 8th here last year. It was a bit of a backdoor situation, chipped in on 16, kind of like Tiger. That was a very nice foreshadowing situation. I'm a big fan of Sahith doing that kind of shit. That's his jam. And he's turning into a... I've comped this dude to Cam Smith. I don't know if he is. I think he could be better than Cam Smith, in all honesty. I feel like he's got the vigor when he needs to be in contention, like Cam Smith. I feel like he's got the scrambling ability, obviously, like Cam Smith. If you take a look at what he got up to, he gained 6 just like that. 6 flat strokes in the 2023 Masters on Sunday. Lost 0.6 in his first round and got better after that. Played great, man. I mean, Sahith's only played in, 6 majors, and he's made the cut in 4 of them. Finished 9th at the Masters, dude. To me, that is... So this is the question. I want to bet him, but he doesn't have... This is the thing. This is the thing. At Augusta, 10 years... This includes, where is Jordan Spieth? When did he win his things? It was in college. It was 2013, 2014, probably. When he hit it in the water on 12. Jordan Spieth won the Masters in 15. He's only won the Masters once. Why did I think he's... So Jordan's won 3 majors and he's won 1 of each. Incredible. Multiple second place finishes, blah, 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 all that jazz. Incredible. So this is the thing with Jordan. 2014, finishes 2nd, pretty much the Willie Z thing. 2nd, wins his 2nd Masters after finishing runner-up the year before. That's just a special talent to me. I don't think that's repeatable. Let's take a look at Danny Willett, because this is basically Sahith Theegala research to a degree. We are trying to determine if this is... Oh, Jesus, look at what Masters winner Danny Willett. Not a single green box since February of 2023. Disgusting. Poor thing. Okay, so here's Danny. Oh, Danny boy. A 6th place finish in 2015 at the Open prior to his win in the Masters. So there's something that always shows you who's going to win at Augusta. His T38, I mean, that to me, this was just the outlier. This is the outlier of it all. And it was because of Jordan. I think Jordan finished, this is where Jordan hit in the water on set. Was that Schwartz? When the hell did... I don't know. It's all blended. What is this? 2016. Did he hit it in the water then? 2016, I would have been a junior. I think I was drinking vodka that day. I literally remember Jordan Spieth hitting it in the water. Who the hell knows when that was? But hey, okay. So Sahith Theegala. This is the dude. 9th at the Masters. He's only top 10 of the majors in 6. But he's also since kind of getting on the scene, he's showing up with some form. I mean, his 2nd US Open finishes 27th. The Open Championship missed the cut there. It is what it is. I love Sahith. We should make a t-shirt about that. It's just straight up, I love Sahith. The last person we did on the filter was Sungjae. So Sahith's been doing his thing, man. If you take a look at what he's been up to the last little while, the iron, the short game, obviously amazing. Here's Sahith Theegala since 2023, jumping back and forth between a million different pages here. Let's give Sahith a timestamp of what it took us. 307 probably was his magic number there. Sahith. If you take a look at Sahith's situation here, he's now won. He won the 40 net, finished second at the Century. We had him there. Shout out. Had Benny on when he finished second at the Sony. Shout out to him. Then we had Sahith at the Phoenix Open, finished fifth. He was the only person to make it into the top 5, I believe, that didn't play in the better weather wave. So as you can see here, he balled out in round 1 and round 2 and just kind of lost gas as the week went on, because I think he had to dig so deep to kind of do so well in those first 2 rounds to kind of gain the strokes he needed. And then we've got a 6th, a 9th, and a 28th. This is like freaking good form, so to speak. You know, like we've seen a win in, what is this, November, September? I mean, that was a while ago. So half a year easy. But we've had seconds, 5th, 6th, and 9ths in abundance. The guy's top 10ing like a beast. Played amazing here in his debut. If he improves on that freaking 9th place finish, wow. That would be incredible. It was that final round 67, which we saw, you know, didn't Spieth gain 7 strokes or something? So a lot to be desired. Oh yeah, dude. We're live. We're looking at Sahith Theegala right now, man. What's up, FRL? Looking at Sahith, trying to determine if we want to bet the guy at 60. I feel like if there is a bet that I would make that's not part of the code, because every single person we have so far, looking at our betting card, second at the Masters, a winner on the PGA Tour, won the FedEx St. Dude. Cam Smith, Open Championship winner, second place finish at the Masters. So we've got course history, major performances. Willie Z, course history, major performances. 3 second-place finishes for this guy. 5 majors, multiple second-place finishes for Brooks. Sahith Theegala. And it's not 20-1, but I'm going to make him an X before we do this. He is what? This is the Valero. I want the Masters. Sahith Theegala. Oh, Scottie Scheffler's price just went from plus 450 to plus 400, just looking at it. So congratulations to everybody betting that. Let's go to Sahith at 45-1. Interesting. Is there a better number out there? That is the question. This is the winner of the Masters, Sahith Theegala. There's 50s out there. Okay, we can do that. But you know what? I think just betting exactly. I don't think Seth is quite ready to win the Masters 2 or 3 more years. Dude, look at you showing up and just shot like and Darbo have just been encouraging me to do bad stuff. Now you show up and provide me with some surety. So we've bet a bunch of dudes for top 5s. We haven't bet too many top 10s. I think we're going to make Sahith the top 10 bet as an option there. Dude, FRL, you might as well just take the next. I've been doing this for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I think it's time for you to take the reins and run the rest of the route here. I totally agree with you. I think a top 10 for Sahith is the way to go. By the way, Sahith has gained you money across every single market. I'm not sure who we can say that about. Shot like, remind me to do it at 6 hours. I'm assuming we'll be here at 6. We've still got a bunch of dudes to go. And if you're here at 6, so be it. But we're going to do a trivia for who's won money in every single betting market. And maybe we just do that right now because I'm just feeling it. So winner, number filter greater than 0. Top 5. Oh no, filtering is gonna take forever. I'm not doing this. Sahith Theegala, top 10. What is the situation? We're gonna get a Sahith that costs us a plus 350 for a top 10. I don't mind at all. I feel like the 9th here is a solid benchmark. If he improves on that, the top 10 cashes. I think you can bet the top 5 at plus 800 as well. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to potentially do a little mini stack situation here where we do the top 10. We're actually not that far. Oh, we faulted on some shit, though. All guys that have won, I guess. That's probably not the worst thing in the world to do. Sahith, T10, plus 350. And T5 plus 800. I feel like the plus 800 for Sahith is a very solid like ladder stack situation there. He's gained you across the board. The guy's finishing in top 5s like it's his business right now. Love it. Corey Connors, if I'm going to bet him to do anything, it's going to be holding 1 and a top 20. This is his market. Look here. The $56 you won in the outright side of things is about to leave the building if he doesn't do it this week again, because that was last year at the Valero, the week before the Masters. If you've bet Corey Connors to finish inside the top 10 all 12 months of his golf, the last 12 months, you would have won $1 if you were winning 100 per bet. So he's profitable in that market by a single bone. Top 5s, you would have lost 186. So that's your fun facts on Corey Connors there for you. Sahith Theegala, we are done chatting about him. Let's chat about Corey Connors at 319 minutes into the show. Corey Connors got an impeccable, might even be an understatement, for somebody like this at the Masters. We've seen this guy just absolutely rip out finish after finish. There's something about this venue that suits his eye. He missed the cut here last year. Incredible. But prior to that, we've got a 6th. Prior to that, we've got an 8th. Prior to that, we got a 10th. Prior to that, 46th. Is that when Corey Connors made his debut? Isn't that crazy? His worst finish was last year. Do we have Corey Connors? Masters prior to 2000 yes, we do. 2015. Corey Connors missed the cut in the 2000. How the heck was that the only major he played in 2015? That was it. The next time he played the Masters was 2019. 4 years between. Finished 46th. And then went on that run of incredible finishes at the Masters and then missed the cut in epic fashion. Like epic fashion. Just disgusting. Just disgusting. What is this? That was his worst. Yeah, easily his worst major performance. Lost a casual 6 strokes again. This is shot like maybe that's our answer. That's our like drinking thing. Where's that comment of yours? Casually loses 6 strokes on the way to missing a cut at the Masters. Does Corey Connors? Does he bounce back this week? Does he bounce back? He's currently trending in the right direction, making cut after cut. The last time Corey Connors missed a cut was the US Open in June. Impressive. Nice to see that from the Canadian cut-making machine. 24th at the Genesis, 18th and 13th in the last 2 starts there. Good stuff. I think he's playing some solid golf right now. Let's see. It's a pretty simple top 20 situation here for this guy, isn't it? Especially if you just filter. I think he's a Masters dude versus the rest of the majors. It's just something about this venue. So yeah, where's the 2018 Masters? Did he not play in that? I thought he did. No, 2019. Wow. 4 years between those. Incredible. So yes, he missed the cut in 15 and then went on a bit of a run. I think a potential top 10 bet for Corey Conners at this golf course, just looking at this, I mean, this is the way to go. Top 10s, and it's mainly got to do with the irons, which I believe are doing what they do. Yeah, they are doing exactly what they do. So this is it. This is the way to go. Corey Conners for a top 10 is, I love this. I'm not seeing him anywhere close to the top of the board yet. Oh, baby. Plus 450 for a top 10, Corey Conners. That to me is the way to go. Let's do this. Corey Conners top 10. We had it in there already. Plus 4,501. That's not what we want. He's 11-1 for a top 5, which I don't know if he's ever done. No, he hasn't. He's got 3 top 10s in his last 4 starts, but not a single top 5. That's fine to me. Just give me the top 10 and call it a day. That's the way to go. And he has Tom Kim. I think Darbo did the Irish goodbye, but maybe he shows up for Tom Kim with his small little hands. Thomas the Tank Engine. 324 minutes into the show. This dude, I'm going to go back to him at the Masters. Who the heck knows? Maybe we find a monstrous number on him. He's 550 for a top 10 and plus 170 for a top 20. Now, oh, dude. So, by the way, since you showed up a touch late here, we are discussing all of the odds I'm describing right now are on DraftKings, and they have ties paid in full for the Masters. I was very excited about that. So, yeah. And the crazy thing is, the odds for dead heats are fractionally shorter. They're not even, or longer, call it better. Let's say fractionally better than the dead heat rule, the ties paid in full. So they make it, yeah, dude, it's a massive difference. So exciting stuff to see from DraftKings finally showing up with a bit of nuts and letting us bet ties paid in full. Tom Kim, dude, talk about first-time appearances and dominating in the majors. This is what makes me think this guy's going to be good, man. Because you don't just show up like this and finish 16th in your first Masters. You also don't just show up like this and finish 2nd in your 4th major at the Open. This is some Jordan Spieth stuff. You feel me? Look at this. Look at this. Oh, he's played in a few more and still did well in them. So PGA Championships in abundance prior to really getting into everything. Missed his first 2 PGA Championships, 2020, 2022. That's fine. The guy was literally, 18? Yeah, youthful ignorance because, you know what, Dabo? I don't know why you have such an issue with him. He's so good, dude. I think he's just dealing with injuries right now. There's a lot going on, and he's young, but he's extremely talented. I don't know why you don't agree with me on that. He does. He seems very broken. He does seem very broken. I don't know. I bet him, obviously, and I played him in DFS this week, missed the cut in epic fashion. But I didn't play too much of him. I just kind of played a little bit. Because we know, what is he to win this tournament right now? It would also be a situation where you don't even want... He's 80-1. So you're getting... What is this? This is the Masters. He's 80-1, and for a top 20, he's plus 650. That's crazy. Oh, while we were doing this, they just added round 1 top 5 finishes. Interesting. Who were we speaking about for top round 1? Xander. So Xander for a top 5 after round 1 is plus 600. That seems like a bet I'd definitely place. Interesting. But anyway, getting back to Tom Kim. Top 20 for Tom Kim, despite whatever he's been through and the lack of recent form. Yeah. So FRL, what we're doing is I'm going to be doing an article where I provide a bet for every golfer, whether I bet on him or against him. Right now, we're kind of just researching the guys that we can bet on because there's no matchups against or no miscuts. So this is just an exercise, basically, to try and figure out what we're doing. Tom Kim, if I were to bet him, I don't know if I will, but I'd definitely bet that top 20 at plus 240. Why did I feel like I saw something completely different somewhere else? I was looking at top 10s. So his top 10 would be plus 650. Okay. So his top 20 would be plus 240. That's the way I would go. I'll look up that Jordan Spieth first round leader right now after this. But yeah, plus I would do a top 20 bet. See what I'm saying? We got Corey Connor, Sahith Theegala, Matt Fitzpatrick. We don't know what to do with Jason Day and Brian Harman. I'd imagine those are like fades. Maybe Jason Day, you bet him in first round leader market. Who the heck knows? Right. So Jordan Spieth for a top 5 finish after round 1 is 650. I don't mind that. I mean, what we've looked up. Have we looked up Spieth in round 1? I think we probably did at some point, but here it is. Jordan Spieth. Oh, you're good, dude. I was just making sure you understand the direction the show's going. I don't want people to think I'm making every single goddamn bet on these dudes, but I'm just kind of providing information for people. If you're gonna click on the hyperlink to get to your dude and you want to hear how you would bet him if you wanted to, then I'm gonna give you an option. Jordan Spieth in round 1 at the Masters. Let's figure out what he's done here because potentially that's the way to go as well. We're also betting him top 5 at the Masters and calling it a day. So Spieth in round 1, he's had 7 and gained 3.3 strokes in 3 of them. Lost strokes in the others. That's what you're getting from Jordan Spieth. Nothing in between. Losing strokes or gaining strokes. Now, granted, it was barely gaining any strokes in 2017, but that's what you're getting from Jordan Spieth. Just volatility for days. It's kind of crazy. Okie dokie. I would probably be playing Tom Kim in DFS for sure. I feel like his ownership is the way to go in the big game GPPs, especially in these majors. We'll see what happens. Moving along. Rickie Fowler. I've got literally nothing to say about this guy. I've got nothing to say about this guy. 631 minutes, 331. Rickie. Dude. Yeah. Do you want to see something crazy? You want to see something crazy? Let's pull up Rickie Fowler. He has fallen off the deep end. And it's literally after he won the Rocket Mortgage Classic. I've hardly tweeted about Rickie, so it should show up pretty quickly. Yeah. So in the majors, random stuff I'm just pulling up from Rickie here. Rickie's best putting performances happen at the PGA Championship, I guess. The sum of his 3rd, 4th, 5th, and best. Oh, wow. Interesting. So Rickie's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th best major putting performance matched what he gained in June. What was June? It was probably when he tied the course record at LACC. Congrats to him. Let's see. I have a Rickie Fowler slander tweet somewhere. It's more recent than not. Where are we, Ricky? Show your face. It was after. Oh, man. Anyway, right after after his win at the Rocket Mortgage, he just completely ejected. Gave zero shits about golf and playing well. So that's my take on Rickie Fowler. Moving along. Let's go to Stephan Jaeger, 233. Rickie just nothing. Miscut. If I'm betting this dude, I'm betting him to miss the cut. There's nothing exciting about him going on here. Gutless. Okay. Stephan Jaeger. I love how his game translates to the Masters. Is this his first major? I believe so. No. US Open in 2020, PGA Championship in 2023. Made both cuts. Lost strokes off the tee in every round of the US Open in 2020. Gained strokes off the tee in every round of the PGA Championship of 2023. By the way, Fit for Golf, a.k.a. Mike, on X there, doing work with Jaeger on his driving and fitness. Guess what? Jaeger's now a winner on the PGA Tour at a golf course where driving the ball was essential to success. He did amazing at Houston. So this is Jaeger's situation. 2 made cuts in majors. I like his chances at Augusta for like a top 40. Or even, I won't say a first round situation. I think that's pushing it for him. But I love Jaeger, man. If you take a look, I love Jaeger in general, but I like Stephan Jaeger particularly lots now that he's playing some good golf. Granted, the first time he's going to tee it up is right after the win. That's always awkward and rough. So maybe his first start at the Masters is a fade. Missed his first major in 2015, played in 3 straight US Opens before playing in a PGA Championship. He's made the cut in all of his last 3 starts in majors. Nothing better than a 34th, though. Yes, I think the way to play Stephan Jaeger is in DFS. And isn't this the freaking craziest situation? He had a cut streak going on the PGA Tour. Finishes 3rd, misses the cut. 44th, misses the cut, wins a tournament. This is the shit we bet on. We're betting on guys that wins the tournament. He had the longest, I think, or second longest active cut streak on the PGA Tour behind Xander, maybe. Misses a cut, finishes 44th, poor start, misses the cut, and then wins. Insane. Like, what are we doing trying to bet on this shit? Because this is what we're dealing with. But I love Jaeger. It's his first Masters. I think he misses the cut. I know he's going to drive the ball well, but we've seen good golfers show up to this golf course, and it's difficult, man. No matter how well you're playing, especially after he hasn't had a tournament in between. He's probably going to have some media obligations because that was the last time he played. He won. We'll see. On principle. All right. I'm starting to get tired, so maybe we're going to start wrapping stuff up. Nick Taylor, I believe, how many times has he played the Masters? Once in 2020. Made the cut. Interesting. Doubt he had a start before that. Gotta love that there's a Taylor playing in the Masters this year, and it's not Gooch. So, yes, fascinating situation here. He sold his soul, I guess, in COVID year. 29th at his inaugural maiden Masters, the best major finish of his career in 10 majors. He's played in 10 majors and finished 29th at the Masters. The only time he's played in the Masters, and that was the COVID one. Interesting for Nick. So he's definitely played here once. I don't know what the hell's going to happen in his second appearance? Does this guy, is he the guy that wins his second Masters? Wins the Masters in his second? He's won. I mean, if we think about the trends, now the thing is, the major, that's a no. I'm going to answer my own question immediately and say, where is the second place finish? Where's the 5th place finish? Where's the 10th place finish? It's not available. It's not going to happen. However, I feel like Nick Taylor is going to provide you with some serious value. I think you can see a Nick Taylor potentially in round 1. What is a Nick Taylor first round top 5? 16-1 for a top 5 in his inaugural opening round of the Masters is an interesting bet. I don't know what to do with this dude. He had 3 72s and a 69. Interesting. Yeah. He fits that recent form situation because we've got ourselves 2 wins since June. That's good, I guess. He's playing sporadically well. That win was his second top 10 since June, which is interesting. That's the thing with this guy, is it's all over the place. But the iron play has been very good. Like, he's playing well. He's playing really well. Playing very well with the irons. The distance, I think this is the problem with him, is the lack of distance at Augusta is going to be a problem. So I think you got to bet the floor situation with him, which is scary because I don't like his floor. Granted, it's not too shabby. I mean, he's missed 1 cut since July. That's great. Going to Augusta. Interesting. What are we doing with this dude? Nick Taylor. 337. Upside rank 15th. Obviously, because he's got that upside. That's the thing with this dude. He pops hard. I don't know. I want to say first round leader. Let's do that. First round leader, top 5, 16-1. Nick Taylor. Who the heck knows? I feel like that's the way. If you got a guy that doesn't have tons of major experience, if you got a guy that doesn't play Augusta that much, who hasn't played well in majors in the past, I think the first round leader market is potentially the way to bet them to get some sort of exposure if you're looking to do that, because this is the thing. I don't know if he can hold it together for 4 consecutive rounds in a major atmosphere, despite having won 2 tournaments in the last little while. First round leader. First round T5 at 16-1. I'm actually going to bet that. Maybe we get better numbers, but I feel like that's a very long number. For a top 5. Means one of the worst on the board. BJ Singh is 131 for a top 5 after round 1. Okie dokie. Chris Kirk. Let's go. Chris Kirk, I don't know if I'm a major fan of him in the majors. A 5th at the PGA Championship wouldn't be hilarious if Chris Kirk went ahead and won the Masters after winning the Century and the Honda. We're getting tired, folks. But we're, oh my goodness, we also filtered on winners. So we're kind of getting into the 6s. But you know what? That's potentially the way I actually really want to. I might end the stream once we get to Camilo. Yeah, dude. That would be a crazy situation for Chris Kirk to win the Masters. It would be so fitting. How many? We got probably a bunch of dudes that we've missed out. We got Phil, we got Adam. Oh boy. Anyway, we'll go back to Chris Kirk here in the meantime. Chris Kirk, 16-1 for first round top 5. That's not the worst situation. I think we could definitely see him coming out the gates hot. Gained 2.3 strokes in his maiden round one of his Masters. He finished 23rd in his first Masters. He finished 23rd in his first Masters, did Chris Kirk? No, he didn't. He finished 20th in his first Masters. Wow. Guess what? Chris Kirk hits a ropey draw. So 20th in 14, 33rd in 15, miscut in 16, probably when he jumped on the sauce. Didn't show up to the Masters for 8 years. Made another appearance in 2023 and finished 23rd. Lost off the tee, gained everywhere else. Seems right. I love the fact that Chris Kirk hits a draw. It basically turns him into a left-hander. That's his swing. That's why Corey Connors plays probably so well at the Masters, is because of that draw. So I know we like guys that hit draws at the Masters. Chris Kirk does that. I like a top 20 bet for Chris Kirk if I were to bet one. 23rd in 23 and 20th on his debut. To finish 20th in your debut at the Masters is something not a lot of people do. Not a lot of people do that. 33rd, miscut, 23rd. I mean, wow. We've got two top 30s in half his starts here. I love it. I love it, man. Kirky. For a top 20, Chris Kirk is plus 300. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one. That's the bet for him, as well as Night Darbo. I know. I'm probably gonna try and head to bed just soon. I'm getting quite tired. I've got a whole bunch of stuff around the house to do before Mrs. Maniac rips my eyeballs out. But yeah, I wish he was in better form too, FRL. But you know what? The thing about the Masters is you don't need the best form in the world to play well, yeah. If you've played well, yeah, you fine. It's not like he's in bad form. You know, 2 top 30s, a 44th. I guess he made the cut in a whatever. But 26th at the Players is good. It's fine. He's fine. Top 20. You don't need a million. You don't need much from him. I think that's the way to go. I'm not expecting the world. Just expect a top 20 at 3-1. Okay. Tommy Fleetwood is definitely someone that potentially you could grab some odds on before it gets a little out of control. I think he's playing quite nicely. We know how well he plays in majors. I think I'm making up stuff before I've even looked it up. But I think Tommy Fleetwood's the only person who has 2 63s or 64s in majors on Sunday that mean diddly shit because he went out well before the leaders in very soft conditions, taking advantage of a field that he was never going to win. 63. Shot a 63 in this year's US Open last year to finish 5th, gaining 8.6 strokes on the field, and finished 5th. So congratulations to Tommy Fleetwood because he opened with a 73 at LACC in round 1, losing 3.1 strokes putting. That's the way to go. The Tommy Fleetwood way. Eject immediately and then break the course record essentially in the final round. So consecutive top 20s in his last 3 majors. 33rd at the Masters, 14th at the Masters, 46th, 19th, 36th, 17th, missed the cut. So those are his Masters finishes. What has Fleetwood done prior to 2017? I feel like he's been around for an eternity. Fleetwood's inaugural Masters debut was a miscut in 2017. So again, that opening round or opening Masters, some people really struggle with. We've only seen a few people like Jordan Spieth, Sahith Theegala, was it Nick Taylor? Like some guys, some randoms, but only a handful of guys have played well in their first start. Who are we looking at here? Tommy Fleetwood. The major, like since 2022, the majors have been good to him. He's been playing well. Like he's due to potentially win a major, I would say. Like if you're looking at people's trends and people's track record entering a Masters, this would be one of them that would make sense to see play well because of this track record. Yeah, we've got 3 top 5s in his last 6 majors, a top 14 at the Masters prior to that. So the Masters course history is bothering more than his actual major course history. That's the situation. Tommy Fleetwood, does he have his best Masters finish? Do you want to bet him top 10? Do you want to bet him top 20? He hasn't finished inside the top 10 at the Masters. I don't know what to do with this dude. His recent major form is basically banking top 20s on top of each other. FRL, that's a very good question. I'm not entirely sure. Masters history, I think, is paramount. But major history is part of Masters history. And I was busy putting together, I'm going to do that at some point too this weekend, maybe, who the heck knows. But let's take a look here. Just taking a look. I've pulled this up a few times. I don't know if you've seen this part of the show just yet. But this is the best finish in a major before a person won. So it doesn't matter, like the Masters in general, you need great major form to win it. I don't know what the overlying Masters trend would be to win a Masters if you kind of did the same situation with just Masters form. I know Danny Willett finished like 38th or 36th or 28th and then won his second Masters. So that was an outlier. But overall, multiple starts at the Masters is shown to be success inducing. You can't just win it immediately unless your name's Jordan Spieth. Scottie Scheffler took 3 chances. Lots of guys have taken a while to get there. That's the situation here. So if you really haven't shown success at the Masters in the past, it doesn't seem like you would have success this week going into it, especially with this mediocrity that Tommy Fleetwood is showing us right now. You know, like goes and wins in Dubai. Shout out to Tommy for winning a golf tournament. Now, the thing is, dude, I'm feeling something from this guy. He's playing well right now, too. Let's take a quick peek here. He's inside the top 10. I think he's 10th right now. Where's Fleetwood? 6th. So he's doing good, and it's just all irons. He's losing putting. It's tee to green, which is amazing. It's exactly what you want to see. Caramba. Look at Rory leading the field off the tee, basically, and still struggling with the putting. Shout out to Keith Mitchell for making the cut. Anyway, getting back to what we were looking at here. So Tommy Fleetwood, what the hell are we doing with this guy? We've got a bit of Masters lackluster history, but great major form. Great major form. I mean, this is solid. Lots of yellow down the side there, but none of it in correlation to the yellow and green that we're looking for. Top 20, I think. What has he done in round 1 of the Masters? I think like Tommy Fleetwood, we got to try and figure out how to attack this guy. Round 1, didn't do anything in 23. Round 2, oh boy. Round 1, no. He's not a fast starter, is he? Tommy Fleetwood's round 1s at the Masters are gaining him. Hey, FRL. So yeah, this is definitely not. This is not Tommy Fleetwood's jam. He's averaging barely a stroke if you take away that one. half a stroke. So round ones are not the way to go for him at golf course. I don't know what to do. I'd bet him top 20. I guess that's the one way I'd go. Like, that's basically it. I don't know. Maybe top 20. I'd probably push it as far as I can. Maybe I'd even bet negative odds for a top 30, but plus 130 for a top 20 for Tommy Fleetwood. Never the worst thing in the world if you're looking to bet him. He's playing some good golf in majors recently, so that's the good part. The bad part, the Masters course history. Hence why we're going for the floor bet there versus a ceiling bet by his standards. Let's look at Tyrrell Hatton, another guy who hates this golf course, and I imagine I'd bet this dude to miss the cut, in fact, if I were to bet Tyrrell Hatton, because we have nothing better than an 18th place finish in 2021. He shot an 80 in his final round of 2022 and then went on and absolutely blasted the Masters course designers and shit. I don't know. But anyway, so Tyrrell in his last 8 starts around Augusta's had 1 broken par round. Now, he has gained on the field in a few of them, but it has not been good. I don't know if I like Tyrrell. I would potentially bet him to miss the cut. What is this dude even up to right now? Just doing normal stuff, I guess. Nothing crazy. He's gone to live and not excelled. Shocker. I don't know. Was playing well, and then my fantasy team lost the guy. I would bet him to miss the cut. I don't know if I trust him to. If you can't bet a top 40, I don't know if you'd even get one. Hatton is plus 175 for a top 20. I wouldn't bet that. His missed the cut odds are not out yet. That's why we're kind of speculating, but I would imagine they plus money. If he's plus 175 for a top 20, probably plus 100 for a top 40, minus 110 for a top 40. To miss the cut would likely be plus 200, plus 300, maybe. I don't know. It's a tough cut to miss, but I would probably pick him in a matchup, maybe. If fade. That's what we're doing with Tyrrell, is just fading him. That's the way to go with Tyrrell. Tommy Fleetwood to miss the cut? I don't know. I don't know if I'd bet that. I just don't see the upside on him. His floor is much higher than his ceiling. Ooh. We tried to start speaking about Rickie Fowler and then went to Tyrrell. So that was, okay, we've got the right. Let's make it 131. So my man Ian at Flag Hunting on Twitter has bet Patrick Reed, who will likely fit the majority of our major criteria, yeah? Finished fourth year last year, has an incredible track record at this venue, including his win in 18. Since then, he's had nothing worse than a 36th, so he's had a 35th and a 36th, and then the other finishes were 10th, 8th, and 4th, and a first. So 4 top 10s in his last 6 Masters, despite being a giant dweeb. His short game thrives around this venue. He's gaining 1.5 strokes per round in the short game department at Augusta since 2021. So that's Patrick Reed. And I know Ian bet him at 100-1. He's 11-1 for a top 5. He is plus 450 for a top 10, which to me seems like a very fair bet. considering he's done it 4 out of the last 6 times. And Patrick Reed is a Masters winner. I'm curious to see his first start in the Masters. Miscut. Incredible. Now, granted, that was his first major as well, but it was the first major of that year again. So it's just, if Ludvig plays well, so be it, man. But I just don't see it happening. I don't know why I keep thinking about that dude, but plus 450 for a Patrick Reed top 10, if you were to bet somebody. What timestamp are we here? We're just shy of 6 hours. Jesus Christ, folks. Okay. Patrick Reed, top what? 334? 335? 336? 335. Let's do that. And I'll move him up as well. I'm going to move him up in my rankings. He's not 66th. He's potentially like closer to 10th if we're being 100% honest here about his ability. Where are you, Patrick? Show yourself. Oh boy, he's cheap, isn't he? Yeah, he's $7,400. He's going to be chalk again. Wasn't he chalk last year? Going to be chalk again. I got to give this guy 2 extra power ranking points, and I don't think it's even going to get him in the top 20. Okay, he's 7th. I don't know if I like 7th. I think I like 10th. Who's 10th? Niemann. I like him ahead of Niemann. I like him. I would say Cam Smith is a fair landing point. I'd potentially put him ahead of Cam. So 123. Okay. Okay. So he's a fraction ahead of Cam Smith just because he's won it and because of that track record. Top 10 bet plus 450, Patrick Reed. I don't care what he's done in the other majors. Moving along. We're making some good time. How many guys have we spoken about? 37 guys in 6 hours. Sheesh, Byron. But we've dove deep and spoken about a bunch of dudes. So Minwoo Lee's making his a return, I guess. He's played well in majors, I guess. A 6th or a 5th at the US Open. He's missed the cut at the Masters. 14th in his debut appearance in 2022. Then missed the cut. Gained 1 million strokes putting. That's what the guy does. He's done it in pretty much every single major he's played in. So that's what you get from Minwoo. It's all short game. I don't know how I feel about the irons at this golf course. Obviously, it beat his ass in 2023 last year where he lost 7 strokes on approach. Not good. I would potentially bet Minwoo Lee to miss the cut here, man. I think that's where I would go. That's where I would go. How are we at 337? We're doing the wrong numbers here. It's got to be like 51, probably 351, because we've got to get to like 360 in order to get to 6 hours. I'm doing the wrong timestamps here. Did we do Tommy Fleetwood at 345? Fleetwood, 20 minutes ago, 325. Yeah, I would say it's 345. Okay. I'm doing the wrong timestamps, unfortunately. Okie dokie. Minwoo Lee missed the cut. I think that's going to happen. He's plus 175 for a top 20. I don't know. Where them irons at? All right. Justin Rose, a perennial disappointment. Only market he's won you $10 in is the top 20 market. Minwoo Lee only won you money in the top 10 market. Justin Rose. Justin freaking Rose. Obviously has one of the top 4 best rounds of golf at Augusta since 2017 in round 1 when we saw him finish 7th in that tournament. Hasn't been playing the greatest golf lately. I would not be surprised if he finishes somewhere incredible. So his last 10 rounds of golf at Augusta that has shot link, he has lost strokes around the green. I mean, off the tee. He's losing about a fourth of a stroke. Then if you remove that opening round, he's losing half a stroke on approach in his last 9. It's all putting. Justin Rose gaining 1.4 strokes putting at Augusta. That's what he does. Putts well. To me, that's a showdown situation. To me, that's a round 1. To me, that's the way to bet him. In his round 1s on record, he's got a second place finish here in 2017, by the way. That's always good to know. It means you can stand a chance to win this thing, especially with the 7th 3 years ago and a 16th last year. Now, in round 1, he's gained 4, 4, 9.5, and 3.3 when he gained, and then lost over 2 in round 1. So for me, a top 5 for Justin Rose in round 1 screams it. FRL, Rosie, round 1, buddy. That's our guy. Where's he at ya? 14-1 for a top 5 in round 1. I'm in for that. I can do that. I can do that for you and for us and the whole entire human race. Top 5. Let's do it. Let's do it. I also promised the people I would shotgun a beer. I do not feel like doing that. I almost hope we don't have 15 likes. That would be incredible. Oh, 15 likes on the money. Maybe I'm not going to shotgun a beer and then go to bed. That would be terrible. That would be terrible. All right. Well, I want to say thank you to the 3 of you watching. I mean, geez, it's 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning. What are we doing up? I think I'm going to do like a rapid fire off on the... Yeah, I'm not going to shotgun a beer. I'm too tired. It's like not worth it right now. Okay. So, Russell Henley finished 4th at the Masters. He's currently trying to win the Valero. I am intrigued for Russell Henley to see what he's up to. All right, brother. Peace out. I'm trying to wrap this up too. I'm going to try and maybe just be here for another 25 minutes, chat about some random dudes. I doubt it. I mean, I'm taking 12 minutes per person, but we're going to get through some guys quickly as things take their time. Henley, 4th. I mean, this is, oh, Jesus, this is a top 20 bet for sure. Incredible. He's played so well at this golf course, and I think it's got to do with his passive nature. He hits a lot of shots that avoid poor shots. Yeah, I'll pull this up real quick and explain what I'm saying. Take a look here. The last 12 months, if you take a look at poor shot avoidance, nobody is better. He's 99th in the percentiles over there, but he's 65th in good shot rate. I haven't done the math yet, but I'm pretty sure that's from 150 to 100. If you go from 150 to 200, it gets worse. If you go from 200 and in, 200 out, it gets better again. But he avoids those poor shots at a solid rate, still avoiding poor shots, to a decent clip there. always beating his good shot rate by a healthy margin in percentile wise. And that's the thing. At Augusta, you don't want to chase. At Augusta, you want to play passive. At Augusta, hitting the middle of the green is good. Not short-siding yourself is good. That's what Russell Henley does. He's so good at hitting greens. He's so good at just making sure you keep your ball in play, particularly with the wedge. You know, the further away it gets from the hole, the worse it actually gets, which is very intriguing. And it makes me wonder why he's excelled around here. It's been the short game that he's thrived at, and he's been chipping and putting very well lately, gaining 11 strokes in the short game department and only 2.7 ball striking. So it's all short game. It's all short game at Augusta for Russell Henley in his last 2 starts, which is wild. Now, did he make... Was it T? He's probably played here before. Okie dokie. Yeah, he's been on tour forever. Missed the cut in 2013, 31st in 2014, 21st in 2015, and then 11th, 15th. Wow. Dude, again, first time playing the Masters, missed the cut. Second time, 31st. Third time, 21st. Fourth time, 11th. Got to play golf at this golf course to play well. Doesn't just happen. Doesn't just happen. Doesn't just happen. Siwoo. Let's see who we're talking about. Yeah. Oh, he's playing good golf too. Multiple top 25s. In fact, 5 of them in his last 7. Wow. Siwoo hasn't missed a cut this year. Siwoo's finished inside the top 25 in 6 of his 7 starts. 6 of his 9 starts this year. Gaining on approach in every single one in 2023. Hasn't lost on approach this year yet. Hasn't lost off the he hasn't lost off the tee this year yet. Has he lost putting? Yes. Have we seen him snap his putter on the 15th green at Augusta? Yes. What has he done at this venue? It seems to me he would not have thrived here because I don't think he has the length, the distance. Accuracy of his caliber doesn't reward you as much as you'd imagine over here. So, yeah, his maximum finish here is 12th, despite having played in every single one of them since 2017. And he's finished inside the top 40 every single time. Now it's top 50 in cuts, so we get that, but solid stuff. Only one top 20, though, in 2021. That's the thing with him. I think a top 40, if that market shows up for Siwoo. Looking at his top 20 rate, Siwoo Kim is currently plus 160 for a top 20. So you can potentially get a top 40 at like minus 135, minus 125. That's probably not the worst way to go about it for Siwoo. I'd also potentially find him in a matchup against someone. He's safe. His floor is crap. It's very good, actually, his floor. His ceiling, not so hot. That's the Siwoo situation there. Siwoo. Adam Scott. Is he too old? I think, did he show up in Spencer's model for age? I potentially wouldn't be surprised. He's also not necessarily played the greatest golf here over the last little while. I don't remember seeing Adam Scott in a major mix at all. I don't remember seeing Adam Scott at the top of a leaderboard anywhere. Yep, hasn't finished inside the top 30 in the 2020s. That's not going to help you. And the irons. Wow. So since the Masters has had shot link data for approach play and around the greens, Adam Scott has lost on approach in all 12 of his rounds played. That's not good. Despite having made the cut every time, he's not gained on approach according to our records. I would imagine he gained on approach when he gained 5.7 strokes in 2017. He's obviously won this tournament, which he most likely gained strokes gaining approach that week. But Adam Scott, I would bet against him in a matchup. If I'm being honest with you, that's the way to go with Adam Scott, a fade. That's the situation. That's the Adam Scott situation. I have bet Phil Mickelson to finish inside the top 20, or is it to make the cut in every single major? I think that's what I did with Phil. It's a weird bet to make the cut in all 4 majors at Bet365. If you look for it, Phil is plus 800. So that's how I want to start my card with Phil. Phil's card is that. Just making the cuts. This dude is old, but he's like, I don't know. When he gets into these major situations, man, he's like Bryson, but the older generation's version. Second here last year. Since 2017, nothing worse. Let's just call that outlier in 2020 55th, still made the cut and shot 79 in round 3. So like one bad round, kicked him pretty much out the tournament. He's been playing amazing. Gained 8 strokes in the final round when he shot 65 last year. Great stuff from Phil. Looking at his other majors, let's take a peek. Let's see how many times he's missed the cut. The Open Championship, the PGA Championship. So far, 2 cuts missed since 2017. The Open Championship again. The US Open. Missed a million cuts over there. Okay. You know, I take it back. Don't bet Phil to make the cut at all of his tournaments, especially the Open Championship. I would bet Phil Mickelson at the Masters, though. I mean, the Masters has been great for him. It's been really good. Make the cut. I'd bet Phil to make the cut. Bet Phil to finish top 40. He is Phil Mickelson to all the way down here. Holy cow. Where are you, bud? Phil. There he is. Plus 300 for a top 20. I don't know. So that means you can probably get a top 40 number that's pretty much plus money as well. And I'd bet that for sure. At the Masters, I'd bet that. Anything you can get to top 40 market, top 30 market, bet it. I like it. And I like that. I think you can probably get a top 40 at plus money because it's plus 300. It'll probably get close to plus 100 for a top 40. Phil Mickelson, 373. Nick Taylor spoke about him. Interesting situation for the guy. Harris English, what's he done at the Masters? We're just kind of filtering on guys that have played at the Masters because that's just how it is. Harrison Crow. Interesting. English. Harris English made the cut in his last 2 starts. Good for him. Harris English made his debut appearance at the Masters in 2014, missed the cut. 2016, finished 42nd. 2021, finished 21st. 2023, finished 43rd. So Harris English has played 4 Masters and made his debut appearance in 2014. Fun times. Fun times for Harris English. Sporadic showings. He hasn't played back-to-back years. This will be the first time he plays the Masters twice in a row. Crazy. Random fact. So I'm just going to put that as a note. Super random, not important whatsoever, but kind of intriguing, isn't it? Made his debut in 2014, has played it 4 times. 4 times played. Debut 2014. Never played consecutively. Cool. Matthieu Pavon, that's obviously going to be his initial start. We're going to get rid of that for him. Make sure we see any major track record for Pavon. He's also kind of gone off the boil. He's old. Maybe he's got a few US Opens under his belt. Ha. Yep. Missed the cut in 3 US Opens. Most recently, this last one. Losing in every department. I don't know if he's got the distance at Augusta to do anything. Finished 5th at the Porsche Singapore Classic, which Shane Lowry went and finished 29th at. So shout out to him for doing that. Maybe that showed a little bit more. I don't understand why you're playing the Porsche Singapore Classic, dude, when you're on the freaking PGA Tour. But I guess he's got his card for the next 2 years. I don't know. I'm out on him. Debut appearance at the Masters, is probably a likely a miscut. Maybe. Who the heck knows? I'm going to just say so. Debut, miscut. Simple. Cam Davis, back at the Masters. Debut, miscut. Okay. Cam Davis, 379. Ay caramba. It's almost like morning time, folks. I need to get to bed. Cam Davis. I feel like he's been on tour forever, yet feels like he's 27 only. 1 Masters appearance, finished 46th. So this will be his 2nd Masters appearance. Interesting. Finished 4th at the 2023 PGA Championship, his 3rd of the kind. Did it with the ball striking. He's very good at hitting fairways when it matters for some reason. Splishy, splashy, recent form. I would probably look at a top 40 for the guy. His major track record is very wishy-washy. It's a tough situation. Tough call. Probably bet upside. Only his 2nd start though, man. That's not good. I don't even know if I'd bet the upside with that. Tiger Woods is going to make the cut and then limp around. 381. You don't even have to look at his track record. You just know what's going to happen, yeah. Limp Bizkit. Okay. Sergio Garcia. I don't know. He's a great par 5 scorer typically. Obviously won the Masters. It hasn't necessarily been the greatest recent run of his while going on the Live Tour. I'm struggling to put words together. I think this is also, I'm going to just kind of rattle off some names here. I can't do this all. Still. Okay. What were we doing? Looking at Sergio. Okay. Wow. He's not. This is a. This is a miscut waiting to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4 miscuts in his last 5 starts. That's like a simple way to bet him. Seems like a very simple way to bet him. How do you win the Masters and then miss the cut in 80% of your next 5 starts? Incredible. And he's not even that likable. He's such a dick. Anyway, okay. Who are we going to next? JT Poston. I'm assuming he's making his first appearance at the Masters, maybe his second. Wow, multiple appearances, making his third. Missed the cut in his debut, T34 in the next one, maybe a T20 going forward. Gained putting in 6 of his last majors. Has gone off the boil after rattling off top 10s and top 20s like a son of a gun. Iron play has disappeared basically from that elite level, that not elite, but pretty darn good level that we saw midsummer last year that kind of spilt over into the putting to start the year for us. The putter has cooled off significantly since Pebble Beach, and that's pretty much all she wrote, nothing too good. Despite only missing 1 cut at the Phoenix Open, Poston has been solid. It's just, I don't know what to do. Whatever. That's what the Poston situation is. Top 40. Højgaard likely playing in his first Masters. Third start. Recent form. Issue. Irons missing. Putter cooling off. Okay. Højgaard, first start. Tummy's growling. Bedtime. He's also been playing very badly on the PGA Tour. After a second at the Farmers, it's been nothing but outside of the top 30 and 2 miscuts entering the week. Did he play nicely at the Valero? Nikolai. Wow. Shot level par in round 1, level and shot +1 in round 2 to make the cut on the number. Basically would have missed the cut had 3 other guys made some putts or something. Crazy. So, yeah, not looking good for him in his debut. I don't know if I'd trust the debut appearance there. Particularly, yeah. I think this is a miscut for sure. Despite the length of the tee, it's just the rest of the game is not showing up right now. So that's a potential miscut option. Miscut in debut. Okay. Ryan Fox playing like complete ass right now, yet made the cut and is somehow in the Masters. Like, what did this guy do to deserve a Masters berth? I guess he played well in Europe because it's not been on US soil that he's deserved it at all. In fact, since coming to America, he's missed pretty much every single cut. Missed half his cuts. More than half his cuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4 missed cuts, 3 made cuts. Nothing better than a 35th. And he shot +7 today. What are we doing, bro? He shoots -1 -2 in round 1 and then +7 the following day. Ay, ay, ay. Not good. So, yeah, miscut. Not playing well. Not playing well. Hence, all the way down here at $6,700. That was around about, what, 386? We are rapid firing through these bad boys. Keegan Bradley at the Masters. It's becoming very simple in these situations. Like, if you haven't played well here, you don't make the cut. And if you're not playing well right now, you don't make the cut either. 23rd in last year's Masters, good for him. He's been playing in the Masters for freaking ever. Made the cut in his first Masters. Missed the cut in his third. Yeah. I think a top 40 for Keegan, the way to go. Holy what? He won. This is fascinating. He won the PGA Championship in his, at least, yeah, let me make sure. Is did Tiger, do we have records prior to 2011? Yeah, we do. Wow. So Keegan Bradley won his first major. The PGA Championship, 2011. His only major he played, he won. Insane. Also fascinating that okay, he got to the Open the following year. I think a top 40 bet for him. He's made lots of cuts at the Masters, but not played well. He's very good at three-putting, avoiding three putts. I can't believe he won his first major. Cool. Learn something every day. 388. Okay. I can't believe he won his first major. That's like the first time we've seen that, researching all these people. Won his first major. Won in his first major start. T40. T40 guy at Augusta. Sepp Straka, 390 into it. What has Sepp been up to lately? All over the place. I don't think he's got the length for Augusta, unfortunately. Made the cut in his two first starts, 30th and 46th. What is Sepp Straka doing gaining distance off the... He's doing it. How the hell did he gain this much distance in 2023 in these majors? Guy just nuking it off the tee. This isn't even Sepp Straka's profile. That's incredible. Like, this is distance we don't see from him that often. I guess, maybe, I don't know. Weird. But hasn't played well this year, so that's not good. Call it whatever. Maybe he misses the cut. Maybe he finishes top 40. Maybe he just bet against the guy in a matchup. Fade in matchup for him. Okay. Fade in matchup. EVR, is this his first start? Is he playing in his first Masters? I feel like he might have won a tournament prior to this. I want to say, wow. So this is, he WD'd from his first Masters, was losing 1 million strokes, and missed the cut in 2022. He hasn't made a cut in a major since his WD at the Masters. It's been bad. He missed the cut at the US Open despite gaining strokes. He's playing much better now. I would say it's his third Masters. I'd say a first-round leader. That's just his market right now. Okay. FRL market. Okay. Adam Hadwin. What is this guy even up to the last little while? One Masters missed the cut. 2 Masters made the cut. 3 Masters made the cut. So back-to-back appearances to start off with, made the cut, then missed the cut in COVID. Hasn't shown up to the Masters since 2020. Interesting. Been a while. Hasn't necessarily shown tons of form around the venue, but despite playing well here to start off with, that's good. It's always a good start. I don't know what to make of him. I don't know if he's going to play well in a major. I don't know. That's just all we're going to get from him. Eric Cole making his debut. Not playing the greatest golf right now. Hasn't won a tournament. I don't know what to do with him. Eric Cole. Has he even played in a US Open? 2 US Opens and a PGA. Interesting. He's actually made the 2 cuts in the majors last year. Good. Gain on approach. Approach looks like it got back on track at the Valspar. Drivers picked up incredible distance. Interesting. Out of nowhere. Just completely out of left field. Most distance he's added to the driver at the Valspar. Is he playing? I don't think he's playing this week. Yes, he is. He's not playing this weekend, though. Shot a pair of 74s. So he's not playing good golf right now. Unfortunately. Fun to watch, not playing the greatest. He potentially misses the cut. As a debutant, Jake Knapp, also obviously playing in his first Masters after being a bouncer not so long ago. US Open in 2015. That's how long this guy's been grinding for. Holy cow. Shout out to this dude. Congrats, man. So happy for him. Was playing some good golf to start off the year, and then, wow, lost 1,000,000 strokes putting. Irons are still solid. Irons are still solid. I think, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this guy. He fits his golf course so well. He fits the golf course so well. I'm going to go with... We're starting to get to the range where these are some DFS options, and that's about it. Maybe, we've got guys that haven't played you often. Not good. I don't know if I can do the rest of these guys. I'm exhausted. I think I'm going to call it quits. I'll double check that there's a few guys that I don't. That I don't mind. Spoke about Gary, like Gary. Obviously, Bubba. What has he been up to, man? A lefty at Augusta. Missing cuts at a golf course he's won at before. T5 in 2018 for Bubba, T12 in 2019, and then it started just not showing up again. Kind of fell off a cliff once the 2020s rolled through. pretty much after 2019 12th place finish. It really hasn't been anything good since then. The putter has been very bad. Just very, very bad. Okay, so this could be a miscut, man. He's not playing good golf. Despite being a past champion, the form is just not there. Yeah. Best finish is a top 15 at Vegas. Like, yesh, dude. Yesh. Got one top 10 in Live. One top 10 on the Live Tour, gaining a stroke on the field per round. Congrats, Bubba Watson, finishing 8th at Tulsa in 2023 May. Incredible. Incredible. Okie dokie. Bubba. So Bubba 397. Thorbjorn Olesen has sucked it up since coming to the PGA Tour, but looks like he's found himself some form. He's in T10 right now. I think the last time he was in this position, he ejected all the way down the leaderboard in Mexico. So good luck to him in the next few hours. I think obviously Danny Willett's going to struggle. Ryo Hitsutsuni making his debut. You know who shows up and plays good golf at this golf course because he just feels like it? Charles Schwartzel. I think Arsene Eckroat making his debut appearance. Emiliano Grillo. I don't know how many Masters he's played in. But Charles, obviously a Masters champion. '50th in 23, 10th in 22. 26th, 25th, miscut, 3rd. Yeah. I feel like at whatever his price is, $6,300, that's the way to go with him, DFS-wise. Is there a first-round situation for him potentially brewing? Not really. He's not necessarily the fastest starter, is he? In fact, he's a rather slow starter. So first-round market, not necessarily on tap for him. Okay. Zach Johnson, no. Peter Malnati, no. Grayson Murray, no. Adam Schenk, no. Denny McCarthy, no. Lee Hodges, no. Lucas Glover, no. Yeah, this is it. I mean, we're in the depths of everything right now. So that's the situation. It is 3:46 in Central Time. I'm exhausted. 6 hours, 40 minutes. Happy researching. Use this as a tool. Code Maniac, 10% off. Get yourself some. I'm going to bed. Peace.